Hello, everybody. Hello, back here. Lee Dye was very eager to be here. Um, so hang on, let me just find this. Um, Hang on. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Everybody, rock your body, right? Oh, Nancy made it. Hey, Nams. Hang on. Oh yeah, 31st today. Right, let me see if I can find. Right. No, not there. What I want to do is just give you a very brief summary of this trial. I know what it is, but I don't know 100%. And I don't want you Googling it because as soon as you Google it, you'll get the verdict. So, um, so I think in brief, this guy, Billy Delgado, is accused of shooting his estranged ex-wife or estranged wife 5 times. Now, she survived to tell the tale. She was in hospital for a year. But yeah, as she was driving back home or something, somewhere, she was driving and he allegedly shot 5 times through the windowsill, hitting her in the abdomen and stuff like that. But she did survive, and she is here to tell the tale. So that's the gist of it. As I say, if you Google it, you're going to spoil it for yourselves because the verdict came out yesterday. But I wanted to make sure that we played this. It's there is no opening statements because they didn't cover it, but we will be going in after a couple of witnesses. Billy Delgado. So we will be able to zoom on this one. Yes, we will be able to zoom very much on this one. Let me go in here. Which one is it? Day one. Right, I got it here. Day one. Let's boost it. Day one. So the first person is the former roommate of the defendant. So as I say, it's no opening statements, people. We're going into the witnesses. So here we go.
Yes.
Do you know his name?
Yes.
Okay. What is or what was your relationship with the defendant? You didn't have.
He was my roommate, or I was his roommate.
Okay. How long have you known Billy Delgado?
For a couple of years,
You know him?
like 5, 6 years.
Okay. You said that he was your roommate.
Yes.
You were living with him for how long?
Maybe like 3, 4 months.
3, 4 months. Okay. And do you know the address of that place, of that residence?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was it a house or an apartment?
It was an apartment.
Okay. Were you living with them on June 1st, 2024?
I don't remember dates.
Oh, okay. Were you living with them when he was arrested last year?
Yes.
Okay. In that same apartment? And how many people live in that apartment?
Just myself and Billy.
Okay, so do you also know his family?
Yes. Not all of them, but I do.
Okay, can you please take the names of the family members?
Some of his aunts,
Okay.
which are his sisters.
Only his dad or other people?
Only them.
What about your mother?
Billy's mother, yes.
Okay, you also know
Yes.
his mom and his dad?
Yes,
Okay, so you know the parents of his dad?
yes.
Okay. Do you know if Billy was in a relationship, when he was arrested in the first 2024?
In a relationship?
Yeah, with another person?
No.
Okay, do you know if he had any kids?
He has kids,
Okay, how many kids does he have?
2 girls. Well, Emmy and Emmy's sister. He sees her as his own mother.
And do you know who Amy's mom is?
Yes, I've seen her.
What's her name?
Erica,
Do you know her last name?
Torres.
Eric. Okay. And you also know his other daughter?
Yes, I've seen her. Yes.
What's her
That's
name?
him.
I don't know her.
Okay.
But I know he has another daughter.
So that's Billy Delgado, just in case you weren't sure, that's him there. Look at that, reinstalled like a Auto says Savage. So there you go. That is him there.
Okay, let's talk about Amy's mother, Erica Torres. Do you know her personally?
I've talked to her, I've seen her, yes.
Okay, so you talked to her, do you socialize with her?
No,
You never socialize with her?
no.
And what were your interactions with Erica Torres?
My interactions with Erica Torres, only when she would come to drop off Emmy at times.
So Erica was not even with you, that in your apartment, she was just drop off?
When I was there, no.
Okay. So do you know what type of relationship they had when you were living with Billy? They were together, they were separated,
They were, when I was with Billy, they were separated.
and they both share custody of the girl. Okay.
I'm assuming yes.
Can you tell us very how old Amy was?
I think she was 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Okay. So did it take you back to June 1st, 2024, when he was arrested? Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember the day it was? Was it Monday, Friday, Tuesday?
No.
Do you remember waking up that day? On Monday?
Mhm.
Okay, did you and Billy share the same bedroom or you had to separate bedrooms?
We have 2 separate bedrooms.
So it was a 2-bedroom apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so on Saturday when you woke up, did you see Billy that day?
Yes.
Okay, the first time you saw him on Saturday, I mean on June 1st, on that morning, what was he doing?
He was making pancakes for Emmy.
Okay, and what was his demeanor that morning?
He was at peace.
He was at peace?
Yes. I just woke up.
Okay, so Amy was staying with Billy on that day. When did Billy pick up Amy? Or Erica dropped off Amy?
No, we picked up Emmy on Friday.
On Friday?
Yes, after Billy got off work.
Okay, and that's Friday before the day before
Saturday.
he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay, who picked up Amy?
I think we did. I remember. I think we did. We picked her up, and then we went to Target to get her. Like she wanted toys. We bought her toys in a board game.
And by we, you mean you and Billy?
Billy and I.
Okay, and during that time, what was Billy's demeanor?
He was happy.
Okay.
We bought her a rascal as well.
Did anything unusual happen on Friday, the day before Billy was arrested?
No.
No, nothing unusual? Okay, and then you testified that on Saturday you woke up and he was making pancakes for a meeting, he was at peace.
Yes.
Okay, and what happened next after he was making pancakes?
He made pancakes, and then I went and he was in and out with the meat plane. Yeah, and then
And when he was staying with Amy that morning or that day, he was supposed to
he was at peace.
be peace? Okay, and then what happened?
And then I went into my bedroom, and I had gone to do the laundry. I came back, and we were there in my bedroom, and we were just playing around with Emmy. Just going about, just I was cleaning, and everybody was with Emmy, just playing with Emmy.
Okay, and what was it in the demeanor when you were staying with Amy?
Yeah.
Okay, during what time was that for this?
maybe already about 12-ish, 1-ish.
Okay, about noon.
Yes,
Okay. Was there anybody, in that apartment that day? It was just you, Billy, and Emmy?
yes.
Okay. You didn't have any friends over?
Oh, I did.
Can you say the?
Josephat Chavez was my
Josephat
friend.
Chavez.
Yes, he came over to visit me. And since we both have different bedrooms, I escorted him to my bedroom and had a couch in my bedroom there. So we were there because I knew that Billy was having his day with Emily. So
Okay, and Josephat Chavez, how old is he?
he's 54, 55.
I don't know if he's out on bond or not. To be quite honest with you, lovely, but even if he was in jail, he would still be wearing civilian clothing because obviously he's on trial, so he wouldn't be wearing his jumpsuit. So, I don't know if he's on bail or not. Does look like a marble.
Okay. Can you testify that he was your friend?
Yes.
And only Billy was
Yeah,
just you?
yeah.
Okay, and when Josephat Chavez came over in the room, and Billy was actually staying with him, what happened next?
I was doing my laundry, or like sorting my clothes, folding my clothes on my bed. And Jose and I were just talking, and then Emmy wanted to come over, like to my door, like to my bedroom, to play. And Billy said, "No, Sharon has visitors. So wait till Sharon's friend leaves. You can go over there." And then I opened the door and I told Billy, "No, it's okay. She can come over." So she was in and out of the room, and then she went over there one of those times that she went in and out. She went back to Billy's bedroom, and they were talking or whatever. And I went about my business in my bedroom, and then I hear next thing you know, Billy comes over, knocks on my door, and says that with a toy bin that he wanted for me to play with Emmy to take care of
And
him.
this was around what time?
No, it was ya pasado tiempo, maybe like around 3-ish.
Okay.
Yeah. I think so. Like around 3-ish.
Okay, like around 3-ish.
Yes.
Okay, so once Billy goes to your room around 3-ish and goes to play with Emmy.
Yes.
What happened next?
I closed the door, and I said, I go, "Hey, what's going on?" And then Billy said, "I want to talk to Erica."
Erica, just for the record,
It's
she's
Billy's mother.
Emmy's mother,
Yeah.
and obviously Erica is Billy's ex, I guess, girlfriend, or she's the mother of Emmy.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was his demeanor at that time when he told me, take care of take with Emmy with a box of toys, I'm gonna talk to her, what was his demeanor?
He was fine.
He was fine?
He just gave me the bin of toys and asked me to carry her in the room, and because he was gonna go downstairs to talk to Erica.
And during that time that you were talking to the defendant, Delgado, you noticed that he had a weapon, firearm, or he didn't have it?
No, I didn't notice any of that. No.
And I gave you testified that he was peaceful, calm.
Yes.
And what happened next?
So I said, okay. So Emmy was all excited. I stopped what I was doing, and we opened the box of the game. So we were playing on the floor. And then I told Bosa, like, she wanted Bosa to play also. So I told Bosa, you play while I just putting my clothes away. And then he says, okay. So they were there, and then Emmy, I guess, she's little. She got up and she started jumping on my bed, and while I was doing my clothes, and then of course I kept saying like, no, look, come over here, let me show you how you play the game. So then Emmy kept
like your and the door to your bedroom was closed or open?
closed, and we were Emmy was jumping on the bed, and then all of a sudden you hear like gunshots, like a lot of them, and then.
And were the gunshots that you heard were close by, or they were far away, or were you?
Well, I heard them. I mean, it's an apartment complex.
About how many gunshots did you hear?
I don't know how many were they, but I know it was more than 3.
More than 3. Okay.
And
What did you do at that time when you heard those gunshots?
I didn't do anything. I just stopped what I was doing, and then Amy stopped, and Amy just said, "Daddy," like on the bed. And then I looked at her and I said, "No, and it's not Daddy. It's not Daddy. It's just far away."
It's okay. There's something, we can take on it. So this is all the.
So she just said, Daddy, Daddy, and I said, no, it's not Daddy, it's far away, it didn't happen here, it didn't happen here. They can let me go lock the door, stay here. So I opened the door to my bedroom and I closed it. And I went to open the front door to the apartment.
And obviously, during that time when you heard the gunshot, were you afraid?
Well, I just didn't know what was going on. But I heard gunshots and I just wanted to see what happened.
Yeah.
So I opened the front door to the apartment and I saw, that's when I looked down and I saw all these cops. And really, they had Billy in the back of a car.
And you also testified that when you heard the gunshots, you wanted to lock the door. What door? Your bedroom door or the apartment door?
My bedroom door, because Amy wanted to open my bedroom door, and I said, no, it's not here, it is stay here.
And during that time, you didn't know what was going on, you just heard.
No, yeah, no, when I opened the front door to go check, that's when I saw everything on the cop cars everywhere.
When you opened the front door to check the door house, you know, to the outside, where was Amy and was
I was about in my bedroom,
okay, so I did say
Yes.
in your bed.
yes.
Okay, so once you opened the door and you saw a lot of officers there and you leave, what happened next, or what you did?
I looked out from the apartment complex and I asked Billy, what happened? That he just said on the bottom.
Okay, this is why you come on.
He just said that they had molested Amy. That's what they did, molested Amy.
And when you said they, who is they, who are you referring to?
I have no idea who they were at then.
Did you ever mention Erica, Melissa, Amy?
What?
Did you ever mention Erica, Melissa, Amy?
No,
Okay, so he never said Erica.
no.
Okay,
And I just said, what? But then the cop put Billy in the car and closed the door. So the window was like a little low,
and
yes.
I know this is emotional, you testified that you've known him for 5 to 7 years.
Yes,
What type of relationship do you have with him and you really have?
he's my friend. He gave me, I was homeless and he gave me a place to live. He fed me when I didn't have anything, anyway.
And he started with you for a month.
Yes,
So you do appreciate it.
yes, of course.
Thank you.
Sheriff, my name's Oscar Vega, I represent Billy Delgado. I believe you and I spoke on the phone before. Okay, you said you've known Billy for 4 or 5 years, is that right? Okay, and because you were homeless, Billy took you in, so you had a place to stay. You did not witness the shooting, right?
No,
You were in your apartment along with him.
yes,
Okay, so there was testimony in court, where they were trying to take away Mr. Delgado's rights to see his child. Somebody said that the child was down there and saw the shooting. That would be false, correct?
yes,
Okay, so somebody
Yes.
used that information to
yes,
get a
Because Eddie-
lifetime protective order against him and his child. That would be false.
yes.
Did Erica ever come over and spend the night
Where?
at the apartment?
Not while I was there,
Well, while you were there?
no, sir.
Did Billy ever go visit Erica at her place?
Yes,
Yes or no?
yes.
Okay. And how was that relationship between them, you know?
They would ask Billy to go over there to be with them. Erica would call and tell Billy or ask Billy to go visit her and the kids.
Did you hear those conversations or you just know?
I was there. I would even tell Billy to try to make his marriage work. And I would even lend Billy my car
so that he could go to the Mines Road to go visit and stay with his daughter. Sometimes I needed the car to go to work, so I would drop him off, or Erica would come pick him up. Only to find out that they would argue with, I don't know, give like, what, an hour max, and then she would,
Hold on, man. I'll suspend the objection. Wait for another question.
Now, do you come to a point in time where Billy will leave the house and go to Erica's house? Yes or no?
was there what?
Did you come to a point to where Billy would go and visit Erica?
Yes, he would visit her.
And did you ever get a call in the middle of the night to go pick up Jimmy somewhere? Yes or no?
Yes,
And where was those locations?
down on Meadow, where that Wendy's is at, or sometimes on Saunders, to go pick him up.
I mean, how did he end up there, you know?
Well, he would leave with her, or she would come pick him up, and then he would go, they would get mad, or I don't know, in the middle of on the way somewhere to where Billy was going. He would get up, she would get mad at him.
We kind of use round rolls. If he stands up,
Oh.
you need to wait.
Oh.
What's the objection?
About what was that?
I can answer if she knows.
Okay, if you know, man, you can answer, otherwise I'll suspend the objection. Go ahead.
Do you know if they had an argument and Billy was dropped off at the window?
Yes,
And how many miles is that from the apartment?
we lived off close to Clark, and we were over here on Saunders. I don't know how far that is, but I know it's far if you're walking.
So you would walk, you'd have to go pick
Pick
him
him
up.
up, yes.
You know what hours of the night that was?
Sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning,
And how many
sometimes
times
on
does
broad
that
daylight,
happen? How many times does that happen?
more than 6 times, more than 7.
So Billy was put in a unsafe situation by Erica by dropping him off.
Judge, I'm also gonna object.
Yes.
Judge, I don't know what the limits to the crime that happened in June 1st, 2024.
Judge,
You intentionally-
You can answer.
Go ahead, Mr. Stein, you can answer.
Answer what?
Yeah, court, the question, Judge?
Could you read it back, please?
Yes, sir. Billy was put in an unsafe situation by Erica by dropping him off there. So how to affect his residence, I don't know what the resident. Overload man.
All right, you have to go pick up Billy because you called him, right?
Yes,
Okay, and if he was put in a situation where he could be harmed.
yes,
Middle of 2, 3 in the morning, he's dropped off, whatever happened between them, you don't know because you weren't there, right?
exactly.
Okay, but still, Erica didn't take the time to go drop him off.
Yes, exactly.
And you knowing all this, the toxic relationship that's going on, what's your encouragement to Billy, to separate or to stay together?
I still told him to try to work it out, that I would help him. Just try, because he wanted to. Although all this was happening to him, he still wanted to. He wanted to then make a family. He tried.
I think if a gentleman takes you out on a date, and then you argue with him, and then at 2 in the morning, he drops you off miles away from your house, and he doesn't care what happens to you, I mean, are you gonna go back out on a date with him?
But the thing is this was on my behalf, you're stating the scenario that I'm not going to go out on a date. Billy wasn't a date. Billy is a family. They have kids. It's a family. So this is why I told him to continue to try to make it work.
So you saw him endure several of these moments where you had to go pick him up, right?
Yes,
And your encouragement was, despite all that treatment, that the way he was treated by Erica, you said, still stay with it and try to make it.
try because he wanted to. Because Billy wanted to. Billy wanted to try. He kept telling me, if maybe I'm doing it wrong, Mom, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Because no, just, there has to be a way out and talk to each other, communicate. He tried.
He tried because of his daughter, right? And these actions that took place, has Billy ever exhibited that type of anger before?
No,
That's not a reflection of his character, correct?
no,
It would be
it's
more,
not.
he actually took you in as a homeless person, right?
Yes. Then not only me, he helped a lot of people. He helped my sister, he did a lot.
Suspend your way on the board.
That's all we have.
I've got a question, Judge. Mrs. Estrada, you testified at the beginning also with Mr. Vega that you were homeless and that you did allow you to. Can you tell the jury why you were homeless?
Because I didn't have anywhere to live, because I wasn't working. They had cut my child support because my daughter was already of age and I had to leave the apartment. And I moved in with a friend, a couple, well, married to a couple that took me in. And I started working and I needed to pay some bills and I couldn't afford to have my own place.
Okay, and baby,
Took me in, yes.
and what does Billy call you?
Mom.
What do you call you?
Mom,
Mom. Do you know why he calls you mom?
because he saw me as his mother,
Oh,
his second mother,
and you also testified that you're very close to his mother.
Connie, yes.
Okay, and Mrs. Estrada, just know that you're on the road. Have you ever done drugs with Billy?
No,
No. Do you know if Billy does drugs?
no,
You never saw Billy do drugs?
no,
Okay, and you also testified that Billy will call you in the middle of the night to go pick him up at Wendy's. How do you know that Erica dropped him off there or?
because,
What-
because Erica picked him up from our house.
Okay, so, but.
And it hadn't been not even an hour or so, and she would drop him off.
You never saw Erica leave Billy at Wendy's?
No, of course not, because I was at my house.
Okay, and when Billy would tell you, I'm gonna go see Erica, would you actually see Billy go to Erica's house?
Yes,
Or
because
no, he would tell you?
No, because I would drop him off, because he didn't have a car.
Okay, so all the.
So if Erica, yes, sir, if Erica wouldn't pick him up, I would go drop him off.
But he never told you, I'm gonna go see Erica and just leave it on his own?
No.
That was you? probably?
Yeah,
Okay. And did you ever see, Billy and Erica fight? Yeah.
fight or argue?
Physically fight?
No, sir. Physically fight, no,
Just argue?
just argue,
Okay,
like verbal.
okay, but it was both of them argue. Okay. That's what it is.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you.
No recall.
All right, ma'am, you have the excuse, not to recall. Thank you very much. And step down.
And where are you currently employed?
Go to police department.
And were you employed there on or about June 1st of 2024?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been with the Laredo Police Department?
More than 9 years.
And can you tell us what your current position is?
Yes, I'm assigned to Internal Affairs Division as a detective.
Did you have that position back on June 1st, 2024?
No,
On June 1st, 2024, were you called upon to execute your duties as a law enforcement officer?
yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the case at hand?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with it?
I assisted on that investigation.
How did you assist in the investigation?
I responded to the crime scene.
Did you collect any evidence?
Yes, I collected videos from across the apartment complex.
Okay. At this time, Judge, the state would like to play State's Exhibit 4, which has already been pre-admitted into evidence. Permission to file this jury. So, what's on the screen? Is that one of the videos that you said you collected, you testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me stop it right there. Who do we see in the vehicle right there?
Defendant Billy Delgado.
And what is he doing?
He's standing by, waiting, looks like he's waiting for somebody while holding his cell phone.
And is Mr. Delgado present for today?
Yes, sir.
Now let's ask you to identify the article of clothing you were engaged to.
Yes, sir.
And please identify him by article of clothing.
Blue long sleeve shirt.
Judge, let the record reflect that the witness is identified Billy Delgado in the courtroom.
Objection, the record is so reflected.
So, at the 442 mark of the video, what vehicle do we see pull up?
It's a green Kia Soul.
And during the course of the investigation, did you uncover who was the driver of that Kia Rizzo?
The victim, Erika Torres.
So, what did we just see there?
Defendant Billy Delgado, he takes a firearm weapon handgun from his right pocket, and then he engages on the vehicle as the vehicle is moving southbound on that street, firing several shots.
And do you know how many shots Billy Delgado fired at Erika Torres exactly?
Based on the video, approximately 10 rounds.
And after the investigation concluded, how many spent casings were found?
10.
Take it before 44. So at the 440-minute mark, how far would you say Billy Delgado is from Erika Torres?
He's at a very close distance, probably 5 feet from the vehicle.
And in keeping at this mark, can you describe to me what Billy Delgado is doing?
He's aiming at the driver on that vehicle.
How would you describe his arms?
Fully extended in an aggressive manner. He's already shooting the weapon.
And what does he have on his, I believe, his right arm? Right arm that's extended? What does he have? What's he holding?
It's a firearm handgun.
And then, Judge, now I'm going to go ahead and play within 3 minutes to evidence that states exhibit 5. What is this video?
It's a video from the same residence in a different angle. I see in southbound.
Okay, and did you collect this video?
Yes, sir.
What did we just hear?
The shots fired from the defendant Billy Delgado.
So, what do we do, what do we just see Erica Torres driving the UPS?
The vehicle moved to the side, slowing down almost at a complete stop after the shots fired hit the vehicle. And then we see Billy Delgado walking towards the vehicle, putting his hand in his left pocket and holding the firearm on the other hand.
You mentioned something about being Delgado. Again, can you tell the court what was being Delgado doing?
He was obtaining an item that he got in his left pocket. It looks like maybe a magazine, and he looks like he's moving that arm closer to his center west area where he has his
I'm not gonna
weapon.
object to speculation, he's testifying to what he thinks he was doing, doesn't know what he was doing.
I'll suspend the objection.
Without going into too much detail, what was he doing? What was Billy Delgado doing? Not going into all that detail.
He got an item from his left pocket and holding it in his left hand.
Okay. And afterwards, what did Erica Torres do?
She kept driving slowly down the street.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the firearm was covered?
Yes, sir.
Was anything else recovered from the firearm?
2 loaded magazines.
And what is Billy Delgado doing right there?
He's walking back to the apartment complex.
Oh no, I pressed something. What did I press? Oh, balls. Oh, here we go, I'm back.
While holding the handgun in his right hand.
Do you know what happened to Erica after she died?
She was involved in an accident with the vehicle.
As a witness.
Detective Barrera, I didn't hear what your position was with the department at the time of this incident.
I was assigned to the Crimes Against Persons Division, capers, Homicide and Robbery Division.
You said, one interesting thing, you said that he was shooting at the driver, even though you couldn't see the driver in the car.
If you look closer to the video, you can see there's a shadow, there's somebody in the driver's side, you cannot see anyone in the passenger side.
But that means that he would have to see the driver. You're watching the video from across the street, right? Okay. And if you wanted to kill someone, I think it would have been much easier if the car would have parked. Then you have a good shot, the car's not rolling, you're able to kill somebody a lot easier than if the car is moving, correct?
Objection, Judge, speculation.
Correct.
It all depends on the technique the suspect is using at the time.
The what?
The suspect or the accused or the defendant is using at the time.
What was he using?
He was standing on the side of his apartment complex, on his side of his property.
Right, but the car wasn't stopped, right? Did the car ever stop?
After the shooting.
I'm talking while the shooting was going on, did the car stop?
No.
So, if you have a moving target, you're saying, doesn't matter the target's moving or stationary. Is that your testimony?
It was still a target.
The
Moving
no
around.
dispute is it's a target, right? You're shooting at this vehicle. But you're telling me that there's not a difference between moving or stationary.
It just changes the percentage.
The what?
The percentage of hitting somebody.
Right. That's what we're trying to ask you. It's a lot easier if you wanted to kill someone if the target's stationary, right?
It's still the same outcome if you're shooting a weapon at somebody.
It could be the same outcome, but you just told me that percentages are greater if the target is stationary. correct?
Judge, objection, this has already been asked and answered.
Correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You answered that the percentage was greater when the target was stationary. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I followed up that if he wanted to kill someone, his percentages would be greater if the target was stationary. Yes or no?
Can be greater, yes.
And that was it. You said that he grabbed something from his pocket. You don't know if he had any other clips in his pocket, correct?
At the time of the video, no.
In fact, when the clips were found, they were where?
Outside the apartment.
You didn't see him run to the vehicle, right?
He was already outside.
You didn't see him after the shots were fired, you didn't see him run to the vehicle.
Running? No.
He was walking
Yes, he was walking with a purpose.
with a what?
Purpose.
And you determined that from your psychological.
Just based on
psychiatric
experience.
or something?
Yes.
Where did you come up with this thing?
Judge, I'm not objecting, because badgering the witness.
Cross-examination all over with it.
And it's also argumentative.
It's pure speculation on your part, detective, to determine what he was doing by walking at the vehicle, right?
This is what I see on based on my experience.
Based on your experiences, you saw him walking toward the vehicle.
Yes.
After the shooting, the vehicle drove off. Did you go to the crash site?
No.
So what was did you go to the crash scene?
To the crash?
Not the crash scene, did you go to the shooting scene?
Yes.
Did you obtain evidence?
The videos.
The videos. Is that what you did? You talked to witnesses?
I talked to a witness at the scene.
Which witness?
It was a female at the apartment complex where Mr. Delgado lived.
Do you remember the name?
The Sharon Estrada,
Any other witnesses that you spoke with?
just the owner of the residence where the video was obtained.
Ask the witness.
Just one more question, Mr. Barrera. Is the percentage greater of killing or hurting somebody when the individual is ambushing or laying in wait and they're shooting at somebody?
We cannot determine that. It's based on every incident different.
Pass over this.
And for the questions, Judge, we don't object. We don't want to-
Mr. Castillo, please state your full name for the record.
Luis Fernando Castillo.
Okay, and where are you currently employed?
The City of Laredo Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with Laredo Police Department?
In a couple of weeks, it's going to be 8 years.
8 years?
8 years.
Okay. And what is your current position with the Laredo Police Department?
I work, I'm a officer, but I work for the compliance response team and vice.
Okay. And are you familiar with the case at hand?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with the case at hand?
I wrote up on it that day.
Okay, so you wrote up on it that day. So, and that was June 1st, 2024?
That's correct.
Were you working that day?
No, sir, I was not.
What were you doing that day?
I was actually heading home after running some errands with my family.
Okay, and where were you?
At the time when you can say everything started, I believe we were by the 3100 block of Stewart Street.
And who were you with at that time?
My mother and my 2-year-old daughter.
And you're off duty?
That is correct, sir. I was off duty.
Okay, so what happened after that?
We had finished running some errands. We had actually just picked up some food. We were a couple of blocks away from getting home when we heard a loud noise, what we thought was shots fired.
Okay, you just heard shots fired. What was your initial thought?
Initially, I guess you could say, was that in fact shots fired what we had heard. I think both my mother and I looked at each other and we asked if that's what we heard. You can kind of say we confirmed it a little bit in the sense of people in the neighborhood started coming out of the residence just to peek around, just to see what it is that had happened.
So apparently it was a loud commotion.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so what happened after that?
Due to the fact that I was with my 2-year-old daughter, I told my mom, just drive around the block. Don't get close. Let me see if I can see a getaway vehicle or somebody that's running, trying to get away. But again, because I have my daughter, I didn't want to get in, and I didn't want to get close to whatever was happening.
All right, so what did you do after that?
My mother continued driving. Eventually, she hit Clark Boulevard and proceeded to drive westbound.
Okay. What did you discover once you drove westbound?
Once we got to the intersection of Clark and Arkansas, we saw a 3-vehicle accident.
You observed a 3-vehicle accident?
That is correct, sir.
What did you do once you observed the accident?
I quickly called 911. I called dispatch and informed them that there was an accident, that it looked pretty bad. They told me that they were already aware of it and that ambulance and officers were already on the way.
And just so we can get an idea, you said you were off duty. What are you wearing at this time? T-shirt, shorts?
That's correct. Shirt and shorts.
Civilian clothing?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach that? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 24 through 33. Please review these photos. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are they ready to make a depiction of what they portray being?
That is correct.
Okay. How do you recognize these photos?
That is actually the accident that I wrote upon.
Okay. And have they been lodged with any form?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I'll now tender to defense for inspection and any objections since Exhibit 24 through 33. No, that's
There be no,
This time, Your Honor, they will move to Editor 6, Exhibit 24 through 33. Permission to publish on the only, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Now, Officer Castillo, you said you approached and you rode up on an accident?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Okay. Can you tell us what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 30?
It appears to be a 3-vehicle accident. Heavy damage on the vehicles. At that point, you can see the one in the far back facing northbound, while the other 2 are kind of facing westbound.
Okay. What did you do once you got to the scene?
Once I got to the scene, I got off. I informed the people that were standing around that I was an off-duty officer again. I wasn't wearing a uniform, no badge, no gun. So I informed them that I was an off-duty officer. I asked if anybody was trapped, if anybody was injured.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. All right. This is a different angle. So, of these 3 vehicles, which vehicle did you approach first?
It's going to be the one on the far right, the Ford.
the Ford?
That's correct. The SUV with the door open.
Okay, so I'm showing you, it's exhibit 28, it's this vehicle right here?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, you approached that vehicle?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, what did you observe when you approached that vehicle?
A female. She was inside. She was on the front passenger seat. I was able to open the door, and she was hysterical. She was in a lot of pain. You could tell that obviously because of how her heavy breathing, her groaning, she was high-pitched voice. She was really out of it. I believe she thought she was trapped when she was truly not trapped. I was able to open the door, but because of how much pain she was in, I don't think she ever realized that.
Okay, was she with anyone else?
I would say yes. There was a male on the driver's side door, but the door was already open and that male was already out.
Okay. After you addressed the female that was in distress in this vehicle, what did you do then?
Correct. I turned around and I started addressing the occupant that's in the vehicle caught in the middle.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 25. All right. This is the second vehicle that you addressed?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and what happened when you encountered that individual? What did you observe?
He actually was trapped. He could not get out. That front driver door, it was jammed. It's pinned in, as you can see with that other vehicle.
Is that right here that you're talking about?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so he was pinned. What happened?
I started talking to him through the window. I was asking if he was okay. He told me that he was in a lot of pain. I asked if he can get out of the vehicle. He told me he couldn't. And again, because of the door being pinned, I wasn't able to open it to extract him out of the vehicle. But nevertheless, he was talking to me. He was in pain, but it looked like it wasn't anything where he needed to be extracted right at that moment.
Okay. So you addressed the individual that's in the van. What did you do after that?
Once I saw that the male driver in that van was somewhat in a stable condition, I proceeded to check on the third vehicle, which is the green one that you can see on the far right.
Okay, let me stop you there. I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 32. Is that the green vehicle you're speaking of?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Who was in that vehicle?
It was a female.
Was it female? All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31. What are we seeing here?
The part of the collision, heavy front damage to the vehicle.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 27. What do we see here?
That is still the vehicle. It's depicting the inside of the vehicle.
The inside? All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. Sorry, 26, I apologize. What are we seeing here?
Once again, the green vehicle, airbag deployed, and you can see the damage to the windshield.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 24. Is that where you encountered the female in that vehicle?
The first time or the second time?
The first, or is that where the female was sitting?
That is correct. She was in the driver's seat.
So let's talk about the first time. You said the first time. What happened the first time you encountered the female in the green vehicle?
Based off of the collision, just the way the vehicles ended up, I didn't think I had an opportunity to reach the female driver through the driver's side door, so I went through the passenger side door. Once I opened it, I saw her completely slumped over.
You saw her slumped over?
That is correct, sir.
What was her, I know you're saying she was slumped over, but what was her body demeanor like? Was she, what could you see? What state was she in at that point in time?
If anything, if she was conscious, I know that she was groaning. I could hear her. I don't know if she was mumbling, trying to say something, but there was really not that much form of communication between her and I. Again, since she's slumped over, if she is even trying to say something, it's so mumbled from her position.
Okay. Did you talk to her then, or you did something else at that point in time?
again, I tried talking to her. I wasn't getting any response. And then something else happened that caused me to move away from her at the vehicle.
Okay, what else happened that caused you to move away from the vehicle?
From all the bystanders that were around, I'm not sure which one it was, but somebody yelled that the van was on fire, which was the vehicle in the middle where the male was still trapped inside.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as case exhibit 25. So, you're saying that people were yelling that this van was catching on fire.
That is correct, sir.
So what did you do?
I ran immediately to the van. I was able to open that sliding door that you can see right there. I hopped into the van and I attempted to extract the male driver.
And is that the door that you went in through?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so you extracted the male driver from the van.
No, sir. I was not able to extract the male driver.
What did you do?
Like I said, I was able to hop in, or I was able to get into the vehicle. As I'm talking to the male driver, he is still in a lot of pain, but now he appears to be on a phone call. I think it was some relative or something like that. I was telling him, hey, we need to get out of the vehicle. But again, he was telling me, no, my arm hurts. He was just on the phone, divided attention between myself and whoever was on the other side of the line. So I was not able to extract them. The vehicle actually was not on fire. It was just all the smoke that was being produced from all three vehicles that was right there. But I'm assuming that's exactly why people started getting the vehicles on fire, because there was a good amount of smoke.
Okay. What did you do after that?
Once I basically got a rejection from the male that he didn't want to get extracted, I decided to go back to the female in the green Kia.
Green Kia?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so, let's do Marcus case exhibit 24. So, you're talking to the female and so you went back to the green Kia Soul.
That is correct, sir.
You said previously she was slugged over.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, now you're coming back the second time.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, what happened when you went back the second time?
The second time I attempted to force open that driver's side door, as you can see there. I was successful. I was able to open it up. She was still slumped over. I couldn't see her face. All her hair was basically covering it from how she was slumped over. I'm assuming from the velocity of the impact, everything just basically came forward, and I couldn't get a clear description or a clear view of her face.
Okay, and what happened after that? Did you try talking to her? How did you interact with her?
That's correct. I did try talking to her. I was trying to get the hair out of her face, try to see if she was conscious, if she was awake or anything like that. I still have to be dealing with the bystanders that were there. They were all yelling at me, leave her alone, don't do anything, she's hurt. I had to inform them again that I was an off-duty officer, and I was trying my best to assist. At that point, I was telling her to try to control her breathing if she was able to hear me. And that's another thing. I was asking if she can actually hear me, just to see if she was conscious or not.
Okay, and how did she look physically?
At the time being, again, she was slumped over. She was bleeding a little bit from the arms. It looked like probably from the cuts from the collision. It wasn't major, nothing like blood running down, but you can see several cuts on her arms, possibly from the glass once the collision happened.
Okay, did you, at any point in time, did you see any other injuries or discover any injuries on her?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
She appeared to get some type of adrenaline rush because she actually was able to sit up. She was yelling. She was very frantic. She was in pain. And as she sat up, I'm sorry, if I can demonstrate a little bit.
Yes.
But she was slumped over, and as she sits back, she's wearing a green dress. I'm sorry, and I can see all the stains from like blood clots, large blood stains on her dress.
And when you saw these large stains of blood on her, where were those stains of blood located?
Kind of like in her lower abdomen basically her lower abdomen. I couldn't tell how far there it was running because of the dress that she was wearing.
Okay, and what were you thinking at that point in time when you saw this blood?
I was actually scared. It was so much blood, and because of the collision and where the blood was coming from, I thought she was pregnant.
and that she might have been losing the baby at the time because of the collision. Just the amount of blood that was coming out and the area that it was coming out, I really thought that she could have been possibly losing a baby.
Okay. So now, you mentioned that she got some form of adrenaline, and that she started speaking with you.
That is correct, sir.
What did she tell you?
At first, when she got that adrenaline rush, when she was kind of be able to get regain her consciousness, she told me that she was in a lot of pain. She was yelling that everything hurt.
She was yelling that everything hurt?
That everything hurt. That is correct, sir.
Okay, what else did she tell you?
We had, I guess, very small conversation because unfortunately she kept passing out. She was going in and out of consciousness. So after she had told me that everything hurt, I was asking her, where does it hurt? And she said, everywhere. He shot me everywhere. Please don't let him take my kids.
He shot me everywhere. She said, he shot me everywhere. Please don't let me take my kids.
That is correct. I'm sorry.
Did she tell you who shot her?
She passed out again.
Okay. And did you ever talk to her after that?
She regained consciousness again. When she was able to regain that consciousness, I had to confirm that I did in fact hear that she was shot. When she told me, yes, I was shot.
Did you ever ask her her name?
I did not ask her her name.
Okay. But you're certain that there was a female sitting in the screen vehicle?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, based on your training experience, how would you describe the type of injury that the victim in the Kia Soul had suffered?
Throughout my years of service, it's unfortunate, you can say. I've come across a lot of victims. Unfortunately, I have seen people pass away in front of me. In regards to this victim, I really thought that she was going to die on me. I was trying my best to save her life.
Pass away, Mr. Young.
Officer Castillo,
Yes, sir.
you've been in more car accidents than I have, but just, maybe it's not important. But why did passenger airbag deploy not the driver's side?
It could be multiple things, sir. Such as if it's a sold used vehicle, sometimes they're already in accidents that the airbag is possibly removed, not reinstalled.
Like a salvage time, there's no airbag usually, right?
It could be that. That could be the situation.
As you can see, we're talking about that green car, right?
That is correct, sir.
The driver's side airbag didn't deploy, right?
That is correct, sir.
It looked like a pretty serious collision between the two vehicles.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so unfortunately, the driver of the vehicle didn't have the protection of the airbag, right?
That's what it appears to have been.
So, but I could see the steering wheel right was in front of the steering wheel was not damaged, but I could see that there was no airbag, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when you tried, could have been impacted, as if they went forward, you said the body was slumped over, and everything went forward, so I'd assume the body went forward during the collision, is that what you're saying?
It could have, yes, it could have gone forward during the collision.
That's all we have, Jim.
Brief redirect, Your Honor. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes, sir. Officer Castillo, I'm showing you a layout of the area, okay? Now, you're saying that you respond, and I'm using this for demonstrative purposes. Is this a correct reflection of the area that the crash took place in?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask you, if you could please circle on this map where the crash, where you found the crash. Okay, and that is right here at the corner of Clark and Arkansas. That's right. At the Moreno Good stop.
Right in front of it, yes, sir.
All right. And at that point in time, when you came upon that crash, you didn't know where any of the people involved in the crash were coming from, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know where the victim went after the crash, the victim of the green Kia Soul?
What is him to the hospital, sir? Laredo Medical Center is probably the closest one, so she probably had gone to the hospital.
Nothing, passive discharge.
Officer, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
On scene, I did my best to render aid.
Okay, but you didn't process any evidence or anything like that?
No, nothing having to do with
You
it.
didn't participate like, in the crime scene investigation, anything like that?
If anything, as far as crime scene, maybe just crowd control. Once again, I wasn't in uniform. So as soon as additional officers started showing up on scene, I let them take over.
Were you required to produce a report involving this incident?
I completed a supplement based off of the facts of what she had told me.
So that was the most important thing, I guess, in this case, was what she told you?
Her life, depending on how you're asking that question, I think her life was the most important part. After the fact, it's my duty, which is to provide a supplement.
Now, regarding the injuries, you saw a shirt with blood on it, right?
It was a dress. It was a green, yes, it was a dress.
And at that moment in time, you don't know if the injuries came from the steering wheel or from being shot.
It was not until she told me that she had been shot that I found out.
That's all we have, sir.
Opposing counsel mentioned the dress.
Correct.
And you said she was wearing a dress.
That is correct, sir.
Was there anything else that she was wearing that you noticed?
Yes. Based off of the fact that now I knew that she was shot because she told me. Again, I just saw the large stains of blood. I knew that this was a packed wound in regards to our line of work.
Sorry, you said packed wound. What is a packed wound?
Basically, it is a wound that you need to start packing in. It's not like on your arms or your legs where you can apply a tourniquet. It's on the body itself. You cannot apply a tourniquet. It was spreading around the dress. I had to cut open the dress to see where the wounds were at.
What did you find when you opened up the dress?
Again, I wasn't on duty. I had to ask a bystander if anybody had a knife. There was somebody there that said, I have a knife. They gave me the knife. The dress was so tight. I had to be very careful when I was cutting it down the middle because I didn't want to cut her. I didn't want to poke her. Eventually, I was successful. I was able to rip the dress right down the middle
and towards her stomach, the abdomen area, she was wearing what appeared to be like a waist trainer or a faja.
Faca.
A girdle.
Thank you. Sorry, we have.
And I'm sorry, yeah.
No, that's fine. So she was wearing a type of girdle.
Oh, girl, yes, correct.
Okay. And, do you think that girdle was significant?
Absolutely. I think that girl assisted in saving her life from how tight it was. The girdle, I didn't attempt to cut it just because of the fact that, the dress was already so tight. I have to be so careful in ripping it down, that the girdle was going to be so much harder because it's basically elastic. I have to pull it and then start, kind of dissecting, slicing it right down the middle. But again, the girdle appeared to be applying so much pressure that it was possibly saving her life, and I decided not to cut it open.
Okay. How did the girdle look?
Black in color.
Black in
That
color?
is correct.
How did it appear because of the injuries?
Due to the fact that it's black, when it's based off of like liquid or the blood, the color kind of gets shiny compared to everything else. So you can kind of say the top of the girdle was just black, but everything else that was soaked in blood was kind of like shiny. You can see that this area is actually soaked in some type of liquid, which in this case would have been the blood.
Pass witness.
Recall, Peterson.
Erin had 3 drives of
Yes,
bus.
sir, you are released. That's what the recall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Erin had 3 drives of bus all day long. So this is a new witness. There was no questions. So here we go.
My name is Adrian Nicolas Rodriguez.
How old are you, sir?
26.
Where are you employed?
Starbucks.
How long have you been employed at Starbucks?
For about 3 years now, almost.
Do you know that the client is deceased?
I don't personally know.
You've never seen him?
No.
Okay, let me take you back to June 1st, 2024. You remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell the jury what happened on that day?
More or less, I had picked up some groceries for my son and my wife and was on my way home southbound on Clark when I noticed a car rapidly approaching me on the opposite side of the road. It was getting,
What kind of car was it?
I believe it was a Kia.
Do you remember the color?
I believe it was, no.
Okay, so you saw a green Kia, and then what happened next?
I noticed it was going pretty fast and driving a little erratically. I kind of didn't pay attention to it. That's kind of just the way it is around town for the most part. But as it got closer, it went over the median and nearly hit me. I kind of just took a very slight move out of the way to avoid it. I thought, wow, that was crazy. What a crazy situation. And then
Did you see anybody driving that Kia?
I didn't get a good look in. No,
You don't know how many people were in that car?
no, not at that moment.
Yeah, approach. I'm gonna show you an aerial of Dark.
Right.
In Arkansas. Okay, so you were saying you were driving Dark, right?
I was going down right around this part. I had reached a little farther ways down when the car was approaching me from this way. It had gone over the median, and I kept driving. As I looked back in the rearview mirror to see where the car had jumped the median, I saw that it had started approaching what I know is quick stop. Yes, sir. Correct.
And then what happened next?
I had looked in the rearview mirror and I just kept watching it. I slowed down a little bit as well as some other cars nearby, and I just thought like, wow, they're gonna hit the gas pumps. Was my first initial reaction. I thought, yes, sir. As it went into the gas station, I suppose the car due to all the bumps, managed to get between the pumps, and it looked like I had slammed against the street on this side, and had run into a couple cars there, and that's when I made the decision to do a turnaround and go back.
Okay, why did you decide to go back?
I figured someone might be hurt, someone might be in danger. I could do very little, but I have some basic first aid training when I worked at the lake. So I decided to go back, and if anything, I could at least bring a little bit of direction or order to keep people away from the area.
Okay, you testified that you did see the crash. You saw the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you decided, even though you were with your wife and kid,
I wasn't with my wife and kid at the time. I was just picking up groceries for them.
so you were alone.
Yes,
You
sir.
decided at that time, you know what, let me go and help out, see what you have to do.
Correct.
Okay, so once you reached the pit stop, where the crash scene was, what happened?
As I arrived there, I parked my car and I got out. I know some people in the vehicles were still in their cars. Some of them were kind of yelling for help or just kind of for what was happening. I approached two different cars. One of them had an older gentleman, probably in his 40s, a little bit heavy set. I told him to stay in his car because he might be hurt, as well as an injured elderly couple. I didn't know if they were injured. I just told them to stay in their car because they were also at risk since they were a little older.
Let me ask you, and once you reached the pit stop, how many crash cars did you see?
There was the cars it had run directly into, and the one it had bounced off of, and then the one it had finally, I guess, laid up against and kind of just started rolling away from it. I want to say it was like five different cars.
And the Kia was one of those cars.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what the market is exhibit on the. Judge, it's gonna be marked exhibit number 23 covered in administrative evidence. So I'm gonna play the question, see if this, you did see it, right?
Correct.
So I'm gonna play it. And that's a quick stop. Okay, but all that traffic is,
Erin Hatchie drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long.
you say that's a car, right? In Arkansas?
Yeah, that's what it's all.
Okay, so this is car?
No.
Car.
Yeah.
Okay, stop it. That's a Kia that you remember. Okay, so. Just like you can say. That's a Kia.
Oh, that was the car.
Yeah, because there's a record, so we can say the word. Maybe not ABS, but there's a record, so I appreciate it. Okay, so that's the crush that you remember, right? You
Right.
testified that you went back to try to help. You said that you had some training at working at the lake.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very, very basic.
Why did you do that?
Like Casablanca.
And what training did you have?
I just had basic CPR training, basic first aid.
But still, you citizen, you wanted to go back and see what's going on, correct?
as best as I could.
Once you arrived at the quick stop and you saw the car, so what happened next?
I remember arriving there and I remember kind of just checking on people, making sure they stayed in their car. I asked if anybody had called the police yet. I didn't get a lot of answers, but it was a lot of no. So I decided to call emergency services.
Which is 911?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
I kind of looked into the car to see if the driver was okay and the Kia. And from the window, I could just see there was just a lady kind of slumped over the steering wheel. She was kind of pushed against with her head and her chest against the corner of the wheel. Kind of like that with the wheel.
Okay, and once you saw that lady, what did you see?
I thought her clothes were wet, but it might have been blood. As I kind of got closer, I kind of noticed there was a bit of bleeding, and I couldn't tell if it was from her head or from somewhere else. I kind of stepped away. I couldn't see if she was.
Was she speaking to you or she was?
No, she was just still slumped over. I decided not to try and move the vehicle or open the door or anything. I stepped back for a bit. There was another gentleman who went to go and check on her.
The other crash car?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened?
At that point, he said he was going to check on her. So he kind of had a flashlight and he kind of looked at her for a bit, and I stepped away and I tried to flag down the emergency service vehicles that I saw approaching.
Okay, and once the emergency vehicles approached, what happened next?
I saw them take over the situation and started assessing. I kind of just got back. I didn't want to be in their way.
Did you talk to them?
I talked to a paramedic for a sec. He asked if I had seen anything, and only just that the car jumped the median and seemed out of control. I then made contact with an officer.
Okay. And officer of the police department or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you tell the officer?
I told him what I'd seen about the Kia jumping the median, how it had gone into the gas station and kind of crashed into a couple of different cars, and that was all I could have seen. I said that there were some other cars that drove by that looked like they'd been damaged, but I wouldn't have known if she had hit them or not.
Okay, so the lady that in the Kia never told you anything?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No questions, Judge.
No recall. Okay, sir, you have the experience, not sir, recall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, members of the jury, he was previously sworn, and he is under oath.
Just a moment, Your Honor, if I could just confirm with the court, did you see exhibit 23? You did use the 23?
You used 23, but it wasn't admitted.
Okay.
You referred to it as admitted, but it wasn't admitted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you mentioned exhibit number 1.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Investigator Marco Vela.
And what is your occupation?
I am an investigator with the Crimes Against Persons Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you been employed in that occupation?
In total, I've been with the Laredo Police Department for 18 and a half years. With the Capers, Crimes Against Persons, I just completed my 3rd year as an investigator.
Are you a licensed peace officer in this state?
Yes.
And what training have you received to become a peace officer or evidence technician?
In my 18-year total, I've attended numerous trainings that we have to go through to keep our licenses for Kiko. I have my basic, my intermediate, my advanced, and my master's peace officer's license. On top of that, I went to homicide school and a read technique. It's an interviewing skill to tell when people are being deceitful or lying. But on top of those trainings.
What is your current assignment?
Excuse me?
What is your current assignment?
I'm with Capers, Crimes Against Persons Unit.
And what are your duties?
Our duties, we have multiple duties in the Capers department. There with the PD, we take anything and everything, mainly crimes against persons. We take robberies, homicides, we investigate deaths, terroristic threats, we do harassments. We also have to, our duties entail, we gather evidence, talk to witnesses, talk to suspects. We try to gather videos. We have to attend autopsies, recover evidence from the medical examiner's office, get video, input evidence into the system. Multiple assignments that we have to do within our division.
Did your training include procedures for dealing with individuals suspected of shooting firearms?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what GSR or gunshot residue is?
Yes. So a gunshot residue, you want me to explain the kit? Or just what GSR is?
Just explain what GSR is.
Okay, so a gunshot residue, if you can tell a bullet, hopefully everyone knows what a bullet is. It doesn't matter if it's from a shotgun, a rifle, a handgun. A bullet, you can tell, entails three parts. It has the casing, it has the bullet or the jacket, and there's gunpowder inside of it.
And how does this gunshot residue kit consist of?
The gunshot residue kit consists of a pair of gloves, paperwork to fill out, and 2 glass vials that are used to send back to evidence. Because evidence, anytime a bullet is fired, whenever the primer is hit, you can imagine microscopic particles of the gunshot powder that goes into the air. So if you fire 1 round or multiple rounds, it's going to be in the area. And for the most part, for anyone that's that uses firearms, you can smell it. But to the naked eye, it can't be seen. So from our training, we've been taught that that cloud is usually maybe a couple of feet in parameter from once the bullet goes off.
And how are these used?
So the gunshot residue kits are used. First off, we have to make sure to use gloves. Once we have gloves, we get the little vials. They're maybe about 1 inch big. We take out a top that's in each vial and we rub it against the hands of the person being tested. We then put the vial back into the kits. We seal them off. We put them in our evidence locker, and eventually our evidence technician will send them out to DPS for testing.
Were you on duty on June 1st, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you have any contact with a person by the name of Billy Delgado?
Yes, I did.
How did you make contact with Billy Delgado?
Mr. Delgado was brought up upstairs by 2 officers. He was inside of one of our interview rooms, and that's how I made contact with him, inside of the room.
Do you see that person in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Would you point out Billy Delgado and identify him by describing what he's wearing?
That's the gentleman over here with the blue shirt sitting down with the slick back hair.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Billy Delgado. On June 1st, on June 1st, 2024, when did you first see him?
He was sitting down inside of the interview room.
And what was Mr. Delgado doing?
He was sitting with his back against the wall.
Did you collect samples from his hand?
Yes, I did.
How did you collect the samples?
The samples were collected by, I opened up the kit, I put on a pair of gloves, and I had to apply them to his right and his left hand. Once they were collected, I sealed off the envelope and I entered it into our property room.
What steps did you take in collecting these samples?
The steps that I took were first putting my gloves on. I then grabbed his hands. I applied the pressure points of the vials onto his right hand and his left hand, and then they were sealed.
Did you wear gloves and take all necessary precautions as outlined in the instructions in the GSR kit?
Yes.
After collecting the samples from the subject's hands, what did you do with the sampling devices next?
The sampling devices, I went into my computer. I had to type out a form with all of Mr. Delgado's information. I put it inside of the envelope so when it gets to DPS, they know who it belongs to. I then walked downstairs into our property room and I logged it into evidence.
Did you mark the sampling devices and GSR kit in any unique manner?
Yes, I did.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 34. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
That's my handwriting, and it is the test kit for Mr. Billy Delgado.
How do you recognize it?
That's my handwriting.
Is this GSR kit in the same or substantially the same condition as when you did it?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 34 unless defense has any objections.
Can I see this kit inside the envelope? Yes. Can I see what's inside the envelope before I sign up? Or was just getting the outside of the envelope?
Open it. Open it.
Investigator Bella, are those the samples that you took that day?
Yes, they are.
How can you tell?
When I was collecting the sample for Mr. Delgado's hand, as you can see right here, right hand, left hand. When I was gathering from his right hand, I used the left vial. So I used a marker to scratch it out and I put right hand. And I did the same with right hand vial, I put left hand. I marked both of these, this is my handwriting.
So those are the only contents of that envelope. I would have no objection to that.
Okay, that's all the sooner it's submitted.
Thank you.
After taking these samples from the hands of Billy Delgado, what did you do with them?
I placed them into our evidence locker and I submitted them.
Do you know if it was tested?
Yes, I know there, I believe by Rebecca Lloyd of DPS of Texas. She's one of our crime analysts.
And then what did you do with the kit, if anything, after it was tested?
I did not touch the kit after I submitted it. The only thing that I read was Mrs. Lloyd's findings for the gunshot residue kit.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 35.
Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a USB of the interview room with my interactions with Mr. Delgado.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the USB.
Defense counsel for your objections. No objection. The state license is exhibit number 35. Yes.
Permission to publish.
Hey, Sergeant Detective Martin, River PD, Saturday, June 1st, 2:34 p.m. I'm gonna be, what's your name, sir? Delgado. I'm gonna be conducting a test on our hands. So you can just stick your hand right there. As you can see, you don't have to, it's already, this is not a search, it's already determined by the courts that I don't need permission, I can just examine.
Can I read that?
Read what? Just instructions are collecting. Yes, you can refuse the test. Because this is not a search. There's evidence on your hands, and you can just wash your hands.
How do I wash my hands on the Carlo test?
Well, I'm just letting you know, this isn't I'm refusing, I can do this test without your permission. Okay?
You're gonna have to time me down or something, because I already
Very good.
I'm not gonna take it serious.
Feel free. Do not touch it, we'll get a black pen. Sure.
I don't even have a record for that. That was also to have full training. I'm not gonna do it, but I'm not, we could have another record.
Like you say, one way or another, it's gonna be fine, so they can tell how it is to be, that's not really, not also,
But you never do it with the hard one.
I'm gonna make it harder. So long with it.
By the way,
And maybe with the,
I'm not adding anything because it's all as part of the distribution.
So I think that was present some of that into the funds.
Zero 20, 89.
1120.
1120?
Yeah.
1128. Just correct it on your-
All right, I just double check to confirm, and I do not need your permission to get close to your right hand. This could be, go easy, it could go simple, or you can make it hard. I'm not gonna put your finger, I'm just gonna, look. This isn't touch, it's fine, you keep your look, your hand.
I should have needed my hand, you're already breaking it up.
Yeah, sorry, everything is recorded. Look at your hand. Sir, this is a test that I want to get permission to do. Look at your hand, I'm not gonna break your hand. Be a grown ass man, look at your hand.
Oh, this being going, I have a record, bro, why should I abide by you?
If this was wrong, I wouldn't be doing this. I have every right to be doing this without your permission, without
Let
your.
me see it.
See what?
Let me see that you have every right to do this.
I'm telling you.
Oh, you're telling me.
Yeah, look at your hand.
Come on, open your. Like that. Got it.
See, not that wrong.
That's forced. By the way, he's recording that.
We're all recording.
We're all recorded.
Forced for the.
Not forced.
Oh, my
It's really in case of all this.
Where's my ear?
And my question is,
You know, you forced me to open my hand and not both of y'all were gonna jump in and fucking throw me on the floor. I'm trying to fight, I'm just fighting my rights. As a Texas. I record, 40.
you get another curveball, is that soon?
That wasn't.
Right.
My grandma was a cat in the river, pretty talking about, I know my rights. Cat in the river.
Investigator Bella, what did Billy Delgado tell you about his grandmother?
I believe he told, the officers his grandmother might have been one of our captains, maybe, before I came into PD in 2007, her tenure.
Why would somebody say something like that?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Based on your training and experience, why would somebody use influence like that?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation. The video was clear.
It's based on his training, Your Honor.
Sorry, it's been up.
Yes, alright, y'all just go over there. Just right, let's get the right hand out, or the left hand, probably just do it. Okay, I'm gonna check all this is recorded. I'm not going to do my job.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor as you were collecting the sample?
Here he's smirking. During the procedure at the beginning, he was being a little combative, but after a couple of seconds, he let me continue with my test.
Did he say anything while you were collecting the samples from his hand?
While I was collecting the samples, he kept telling me that I was violating his rights and that I was breaking the law.
Did he seem concerned about the results of the test?
No, sir.
Did he try to pull his hands away or resist the process in any way?
Just the initial test, he did not want to open his hand, so I had to use minimal force with a pressure point that was taught to us in the police department. If you need to open a suspect's hand, you put force here on the knuckle, and that will make the hand open.
When you conducted this interview, how much time had passed since the incident?
To my knowledge, I'm not certain what time the call came in. Maybe we're going on the 2 hour and a half, 2 hour marking. I'm not 100% certain on the time that it passed.
And why is it so important to collect these GSR samples immediately?
The GSR samples are important to get within, from what we've been told and trained, I believe after maybe 2 to 3 or 4 hours, depends what Mrs. Lloyd from DPS would say, the gunshot residue comes off your hands. It does not stay on you. It can be washed off, taken off with spit, with, I guess the pores of your pores get sweaty, rubbing it off. It will not stay on you permanently. It has a time frame, and if you do not get it in that time frame, it is lost.
So would you say that there is an exigency to collect this evidence?
Yes, there is.
So now you're putting the left hand prints or whatever on the right hand. That's right there, left hand. That's the right hand.
I want to mark it out.
I'm not gonna be worried about, come on, Lord. I think I'm worried to worry about my daughter getting raped.
What is he talking about here?
He's talking about, he's stating that his daughter was raped.
But prior to that, what was he talking about?
That he doesn't have anything to worry about.
Your rep sheet, my rep sheet. That's all it is. You do the right hand, put it in the left. So you can get that on video.
All right, everyone, just need to go.
I have respect for class, bro. Respect to them.
email to the coroner.
In your experience, is that how a potential suspect usually behaves?
From speculation. Unusual suspect.
That was the first time that I conducted a GSR kit where somebody doesn't allow me to or objects to the gunshot residue test.
How would you classify his overall demeanor while you conducted the exam?
He was very cold, unremorseful. That's how I picked up
I
on
don't
it.
object to that, non speculation. Where does he get the unremorseful from?
Who passed the witness search?
Officer, I didn't see any bags around his hands. Is that necessary to have bags around his hands?
Not that I've been told.
Preserve evidence on someone's hands.
You would bag him.
You've never been told that before, you just told me.
No, because you just told me. And I've read it in books, but during our training, we've never put, I've never seen where we put back on somebody's hands.
That would help to preserve evidence, right?
Yes, it would.
It wasn't done in this case.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, you probably are. Well, you can't speak to the test results, but I don't think in this case it makes a difference. But if you want to ensure quality of your work, you probably request that you would bag the suspect's hands for your work.
Yes, sir. Yes, you're right.
And how do you qualify your demeanor in this case in this interview?
I was agitated from too, coming up.
You were.
Yeah.
Somebody wanted to assert what he thought was his constitutional right. That'd have been wrong, but that agitated. Right?
No, sir.
You just told me you were agitated.
I was that, but not by his demeanor.
What were you agitated by?
From what had just happened, I was upset.
Were you present?
No.
That's what somebody told you?
What?
Present at the scene, did you go do anything?
We get together with the detective, so we know what's going on.
Somebody told you all this facts, okay?
Yes, the lead detective.
That's all we have this week.
We're waiting to see if they have any other questions.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Questions and no request for this.
No, we're done, Judge.
Your Honor.
He's not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so that is day one done. Day one in the books. There you go. Nice to see Hack. Hack is in the chat. Right. This is day two. Spoiler alert. You should stick around because there's some good witnesses coming up. He does testify. I've not watched it, but he does testify. So this is a second defendant that we've seen in 2 days. Last two trials that they did testify. So spoiler alert for that one. And she, obviously the victim testifies as well. So that will come up in this one again. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 witnesses first, then she testifies, and then he testifies. So 6 witnesses. Spathy. Right, here we go, everybody. I'm enjoying myself being in chat, abusing Sarah P. I enjoy it. So I understand why people enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, that is. At least he admitted that he's read. No one's told him to, but he knows that it would be good to do it. I mean, yeah, you should bag him, tag him. Here we go. Do, 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 do. Boom. I am also going to be making dinner. I got spaghetti bolognese today. Right, I'm playing this at 1.25. speed. So hopefully that works out for everybody. 1.25 speed. I'm going to be making spaghetti bolognese now. So that's where I am. Anyway, here we go. Oh, shit. Why wouldn't press play? Oh, because that's... Is this... No, it is the right day, yeah. Right, hang on, let me just do that then. I'll go back to the start.
That he was addressing her.
Hang on, then let me go back to the start. Hello. Hello.
How long have you known
Hello.
as a record?
Billy Delgado. Since December.
You never say it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. My name is Kayla de la Cruz.
Ms. De La Cruz, are you employed?
Yes,
What do you do for a living?
I am a nurse practitioner.
How long have you been a nurse practitioner for?
Since December of 2022.
Oh, okay. Ms. De La Cruz, do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes, he's my cousin's ex-husband,
Okay. Do you know his name?
Billy Delgado.
Can you please point at him and describe a piece of clothing?
He's the gentleman on the left-hand table. He is wearing the long sleeve blue shirt, black pants, black shoes.
Your Honor.
Hang on, now you've asked me that, I'm now a little bit... Mexi, you can see my... Like blue, green. Mexi, can you see them? I do feel privileged. Thank you very much, Lady Di. You're all penis in the crock pot. Whoa. Why?
At the time that the record reflect that the witness has ID the defendant.
No objection, record so reflect.
And you testified earlier that Billy Delgado, the defendant, is married to your cousin. What's your cousin's name?
Erika Di Torres.
Okay. How long have you known Billy Delgado?
Approximately 6 years now.
6 years. Okay. And you also testified that he was the ex-husband.
Correct.
Can you please describe the relationship as to your personal knowledge of the defendant and your cousin Erica Torres?
My cousin has a daughter with Billy,
Okay. And what's her name?
Esmeralda Emmy Delgado.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, I don't know, any personal knowledge that you might have as to the relationship that they had?
It could be described as toxic.
Toxic in what way?
I was never physically around Billy, but I would always verbally hear him abuse her.
She said she had no personal knowledge. She was physically around him.
But she testified that she heard him abuse her. So those are his statements.
Can I clarify the question for the record? I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you testified that you heard Billy Delgado abuse her, what did you mean by that?
2 weeks prior to this incident, it was my cousin's birthday, May 18th, and I was on the phone with him, with my cousin, while he was telling her something. I cannot recall word by word exactly what it was, but I do recall myself stating, "Did he just threaten you?" And she said, "Yes." He said, "This is my last birthday."
Okay, and when you said threaten you, what did you mean by that? What made you believe that it was a threat?
Because of the way he was speaking to her, the tone of voice that he was addressing her.
Not because of the words.
And well, yes, and that's because basically he was saying it was your last birthday, which was giving me some type of clarity that she no longer was going to live.
Okay, and were you concerned for your cousin Erica?
I was.
Did you tell her anything?
I did.
What was that?
That she needed to address this with Laredo Police Department, and I also made her mother aware of the situation.
Okay. Anything else that you experienced from that relationship?
Not really.
How was Erica Torres with Amy, her daughter?
Erica's a great mother. She's always been involved with her daughters. Most of the time, always together.
So now let me take you back. Oh, and when you said it was May of 2024, or what year was it?
Correct. May 18th of 2024.
Thank you. Now, let me take you back to June 1st, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Maybe it was Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember from that day from the beginning?
That morning, Erica and I had gone to go have breakfast. While having breakfast, she did get a phone call where she was speaking with Emmy, her daughter, and her daughter was at with her father, Billy Delgado.
Okay, what happened next?
Emmy and Erica were just talking over the phone, and that she wasn't gonna get to see Emmy until tomorrow, which would be Sunday.
To her phrase of a conversation she's not a part of, it's over the phone. She's not listening to the entire conversation, so we're getting a distorted view of whatever she's interpreting.
I would phrase it.
I'll sustain that objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so you testified that you were with Erica eating breakfast. Around what time was it?
This was before noon.
Before noon. Okay. And you testified that she got a call from Amy. Okay. And after she hung up with Amy, what happened next?
I departed because I was gonna be leaving out of town, and Erica went her own way too.
Okay. What happened next?
Then
Once you left the restaurant?
I leave the restaurant, I get home, I'm preparing my bags to leave out of town. I get inside the vehicle. As we're leaving my home, I see on my phone that I had a missed call from Erica. This missed call was at approximately 1:16 when I received a phone call from her, and around, correct.
Okay.
And then I also received a text message from her at approximately 1:17, 1:19, and by 1:20 I called her back. In that text message, in my statement, it's word per word as to what I received message from her, but basically stating that she was lost, she was confused as to why she had to pick up her daughter today when they had already agreed that she was picking up her daughter until the next day.
Which is Sunday, June 2nd, 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened next after you saw that you had a missed call and a missed text from Erica Torres?
So at this point, I'm already on the line with her. She's stating that she's confused, that she's lost, that she's on her way to pick up her daughter, and that she's almost there.
Did she tell you where she was going to pick up her daughter, Emmy?
She stated at Emmy's biological father's residence.
Which is?
I've never been to Mr. Delgado's home.
Yep, okay, so it was Billy Delgado's residence.
Correct.
Okay, and then what happened next after you called her back?
She didn't want to hang up, so she told me to wait, that she was already approaching, and as she's approaching, I hear multiple gunshots. Approximately 6 gunshots. I hear her scream, frantically crying.
When you heard the gunshots, how did that make you feel?
I was shocked.
Were you expecting to hear any gunshots?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you're on the phone with Erica Torres. You hear multiple gunshots. What happens next?
I hear her scream.
Do you know what she was saying?
She was in pain, screaming in pain, and she just says, ah, ah. And as she screams, the call drops. I immediately call her back and I say, are you okay? She says, no, call 911. Billy shot me. He shot me. He shot me. As she's telling me this.
At that time when she's telling you that, what was going through your head?
She's injured. She's injured. We need to get an ambulance. We need to get paramedics on scene. She needs assistance. Yes, because of the way you're in distress. When somebody gets a gunshot wound, you're not going to be calm, collective. You could hear that she was in distress. She was in pain. She was frantic.
Okay, so once she told you, call 911, Billy shot you, Billy shot
I
you.
put the phone on speaker and I'm starting to dial 911 without knowing that the other call would drop with her. I thought I would be able to merge the calls. So her call drops and I begin to speak with the operator. As I speak with the operator, I give my cousin's full name, exactly what I heard, her location, the vehicle she was driving, and I have her on Find My iPhone where I was able to give the location based off Find My iPhone.
Do you remember that location?
It was in Smith Street.
May I approach?
Exact numbers, no.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you like an aerial map of the city. This is North Smith. So it was like more or less around this area where the apartment was. It's Reynolds, Smith, and here's Clark, and here's Arkansas. And this is where he lives. Do you remember that?
Yes, that was North Smith Avenue, with the address I believe I gave to the 911 operator.
So more or less, this is the location that you gave 911 because based on your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then once you tell 911 the location, what happens next?
I spoke to the operator for approximately 2 to 3 minutes, letting her know that I did hear gunshot wounds, that Erica did verbalize to me that she was shot. I requested EMS to arrive to the scene, but as I'm on the line with 911, I can see that she's moving. And that's when I see that now she's at the corner of Clark and Arkansas.
We have the witness, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so now you're seeing in your phone that she's in this location?
Yeah, she was on Clark. And
On
I'm
Clark.
going to-
So you start moving pretty
heading-
much on Clark.
Mhm.
And did your phone give you this location at the corner of
Yes.
Arkansas and Clark?
Yes.
Okay. So she drove based on your phone all that distance?
Correct.
Okay, Ms. De La Cruz, okay, once you find a new location, you specify that you knew that she was moving and she ended at the corner of Arkansas and Clark, what happens next?
I arrived to the scene.
Okay, and what happens next?
Upon arrival to the scene, I see her green Kia Soul. She's in the driver's seat. She's restrained, wearing her seatbelt. You see airbags deployed from the passenger side, because that's where the side I was in. You see her slump forward. I scream her name. She doesn't respond, so I already know that now we're in trouble.
Let me ask you, you testified that you saw a green Kia Soul. Do you know what Erica drove?
Erica drove that green Kia Soul.
Okay, so once you got to the scene, did you see multiple cars, or you only saw the?
Correct. It was a 3-car collision.
But your focus was where?
On Erica. Why? Because by this point, I already knew that that was not the initial scene. And I knew that most probably they didn't know that she had gunshot wounds.
Okay, so once you arrived to the green Kia Soul, what do you do next?
I see that there was a bystander man on the driver's seat, on the driver's side. He was holding, trying to hold her neck. And I tell him, I'm like, she has gunshot wounds. He's like, nobody shot gunshot wounds. No gunshots
Was
here.
that man in uniform or was it just a regular?
A regular white t-shirt.
Okay, and then what happened next?
And then I reconfirmed with him. I said, no, I heard the gunshot wounds. Erica confirmed verbally, telling me that they were gunshot wounds that she just suffered. At this point, Erica is already, she's pale. At this point, he doesn't let me touch her, so I can't check for a pulse, because that's immediately what I was trying to get to. I wanted to see if she still had a pulse, or we needed to go ahead and intubate, start CPR.
Was she conscious at that time?
No, she was unconscious.
And then what happened next?
EMS was already at the scene. I told them we need to get a stretcher, like she needs to go straight to the hospital. I am a trauma nurse, so I do understand the gravity of what was going on, what basic process was needed next. Basically, she needed to arrive to the ER, get intubated, and go straight to the OR so that the trauma surgeon can start.
For the record, you testified earlier that you were a nurse. You've been a trauma nurse for how long?
I finished in May of 2018 as a registered nurse, and I did all my undergrad in emergency nursing.
Okay, so you kind of knew what you were talking about. That's why you were giving advice to the people there, right?
Correct.
Okay, what happened next once you tell them, she was to the hospital, ER right away?
I told him to go to the nearest ER, which was LMC, and that I would meet them there. And before they left, I told them that she was a full quote, that we did agree for her to get intubated, and that we did agree for her to get any blood necessary, because at this point I knew she had lost a lot of blood.
Okay, so once you arrived to the crash scene and you saw the PSO and you saw your cousin, what was going through your head?
Based off what I heard, based off my clinical and medical experience as well, I knew that only God was able to do a miracle on her.
And once you saw her leave in the ambulance, what happened next?
I prayed and I followed the ambulance.
You went to the hospital too?
Correct.
As a witness at this time, Judge. Judge, will you approach?
His cousin?
Correct.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You stated you are Erica's cousin?
Correct.
And you were talking about conversations that Erica was having on the phone. You weren't on a three-way, correct?
No.
Okay, so you were listening to part of the conversation?
Correct. We were sitting next to each other, hearing her daughter.
All right.
And
So
the purpose of that phone call was only to
let me just do this
verify.
question and answer if you can. So you were not on a three-way phone call, you were next to them and you were only hearing parts of the conversation, right?
She's on speakerphone at this point.
But you don't know, you understand that's Billy on the other side and Eric and you watching Erica talk to him, right?
Which phone call are you referring to?
The first phone call,
Billy wasn't on that phone call. It was Emmy.
Emmy, okay. Kayla, they asked you a question and you said that Erica was a good mother.
Correct. Based off my experience, what I've seen, she is a good mother.
Did you know that she was driving intoxicated? Do you have any knowledge of that? She was driving
Objection, Your
intoxicated?
Honor. Will you approach?
All right. Do you have any knowledge of her being abusive to Billy?
No.
No physical violence. You have no knowledge of that.
No.
Do you have any knowledge of her dropping him off in the middle of the night so he had to walk home miles?
No.
So you don't know the complete story of their relationship, right?
Correct.
And you do know that Erica has another child, right?
Yes, I do.
And were Billy and Erica married?
Yes, they were.
Did they become separated?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Do you know where Erica was working at during their separation?
Yes.
Where was she working at?
At her father's home health and with another agency.
Did she have any other types of jobs besides those two? Did you know?
No.
You said you received a call from Erica, so you missed it, you called back, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went to the scene
Correct.
because you could follow her?
Correct.
And did the other, who actually witnessed you talking to Erica and seeing Erica?
The person that was in the vehicle with me.
Who was that?
Dylan.
Who?
Dylan Lauren.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the last name.
Dylan Loring.
Can you spell the last name?
No, I cannot.
So how, pronounce it again?
Loring.
Lauren?
Rain.
Lorraine? Okay. And so Billy got off the car with you?
Excuse me?
Did Billy get off the car with you? To go see?
How did Billy get off the car with me?
Well, who's that person sitting next to you, the passenger?
Dylan.
Dylan. How did Dylan get off the car and see you?
Dylan is the driver and I'm the passenger.
Okay. I'm asking you, did Dylan get off the car and go witness you help Erica?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking you, okay?
I'm sorry, I understood you said Billy. Did Billy? I
And
said
we
no,
corrected
Dylan.
it to Dylan, okay?
Thank you.
All right. And who else witnessed you there?
Mm, I spoke with a police officer while at scene. The person that was on the Kia Soul, that off-duty police officer, because he told me, he's like, I'm an off-duty police officer. Basically that he was gonna take care of her.
Okay, you told him that she had been shot.
Correct.
Okay, so he didn't discover that she was shot.
I don't know what he saw, but I verbalized and confirmed to everybody at scene that she had been shot and she needed to get on the ambulance stretcher as soon as possible.
All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions, Judge.
Just a quick, a couple of quick questions, Your Honor. Ms. La Cruz, you testified earlier that on Saturday, June 1st, 2024, you were going out of town.
Correct.
Okay, this was noonish, right?
Yes,
Okay, and were you going out of town by yourself or with someone else?
with a friend,
And that friend's name was what?
Dylan.
Dylan Laurie.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
No questions.
No recall.
Recall, Mr. Vega?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused now, Mr. Recall. You can either stay in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. Let's see, counsel up here real quick. Yes, sir. Your present, first day of trial, is under oath. Yes. Let's see.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant Vaquera.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Sergeant Jesus M. Vaquera,
Okay, and where are you employed?
Laredo Police Department, sir.
All right, and how long have you been employed by the Laredo Police Department?
26 years, sir.
And what is your current position with the Laredo Police Department?
I'm currently the Central Sector Patrol Supervisor.
Okay, now I want to ask you about the case at hand. Are you familiar with this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are you familiar with this case?
Back on June 5th of 2024, I was assigned as a detective to the Special Victims Unit, and a case related to this case was assigned to me.
Okay, so back in 2024, just so we can understand, what division were you assigned to back then?
Special Victims Unit.
Okay, and what types of cases are those?
It's domestic violence and sexual abuse.
Okay. Now, when you got that assignment, what was your role in that case?
I was the lead investigator in the case.
Okay. So, what did you do in investigating that case?
When I got the case assigned, I proceeded to read the preliminary report that had been filed by the officer on June the 1st, 2024. And I read that the report was of an allegation of an outcry of sexual abuse. So after further reviewing the case, I proceeded to make contact with CPS in light of the situation that the mom was in the hospital and the dad was detained, to find out who had custody of the child, to set up the child for a forensic interview at the Children's Advocacy Center.
Sorry, what was that last part?
To set up the child for a forensic interview at the Children's Advocacy Center.
At the Children's Advocacy Center. Okay. Let me ask you, what is a forensic interview?
A forensic interview is an interview done by a professional counselor that speaks to interviews children that are victims of a traumatic incident or are victims of a crime.
Okay. Why do you all take children to be interviewed at the Children's Advocacy Center by a forensic interview?
We take the children to the Children's Advocacy Center to be interviewed because, as per LPD policy, we do not interview children that were victims of a crime or if they're suspects of a crime. We only interview children as witnesses only.
Okay. So if a child is a victim, you all...
We don't, none of the officers interview the children at all.
Okay. Why is it important for a child to be interviewed by a forensic interviewer?
It's important for them to be interviewed by a forensic interviewer because children, are very susceptible to being directed, as far as being told what to say and stuff. And the forensic interviewer is trained to ask specific questions about and in a specific way about things that might have happened to the child.
Okay. Have you ever observed a forensic interview?
Yes, I have several times.
Okay. What do forensic interviews consist of?
The forensic interview consists of, first of all, the forensic counselor establishing rapport with the child, making the child feel very comfortable with them and everything, that they're in a safe environment, that they can speak freely, that nobody is going to be pressuring them or making them feel nervous. It starts with a question and answer, and it also includes, role playing with anatomically correct dolls, and also pictures of the anatomically correct body of a little girl or little boy.
Let me stop you there, because you used the word anatomical doll. What's an anatomical doll?
An anatomical doll is a doll of a little girl or a little boy that has all the body parts of the child, like the way the child sees herself, she sees the little doll.
And why do forensic interviewers use anatomical dolls?
A lot of times, depending on the age of the child, if the child is a very young age, like between 4 and 5, that their language development is barely coming up, the dolls help them to answer the questions that the forensic interviewer is asking.
Okay. And you said an anatomical drawing. What's an anatomical drawing?
It's a drawing also like of the doll, but it's on a drawing, and they sometimes use that so that the child can point to the parts of their body that are their private parts.
Okay. And what's the time limit on a forensic interview?
There's really no time limit. It's just however long the child takes to tell what they need to tell, or whatever they have to tell the forensic interviewer.
Okay, so you were investigating this alleged rape. After the interview of the child in this case, what information did you have?
Basically, the child did not outcry to any sexual abuse. The child was more saying everything that transpired during the incident with her mom and her dad.
What's an outcry?
An outcry is when the child says that something has happened to him,
Okay.
Like in sex abuse or and stuff.
In this case, after the child's forensic interview, what evidence did you have to go forward?
After the forensic interview, really didn't have any real evidence to follow up on, because the child didn't give any specific. First of all, she didn't outcry to being sexually abused, and she didn't give any details that I could follow up as to the allegation.
Okay. And based on your training experience, what did you do after that?
After I finished my investigation and everything, I proceeded to staff the case with the MDT.
Okay. The MDT, what is the MDT?
The MDT is the multidisciplinary team, which is a community team made up of the district attorney's office, the county attorney's office, the Laredo Police Department, CPS, the forensic interviewers, and the forensic counselors from the Children's Advocacy Center.
And when you present a case at the multidisciplinary team with these different agencies of the community, how are they staffed?
We present the case to the district attorney's office. I present whatever evidence I have on the case, what was found out from the case. They also hear from the forensic interviewer as far as the interview of the child, and they also hear from CPS on their investigation, what they learned from their investigation.
Okay. What was the decision on this case?
After everything was presented, the multidisciplinary team came back with insufficient evidence, and they went ahead and closed the case.
Okay. And based on your training experience, why do you believe the multidisciplinary team closed the case for that reason?
The reason that they closed it was because the child didn't outcry to any sex abuse.
And when you mean the child didn't outcry to any abuse, what do you mean by that?
That during the forensic interview, the child never stated that she had been inappropriately touched or that anything had happened to her in a sexual manner.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Sergeant Vaquera, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, can you give me the definition of an outcry?
I'm sorry?
Can you give me the definition of an outcry?
I would say just saying something had happened or something has occurred.
It would be the first person that the child makes a outcry to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who was that first person?
I believe it was Mr. Delgado.
Okay, so there was an outcry made, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I think you told the jury there was no outcry. There was an outcry made, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anybody go and attempt to interview Billy Delgado concerning the outcry?
No, sir.
Okay, do you know who the alleged perpetrator is?
Yes, sir.
Who is it?
I believe it was an uncle.
An uncle? Whose uncle? On the paternal side or on the maternal side?
On the maternal side.
Okay. And did you go interview that uncle?
I attempted to interview him, but I was unable to interview him.
Okay, so you never even made an attempt to interview the alleged perpetrator. You don't even know what he's going to tell you. He may confess to you, right?
But I didn't have anything to really question him on, sir.
You had an outcry.
We had an outcry, but the child had to be interviewed first to corroborate that outcry.
And can you tell us how old the child was?
I believe she was like 4 or 5.
She's 4 years old, and she's scared. She's alone. Was her mom with her? Was her dad with her? Was her paternal grandmother or maternal grandmother with her during the interview?
No parents are allowed on the interview.
You talk about 4-year-old who doesn't make a statement to CPS, and therefore there's nothing to go on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you give us, did you even do a criminal history on this alleged perpetrator?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that Erica's brothers
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
So did you do a background check on the alleged perpetrator?
No, sir.
So the investigation ended right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the finding is that there's, not that it didn't happen, right?
Yes, sir.
just that you don't have, because the child didn't tell you something, it ends with that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you don't know the alleged perpetrator had a criminal history, had done this before, was gonna confess to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did the decision that you didn't continue the investigation have anything to do with that Erica's family is related to a district judge in this courtroom? This
No,
courthouse?
sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Had nothing to do with that?
No, sir.
All right, so was it a brother of Erica's or was it an uncle of Erica's?
It was a brother.
A brother. So that relationship with the district judge at this courthouse had nothing to do with it.
To the relevance of this, Your Honor.
I'll suspend objection.
What can you tell us what the decision was to terminate the investigation?
The case was presented to the MDT, and based on the outcome of the forensic interview, that's what the multidisciplinary team made the decision.
So a 4-year-old makes no statement and it ends there, right? Basically.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I have no further questions of this witness.
Correct.
And Sergeant Vaquera, I'm going to ask you, is there a difference between an outcry and an outcry witness?
Yes, there is.
What's the difference between an outcry and an outcry witness?
An outcry witness has already been interviewed, and there has been established that something did occur, that something did happen to that person. On an outcry, it's like a third party, a hearsay that we're getting from somebody saying that the victim told them that this had occurred.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you, it was asked about it was mentioned how the child was alone during the interview. She was by herself when she was getting interviewed by this trained professional. Why are parents not allowed to be with the child while they're getting interviewed by a forensic interviewer?
It's so that the child will feel more comfortable, so the child won't feel pressured, because we all know that small children, when asked questions by a stranger or somebody they don't know, they automatically turn and look at the parents to see, whether they're answering like they're supposed to, whether or not they ask for approval from the parents. So to avoid the child having that pressure or stress on them, it's the reason that no parents or grandparents are allowed in the interview room.
Based on your training and experience, when there's no outcry made during a forensic interview, what are you supposed to do?
If we don't have any other evidence or facts to follow, I don't feel that we need to bring in a person to ask them for what, or accuse them of what, if I don't have any other facts to go on. So.
Okay. Now, after you did the forensic interview and you discovered that there was no outcry, what, if anything, would you have to talk with about to this potential suspect in your investigation?
If anything, is just bring him in and just tell him that an allegation was being made, and if he had anything to say in regards to it. But if
so who made that allegation?
The allegation was done by the defendant.
And what do you have to corroborate that?
Nothing, because I don't have any follow-up from the child to what she told him.
Ask the witness.
Sir, is it normal for you not to interview the alleged perpetrator?
We make the attempt
Do you
sir.
want me
But
to
if
use
he,
ChatGPT to answer that?
Uh-oh. Okay,
we make the attempt to contact the suspects on all cases, but if they do not call back or do not respond to us, there's nothing we can really do.
so you don't go knock on their door?
We attempt to, and we attempt to call him and everything, but if he doesn't respond back, I mean, there's nothing more we can really do. We can't force him to come in.
That's all I have this witness, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Please state your name for the record.
Ivan Medeiros,
And where do you reside?
in Laredo,
How are you employed?
by the Laredo Medical Center.
Okay. And what position do you hold there?
I'm a staff general surgeon at the hospital.
And could you briefly tell us a little bit about your educational background and your professional training that qualifies you as a medical doctor?
Yes, I earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Miami in 1983. I earned a medical doctor's degree from Wake Forest in 1988. I then went on to New York, where I trained with the Catholic Medical Center at Jamaica Queens, Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and New York Hospital for 5 years doing my surgical residency. After that, I became board certified in 1994. I've been in Texas since 1993, 4 years at Corpus Christi Naval Hospital, and I've been in Laredo since 1997.
And I'm sorry, you may have said it, but you're licensed to practice medicine in
I am licensed to practice medicine in Texas since 1994.
1994, okay. And generally, what does your practice consist of?
It consists of general surgical practice to include gastrointestinal diseases, breast cancer, and I take trauma call 1 week out of the month for the Laredo Medical Center.
And do you belong to any professional organizations?
I belong to the American College of Surgeons.
Have you testified before as an expert?
I have not.
During the course of your duties as a medical doctor, have you examined and treated individuals with injuries?
Yes, I have.
How about gunshot wounds?
Yes.
How about gunshot wounds to the abdomen?
Yes.
Has this been on a few or many occasions?
I don't have the exact number, but I will say many occasions.
And generally, what type of injuries do you see in your field?
The most common is really blunt injury, motor vehicle accident, but we do see a fair share of gunshot wounds and stab wounds.
And then on June 1st, 2024, did you examine Erica Torres?
I did.
When and where did this occur?
This occurred at the emergency room at the Laredo Medical Center.
And how did Erica Torres come to you at the emergency room at Laredo Medical Center?
She arrived by ambulance as a trauma code.
Can you explain to us what trauma code means?
A trauma code is activated when somebody is severely injured and has a life-threatening injury.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
It has a life-threatening injury.
Life-threatening injuries.
Yes,
And did you observe any injuries on Erica?
absolutely.
What injuries did you observe on Erica Torres?
She had 3 gunshot wounds to the abdomen. She had a gunshot wound to the right thigh, and she had a gunshot wound to the left hand.
Can you describe these injuries a little bit for us in detail?
Yes, they're holes that are made by bullets that are very typical. She also had a fracture of the, I believe it was the right ankle with deformity. In addition to that, she was extremely hypotensive. That means low blood pressure. She lost consciousness within a short period of time of arriving to the emergency room.
Now, I'm going to ask the court permission for something in a bit, but if I were to ask you to step down and be able to, we actually have a diagram here for demonstrative purposes for the jury. If I were to ask you to step down and mark the injuries where you observed them on the diagram, would you be able to do that for us?
I can.
Your Honor, may I ask permission from the court for the witness to step down and be able to show the jury on the diagram where the injuries he observed on Erica Torres?
Please do, Doctor.
Okay.
So this is the diagram, doctor. Here's a marker. Can you please mark the injuries that you observed on Erica Torres that day where you were treating her? And does that include the fractured ankle?
It does not. These are the actual gunshot wounds that I observed. She had two here, one here. This was a pull-through on the thigh, and she had a pull-through on the hand. That's what I marked on the other side. The ankle, I believe it was the right or left ankle, but basically you saw the cover of the ankle. It wasn't straight, it was crooked. It was a structure.
Thank you, Dr. Mederos. You can take a seat. Thank you. And at this time, Judge, I would like to admit this as State's Exhibit 1 for demonstrative purposes for the jury.
Objection.
No objection. Demonstrative.
Okay, it's admitted.
And just for the record, Judge, I put 1 demonstrative. Did Erica Torres describe how and when these injuries were inflicted?
She could not.
Why not?
She came in screaming in pain, and like I said, shortly after arriving, she lost consciousness due to the low blood pressure.
What treatment did you perform on Erica Torres?
She was resuscitated in the ER as much as possible while we called the operating room team in. This was on a Sunday afternoon. She got blood transfusion, other blood products, saline, taken to surgery. Her blood pressure went as low as 42. Normal systolic should be 120, and she was not conscious.
What's the significance for about her blood pressure being that, I guess, that low? That 42?
It indicates ongoing internal hemorrhage.
And if that were left be untreated, what may happen?
She would die.
Was there a specific procedure you performed on her?
Yes, she was taken to surgery, and she underwent what's called a damage control laparotomy.
And can you explain to the jury what a laparotomy is?
Yes, a laparotomy is when we open up the abdomen to look inside and, in her case, control the damage and specifically stop the bleeding.
And why perform this procedure on her?
Because if we didn't stop the bleeding, she would have been dead.
How many laparotomies, and I hope I didn't butcher that, how many laparotomies did you perform on Erica Torres?
2.
Can I ask why twice?
Yes, so the goal of the first laparotomy is to stop hemorrhage and stabilize the patient. She was very unstable. She has something called metabolic acidosis. Her pH was 7.85. Normal pH should be 7.4. Below 7.2, you start having problems with myocardial contraction, and she was at risk of dying. So you need to stop the bleeding, continue resuscitation in the intensive care unit, normalize her body temperature, and then we can come back and treat additional injuries.
And at what pH level did you just say that?
6.85.
And what was hers?
Oh, no, sorry, that was her pH. The normal should be 7.4.
Okay. And anything below that is?
Anything below 7.2 is critical.
Okay. And then after you performed the laparotomy on Erica Torres, what did you do with Erica Torres?
We sent it to ICU to continue resuscitation.
And up to this point, since you received her and you've done all this up to this point, what were her chances of survival?
I would say less than 50%.
How about what were her chances of survival without the treatment that you had done?
100%.
I'm sorry?
100%. She would have died.
She would have died. Okay. Now, Dr. Mederos, are you generally familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it your understanding then that serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ?
Yes.
That's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Now, keeping that definition in mind, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the injuries inflicted on Erica Torres constituted serious bodily injury?
Yes. The only thing she didn't do was die. She had everything else that you mentioned.
All three?
All three.
Thank you, doctor. Now, on her medical report, and just for the record, Judge, it states Exhibit 2. It has been pre-admitted into evidence already. I might need the ED or elbow. I'm not sure what it's called for this. And, just real quick, can I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the medical record that you have obtained.
Okay. Pertaining to?
The treatment of Erica Torres.
Thank you. And you're familiar with these records?
Yes.
So, on the medical report, aside from a gunshot wound of abdomen, we also see something called traumatic hemorrhagic
shock.
Okay. Can you explain to me what that is?
Yes. The word shock refers to where you have inadequate blood flow to the organs to supply that require oxygen and nutrients and needs. So you start having organ dysfunction.
And did you treat her for this?
Yes, we did.
If you had not treated her for this, it was left untreated, what could have happened to Erica Torres?
She would have died.
I'm going to refer on the medical report on State's Exhibit 7. Specifically, we're looking at page 17. So, right here, doctor, and you could probably recall it, but based on the medical report, how much blood did Erica Torres use?
It states that she received 11 units of packed RBCs, which is red blood cells, 3 units of platelets, and 3 units of fresh frozen plasma.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the question was, doctor, how much blood did she lose?
Did she lose?
Yes.
I estimated 4 liters.
You estimated 4 liters?
Yes.
And so did that mean she had to be replenished with blood?
That's her whole blood volume.
I'm sorry?
That is her whole blood volume.
Was she replenished with any blood?
Yes.
Yes. How much?
The 11 units of blood and 3 units of platelets and 3 units of plasma.
And you mentioned that she lost 4 liters of blood.
Yes.
How serious is that?
To qualify as class 4 shock, which is the worst, all you need to lose is 40% of your blood volume. In total, she lost her whole blood volume, which is 4 liters.
So, what impact to Erica Torres' life expectancy did these injuries that she sustained have on her?
I think in my experience, long term, she's going to have difficulties the rest of her life.
Okay, like what exactly?
She has severe damage to her intestines. She had damage to the pancreas. The pancreas is the main gland in the abdomen that makes the enzymes to digest. She lost a large amount of small intestine, which where you need to absorb nutrients. She lost at least, she was here, half of her colon, which has to do with fluids reabsorption. And I don't know how much was left after her multiple surgeries in San Antonio, because she had, on my last operation, still areas that were ischemic. That means that we weren't getting enough blood supply.
You mentioned that she lost a good portion of her intestines.
Yes.
Is there a specific medical term for that?
Yes, when they lose so much small intestine, they get something called short gut syndrome, where the intestine that's left doesn't have the ability to absorb enough fluid or nutrients to sustain her.
And what can that result in?
Malnutrition, vitamin deficiencies.
Now, what impact in regards to Erica Torres' quality of life would these injuries have on her?
The result will be if she recovers enough and the intestines adapt where she can eat, she will always have problems with chronic diarrhea, and she's at risk of having problems with bowel obstruction. And that's pretty much.
Will she require future medical needs?
I think the rest of her life she would need to be monitored for these problems.
How so?
Well, they need to monitor her vitamins, make sure that she has enough vitamin B12 and enough vitamin D, etc. They need to monitor her albumin to make sure she's is nutritionally stable.
And had you, Dr. Mederos, not treated Erica Torres, again, what could have happened to her?
She would have been dead.
With these type of injuries that you saw that you treated, would this affect the ability for Erica Torres to have a family in the future?
I do not know that, but I would think so, yes.
Now, in your medical opinion, Dr. Mederos, do you feel that Erica Torres will fully recover?
No.
And then a couple more questions before I wrap up, Doctor. So again, you said you're familiar with and then just to clarify, you're familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury. Bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death. Based on your treatment and the injuries that you observed that day on Erica Torres.
Judge, I'm gonna object. She's already asked and answered this question about serious bodily injury. All right, so time.
Pass a witness.
Good morning, doctor.
Morning.
How long have you worked here in Laredo?
I've been here 27 years.
27 years. So you established a relationship with law enforcement?
I don't have any relationship with law enforcement.
Did you testify for them?
I have never testified for them.
In court? Have you ever testified for the prosecution?
Never. First time.
This is your first time?
Yes.
So you don't receive any money as a
I don't
stipend?
receive any money whatsoever.
Are you a forensic, do you hold a degree in forensics?
I do not.
Could you tell, since you don't have certification in forensics, I mean, are those entry? I mean, you can't determine whether those are entry or exit wounds?
The bullet wounds. I don't know if they're entry or entrances.
Exit or entries, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So depends on may I approach on?
Sure.
So it just depends on the shape of her position, how the body was situated. So we could have whether the bullets were coming from an angle, going straight, going up. We can't tell exactly how many gunshot wounds, that is.
And that doesn't concern me. I'm only concerned about what I can fix and what I need to fix to save her life.
So you have no testimony to how many how many actual shots were entered and exited the body, but you can say that those are either a combination of entry or exit wounds, right?
Objection, Judge, he's already asked and answered this.
Yes. Do you want me to answer?
And as we see the fracture on the ankle, that is not a bullet wound, right?
That is correct.
Okay. That tends to show that would be some type of injury from maybe an automobile accident, right?
She was in an automobile accident.
And you know that how?
I know that from the EMS report.
Now, did the EMS reports tell you that her airbag didn't deploy?
I do know. I do not know that.
So, I mean, there could have been some injuries caused by the steering wheel, correct?
Not the bullet wounds. No.
Not the bullet wounds, but there could be other injuries that caused.
The only one she had was the ankle.
Okay. But you couldn't tell from the abdomen because of the bullet wounds, right?
No, there was no evidence of blunt trauma to the abdomen or chest.
Did you examine
I examined her. Of course I did.
trauma?
Yes.
Okay. So going over 30 miles an hour, hitting your steering wheel we don't know if she's wearing a seatbelt or not.
She did not have any ecchymosis in the chest. Her chest X-ray did not show any rib fractures. There was no blunt injury to the solid organs, which is the liver, the spleen. Those are the organs that will be affected.
Did you see her seatbelt was on?
I did not see any of that. No.
Like what do you call it?
I did not see a mark.
A mark. Okay. Why did it take? How long did it take before she started surgery?
I don't know the exact time.
I think it's according to my summary of the reports. It's like 2 hours. Would that be right?
I don't know the exact time.
Do you know why it would take so long?
It's Sunday afternoon. We have an on-call crew. That means that they have to be activated. They have to physically come into the hospital and set up the OR.
Okay. That could be one of the reasons.
Yes.
Okay. You made a comment about lasting injuries, but this was your limited time with Miss Erica here was the surgery that you performed, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I believe, if my summary is correct, she exited the hospital like the next day or the day after?
She left. She was transferred to the university hospital after the second operation.
Okay. And after that, you never saw her again?
Not until a few minutes ago.
Okay. And you have no, you didn't perform any more surgeries in San Antonio or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So you don't know the extent of her rehabilitation by those surgeries that were done in San Antonio?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Redirect.
No further witness for Dr. Medeiros, Judge.
Okay, not subject to recall either side.
I mean, this is not from the defense.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, doctor, thank you for coming over. You are excused, not subject to recall.
Thank you.
Next witness. Hey, ma'am, could you raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause to be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat over here, please. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Rebecca Lloyd, REBEKAHLLOYD.
And where do you reside?
I work for Texas DPS Crime Lab in Austin, Texas, in the trace evidence section.
Thank you for coming on. What is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist.
How long have you been employed in that occupation?
9 years.
What are your job duties?
I process, preserve, identify, and/or compare trace evidence, which could include, but not limited to, gunshot primer residue, glass, etc. I also prepare technical reports and interpret results of analysis and testify in court as an expert when needed.
And what formal education do you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice from the University of Texas at San Antonio.
Have you received any additional specialized training in the discipline of gunshot residue analysis?
I have internal training with Texas DPS and also external training as well.
Has any of this training been specific to gunshot residue testing?
Yes, it has.
Is your laboratory accredited?
Yes, it is.
Is this accrediting organization recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes, it is.
And what accrediting organization accredits your laboratory?
It's American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And is this accreditation recognized and accepted internationally?
Yes, it is.
Have you been proficiency tested in this scope or discipline?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you were proficiency tested, and what were the results of the test?
A test with results was last year with passing, and I just took another test a couple weeks ago, but it hasn't gone through yet.
So are you licensed as a forensic analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes, I am.
What did licensing require?
We should have continuing education to continue to keep our license as 32 hours, and that can include going to conferences, get hands-on training in the particular field that you are in as well.
Your Honor, the expert has a demonstrative, but it's only going to be used for demonstrative purposes only.
Okay.
To help the jury. Can we publish it?
Yes.
Numbers loaded. What is primer DSR?
As you see in the top left image, you have a cartridge. The top of that cartridge is the bullet. Inside of the cartridge is gunpowder, and the back of that cartridge is the primer cup. Housed in that primer cup is a mixture. And that mixture is, as you see in the middle top image, has lead stiffnate, which is the initiator, barium nitrate, which is the oxidizer, it releases the oxygen, and then antimony sulfide, which is the fuel. So when a firing pin of a gun strikes the back of that cartridge, it activates that shock-sensitive primer, which ignites the gunpowder, which propels that bullet down the barrel of a gun. The heat and pressure within that cartridge vaporizes all those metals, as you see in the top right two images. And that vapor can land on a person's hands, their clothing, or any objects or persons nearby.
And what is it designed to collect?
It will collect, if you see at the bottom left image, there's a field kit. Housed in that field kit are usually two plastic containers, one usually labeled right hand, the other usually labeled left hand. Inside one plastic container, as you can see, is a metal disc, and on top of that metal disc is a black adhesive, so it's sticky. So say you take the left one that says left hand, you open the plastic container, you stub the person's outside as you see, you flip their hand over, you stub their palms and fingertips, and sometimes the webs as well. You will cap it back and then do the same with the right hand. And then that kit will get mailed to the lab.
And have you testified before as an expert witness in the scope of discipline of gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
How many occasions?
Many times.
Does this include such expert testimony in the courts of this county?
I have not had the opportunity in this county.
Yeah. Let me show you what has been marked in states in 736. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the laboratory gunshot residue analysis laboratory report.
How do you recognize it?
It has my name on the second page.
Did you create this report?
Yes, I did.
Does it have your findings?
Yes, it does.
I will now take it to defense for any objections.
No objection.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to introduce State's Exhibit number 36 into evidence. And may we publish it?
Please.
Now, what materials were analyzed in this report?
There was a GSR kit analyzed.
And was the analysis conducted in accordance with the standards of forensic protocol?
Yes, it was.
And what was the result of the analysis?
6 characteristic gunshot primer residue particles were confirmed on the GSR kit. This result is consistent with a person recently having A, discharged a firearm, B, been in immediate proximity of a firearm as being discharged, or C, come in contact with a surface that had gunshot primer residue particles on it. Did you want?
This confirms that a firearm was used.
Or one of those 3 results that I said.
Yesterday, it was brought up by the defense counsel when investigator Bala was doing the swabbing of the hands. Would bagging the hands affect the results, or not bagging the hands affect the results of the test?
Bagging, that some agencies use a bagging of the hands is just an extra barrier of the hands to protect it from the environment. Sometimes they bag them if they're not going to collect the gunshot primer residue right then and there, and they will collect it some other time. At our lab, we have a 4-hour cutoff limit, so some people bag it and the time cuts off right then and there. And then some people don't bag it. My results will still be the same, whatever I get.
So it wouldn't affect the results?
No, it wouldn't.
Would you happen to know who the GSR grants were from?
The kit was from a Billy Delgado.
How's the one, sir?
Ma'am, can I have your name again, please?
It's Rebecca Lloyd.
Ms. Lloyd, pleasure to meet you. I'm just gonna ask these questions just because the state, I think we all know who was shooting the weapon, but but just to confirm your analysis, so the jury can understand. Your report states that that the GSR has to be, that you won't accept a sample after 4 hours, right?
Correct.
Does your report state what your error rate is?
No, it does not.
What is your error rate?
I have no mistake or errors. We have policies and procedures in place at our lab to correct anything that are mistakes or errors.
So you don't know if there's an error rate in your analysis, right?
In my analysis, no.
So what gives us an indication that your analysis is trustworthy?
Because we follow policies and procedures. We have standards, ASTM standards, which are American material standards that we follow that are followed by international as well.
So if an error is made because of those policies and procedures, there's not a plus or minus error rate that is attributable to most chemical analysis done by chemists or forensic doctors, right? We don't have that for your test.
It is not in my report.
Is it somewhere else in your notes?
No, it is not.
Is it in your policy manual?
No, there is no plus or minor error rates in our policy or manual.
Okay, the offense date was June 1st. Do you have it on your notes when the kit was submitted?
It is on the report. It was submitted to our Laredo Crime Lab, if I'm not mistaken, on January 7th.
Okay. The long storage, does it raise contamination risk?
No, it does not.
So the long storage doesn't dissipate any of the minerals?
No, as I showed, or as you see in that picture, is on an adhesive and it is covered with a plastic container. So it is pre-preserved.
And what was the storage condition that it was in here in Laredo, if you know?
I do not know. I work in the Austin lab.
Okay. So you don't know how it's stored here, right?
No, they have a crime lab Israel and they store it in their vault.
At least that's what they're supposed to do, right?
Yes, and it's tracked because we have our own specific case lab number that is tracked through our system.
That's at your lab?
No, it's the whole DPS as a system.
So where did this kit come from?
In our lab?
From Laredo or from your DPS office here in Laredo, Texas?
It came in via in person. I don't remember the person's name from the agency to the Laredo Crime Lab.
I understand. When they collected the forensic swabs, you're right, and then it gets to your place in January, right?
In the Laredo Crime Lab.
What do you mean in the Laredo Crime Lab?
So Texas DPS has 16 locations. One of them is Laredo Crime Lab, and I work in the Austin Crime Lab. So it was in the Laredo Crime Lab.
Okay. So it went from the Laredo Police Station to the Laredo Crime Lab.
Correct.
The DPS. Okay, that's what I didn't understand. Okay. But it took 6 months to do that?
It came in at January 7th to the Laredo Crime Lab. We received it in Austin January 14th, if I'm not mistaken, the same year. And then I started my analysis on January 24th.
Okay. For 6 months, it was stored here at the Laredo Police Department?
I do not know where it was before the crime lab.
Okay. So before January 7th, 2004, before it arrived at the Laredo Crime Lab, you don't know where it was?
No, I do not, until it got to the crime lab.
You don't know how it was stored?
No, I do not.
Does your report state that the results could stem from non-firing sources?
It is in one of our definitions on the second page, if I'm not mistaken.
Because you only have 6 particles, right?
6 characteristics. So we have 2 categories that we classify gunshot primer residue. One is a characteristic and the other is indicative. Characteristic is 3 component. It has the lead, the barium, and the antimony. And we look at morphology. Morphology is how does that particle look, as you see in that bottom image On the right is, how does that particle look? Is it molten or melty looking? It has pits and hot spots in it. The other category is indicative. It's a 2-component. It's that lead barium, lead antimony, or antimony barium plus morphology. I found 6 characteristics. And at our lab, we stop around 6 to 8 of confirming, because it doesn't matter if we find 1 characteristic versus 1,000, it's still the same result.
So your result is that the person who had the substance on his hands was exposed to some type of gunpowder, right?
Yes, or the results of those 6 results that I have, or the 3 conclusions that I wrote.
Okay. Can you distinguish from firecrackers, or other types of items that have gunpowder?
Yes, particularly with fireworks, they usually have high levels of magnesium and aluminum, so we'll know if it's fireworks, especially the cracker ring barrel type.
Okay, your report does state that this could also be by a discharge, by being close to, being near someone to discharge a firearm, right?
Correct.
Just so the jury understands, I think they saw who discharged the firearm, but anyway, I appreciate all your answers to my questions. Ms. Lloyd?
Yes, you're
That's all
welcome.
I have, Judge.
Any regret?
Judge, we have no further questions, but we would like to admit the demonstrative as state exhibit number 2 as demonstrative only.
Yes. What do you do for a living? Can I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please say your name for the record?
Inés Edith Terrazas.
Serasa, are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an operations manager
From where?
for auto truck transport.
From where, I'm sorry?
For auto truck transport.
Is that here in Laredo, Texas?
Yes, sir. We're located on mile 13.
Oh. Do you have a family?
Yes, I do.
Because it's how many members?
My oldest daughter, Erica Torres, and I have 3 boys.
And their names?
Miguel Torres Jr., Luis Emanuel Torres, and Christian Ivan Torres.
And what are their ages?
My daughter is 32. My Erica Torres is 32. Miguel is 30. Luis is 27, and Christian is 26.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you have any grandkids?
I have 2 granddaughters from my oldest daughter, Erica,
And their names?
Anabella Cortez and Esmeralda Delgado.
And how old are they?
Anabella is 11 right now, and Esmeralda turned 5.
And does Esmeralda have a nickname, or she goes by Esmeralda?
And she goes by Emmy.
Ms. Terrazas, do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes,
What's his name?
Billy Delgado.
And how do you know him?
He was married to my daughter
When did he marry your daughter?
in 2021.
Right, and we're talking about Erica Torres, right?
Yes, sir.
Are they still married?
No, they're no longer married.
Do you know when they got divorced?
Their divorce was finalized in 2025.
2025.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Do you know the exact date?
No, sir. I'm not the exact date. I know it was in 2025.
How long have you known the defendant, Billy Delgado?
Since 2018.
Since 2018. And you said they got married when again?
In 2021.
And you also testified they were divorced in 2025.
Yes, sir.
You just don't remember the month.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Can you describe the relationship between your daughter Erica Torres and the defendant Billy Delgado?
It was unhealthy.
And that's based on your personal knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury how or what you mean by unhealthy?
They had arguments. They argued back and forth.
Did you ever notice them fight physically?
No, sir, I never saw them fight physically.
Either Erica or Billy Delgado?
Neither of them.
Let me refer your attention to June 1st, 2024, Saturday. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell the jury what happened on that day?
On June 1st, I was at work. It was my weekend to work.
And what happened next?
I had spoken to my daughter earlier, like around at 11 o'clock.
Is that a
Yes, 11 a.m. And we had made arrangements to meet later on during the day after I had gotten out of work. I wanted.
When were you supposed to get out of work?
It depends on when we finish. It varies depending on the time of when we finish dispatching. I want to say that maybe around I'm not sure if it was a little bit after 1 when I was getting ready to wrap up and making sure everything had been dispatched. I received a phone call from Billy Delgado's mom, Miss Delgado, and I answered the phone, and Miss Delgado is on the phone, and she's frantic and she's yelling.
And where did you find out on that conversation, on that phone call?
She's yelling that Billy shot Erica, and I kind of was confused at the beginning because I didn't understand what she was telling me.
When you heard those words, how did that make you feel? Or what was going through your head?
I was scared because how did she get shot? What was the condition?
Okay, what happened next?
I asked her what happened, and she's still saying Billy shot Erica.
I know it's already been, a lot of it's in evidence, but
Okay, so after you got that call from Billy's mom, speaking on us, what happened next?
I received a call from my niece Kayla, and
Find out on that phone call.
Kayla confirmed. She tells me, yeah, Billy shot Erica.
Just what you found out on that phone call.
Yes.
Objection. Thank you. Okay, so you got a phone call from the defendant's mom and Kayla letting you know what had happened to your daughter. After that, what happened next?
I'm trying to leave work so that I can find out what's going on. At the time, neither of them were able to give me any explanation as far as where the incident happened, what had happened, and the condition of my daughter, and where my granddaughter was, because she was in Billy Delgado's possession.
And by granddaughter, you mean who?
Esmeralda.
And at that time, on Saturday, June 1st, 2024, where do you think Amy was, where Esmeralda was?
I knew that she was with her father, with Billy Delgado.
Okay, and what happened next?
I'm driving, I'm headed to what I thought, since I did not have all of the information, I thought, where do I go? So as I'm leaving, I'm trying to get a hold of her father to tell her what they're telling me.
Whose father?
Erica Torres. I'm calling her
What's
father,
his name for the record?
Miguel Torres. I'm trying to get a hold of him so I can let him know what's going on. He doesn't answer the phone. I'm trying to get a hold of my sister Mayela to let her know that I need her, to come, not let my mom find out what's going on because she's elderly.
Okay, and what happened next?
I receive another phone call from Mr. Delgado's mother. Again,
Okay, and without stating what she told you, what did you find out after that phone call?
she just repeats the same thing. And then she tells me that her sister, Vanessa Flores, is going to be taking Emmy. And I tell her that that's fine. Then I know that Esmeralda is okay. And I receive a phone call from Kayla, and she tells me that they're taking Erica to LMC, to head to LMC.
So once you find out about LMC, what did you do next?
I try again to get a hold of Erica's father, Miguel Torres. I finally am able to get a hold of him, and I let him know that they just tell me that Erica has been shot. I don't know her condition. I don't know where she was shot, but that they're taking her to LMC and he needs to get to LMC. And
after you talk to him and you let him know about LMC, what happens next?
I get to LMC. As I'm pulling up to LMC, I see the ambulance through the emergency room entrance. And
That time you told us what's going through your head.
I don't know what condition my daughter is in, and I don't know if she's alive.
And what happens next? Once you arrive to LMC, or
I'm going through the emergency room, and they don't let me into the back, and they can't give me information, and I have to wait. And then after a few minutes, they finally let me into the back. And when I go into the back, into the waiting area that they have, my oldest son is already there because he got there first. And he tells me that he saw them wheel her in the bed, and that she was bleeding, that she looked very pale.
you said after that time, did you have any answers or not yet?
No, they couldn't tell us anything. The doctor had not come out to talk to us or anything. We were waiting in the waiting area.
Okay, and what happened next?
After a few minutes waiting there in the waiting area, we go ahead and let the officers know that my granddaughter at the time was there at Mr. Delgado's apartment and that we needed somebody to go and pick her up, that she was with her aunt, Vanessa Flores.
And do you remember the time, more or less, when this was happening?
No.
Was it in the afternoon, evening?
It was already in the afternoon. It was after 1 o'clock.
Okay, and so once you told the officers about Amy's whereabouts, what happened next?
We're sitting in the waiting area, and I remember a doctor coming out to tell us that she's bleeding out, that they are trying to control the bleeding, and that is their major problem right now. And he does tell us that he doesn't think that she'll make it through the surgery.
And once you heard those news, Mr. Rosas, what was going through your head? What were you thinking?
You don't know what to think because you don't have any control over that. What can you do? So we were praying, that God does something, a miracle.
Mr. Rosas, you specify that you only have one daughter?
I only have one daughter, yes.
What is your relationship with, before this incident, what was your relationship with Erica?
I have a very close relationship with my daughter.
Okay, so once you heard those news that maybe she was gonna be hit, you already testified that you were, thoughts that were going through your head. What happened next?
I'm sitting there with her brother, and they had directed us to go they were taking her to the second floor. They were going to continue the surgery from the emergency area up to the second floor. And
were you able to see the victim, Erica Torres?
No.
June 1st?
They were trying to do everything they could. They would not let us in to see her at all.
Did you see her the following day, on June 2nd, 2024?
No, we saw her Saturday in the night after the surgery when the doctor came out.
Where did you see her at?
They're in the ICU.
So when you saw her for the first time after the incident, after the crime, what was going to
praying. She's just lying there with all these tubes coming out of her.
You said as of, on June 2nd, when you saw her for the first time, was she awake? Was she conscious?
No.
Okay, and what happened next?
The doctor tells us that they're gonna go back in. They're taking her back into surgery because she's bleeding.
Do you remember the doctor's name?
No.
Okay. So then they take her back, I guess, for another surgery, and what happened next after that?
We're still left with the same, the doctor, every time someone goes into a surgery, you always run that risk. Of course, she has a higher risk that, she might not, they had already, the night before, they didn't think she was even going to make it the night before through the night. So the fact that she had made it through the night was, a big blessing. And
when the victim was taken to the hospital, who else was there in the waiting area, waiting to hear you? Who else was there besides you? If you can remember.
all her brothers were there, her father, all my 3 sons were there, my mother, my sister, her father, her sisters on her father's side, all of her aunts and my nieces. We were all there praying for her.
Okay, so on Saturday, June 2nd, on Sunday, June 2nd, 2024, after she goes back for surgery, she comes out. What happened? What happened next?
They were able to, the doctor says that he was able to stabilize her, and they make the decision to have her airlifted to San Antonio.
Do you know more or less at what time was that on June 2nd?
It was around 6 o'clock.
AM or PM?
PM.
PM. Okay, so were they able to fly her to San Antonio?
Yes, she was airlifted to University Hospital in San Antonio.
Okay. What did you do next after she was airlifted?
That was Sunday night. Her father drove straight to San Antonio so that he could be there when she landed at University Hospital. I had to stay back and make arrangements for her older daughter Annabella and for her younger sister Esmeralda. I needed to get paperwork in order and everything with Child Protective Services so that I would be able to take her with me to San Antonio.
So when did you arrive to San Antonio?
I arrived to San Antonio on Monday around 11 in the morning.
And that will be June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so once you were in San Antonio, what was Erica's status, health status?
She was still unconscious. When she arrived on Sunday, they had to immediately take her in again to surgery for the same. She was bleeding a lot. They had to give her a lot of transfusion. The first time I saw her in San Antonio on Monday, it was when they had brought her out from surgery because she had a surgery on Sunday night and then she went in again on Monday for a surgery.
So the first time you saw in San Antonio was on June 3rd?
Yes.
2024. What did you do when you were there? Did you do anything?
The first couple of days when we were there, since she was in and out of surgery, we were there. We were praying for her. There was just so many complications that were uprising from the injuries that she had sustained. That every day was just something. It was up in the air. If she was going to be okay or not.
Okay, I'm going to show you some pictures that were taken on June, starting on June 3rd. May I approach you, Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to show you the exhibits 37 to 43.
To 43.
Can you show you these pictures? Do you know who took those pictures?
I took those pictures.
Okay, and they're, again, just for the record, they're exhibits 37 to 43.
Yes.
Please review them and tell me, if you recognize the location, the items on those pictures.
Yes, I recognize it's my daughter, Erica Torres.
Just, a yes or no, if you recognize them.
Yes.
And are those pictures a fair and accurate depiction of the location and the items, the objects as you observe them?
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna tender those exhibits 37 to 43 to the defense for any objections. And again, you took those pictures?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I have an objection. Can I approach?
Yes.
That exhibit 37, 38, and 40, correct? May I use the open?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Hassel, this pictures were taken by you on early June 3rd.
Yes.
This is exhibit number 37. Who is that in the picture?
My daughter, Erica Torres.
And this was the first time you saw her at University Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What's going through your mind when you saw your daughter again? You can take your time.
She's gonna pull through this and what kind of life she's gonna have for her girls.
Okay. I'm gonna show you the picture you also took in early June, which is exhibit number 40. Who's that in the picture again?
My daughter, Erica Torres.
And what is this thing on her bed? Do you know?
It's a temporary cast for a double.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit number 38. Can you tell the jury why you see in this picture?
That is my daughter's abdomen after one of the surgeries when the nurses were going in for wound care.
Do you know what this is or what you see?
That is,
If you don't know, that's fine.
it's where they had connected her small intestine.
Do you know what this bag is?
That is for the secretion from the discharge from her insides.
Okay. And again, for the record, you took these pictures June 3rd, early June, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna show you other pictures that were taken on date June. For the record, it's gonna be, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit number 47. '44 to 47. Can you please review the pictures? Who took those pictures, ma'am? Exhibits 46, 47.
I took the pictures
Okay, and they were taken around when?
mid-June.
Okay, and so you recognize those pictures and you recognize the location, the items, and the objects in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are those pictures a fair and accurate depiction of the location, items, objects as you personally observe them?
Yes, sir.
It goes to defense. If there's any objections.
Okay.
Now, let me show you, Mr. Rafa, some of the pictures that you took on late June to late June of 2024. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 45. Can you zoom out? Mr. Rafa, do you recognize this person in the picture?
Yes, my daughter, Erica Torres.
Okay, can you testify that this picture were taken about late June?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you see in this picture?
My daughter, wound care nurses had come into the room to do wound care to all of the injuries that she had sustained.
Mr. Rafa, at this time, is your daughter still conscious or she's not unconscious?
She's in and out of conscious due to the heavy medication she's on.
Were you able to, at this time, communicate with your daughter?
Very little. She has a trach in her neck, so she can't speak.
So if you would communicate with your daughter, how would you do it?
She would try to write. We had a eraser board and she would try to write.
She would try? What do you mean by try?
She sustained a gunshot to her left hand and she's a left-handed, so it was really difficult for her to write.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 47. That's for your daughter?
Yes, that is my daughter.
What do you see here on her abdomen?
That is the opening of the surgery that she had sustained from when she went in the first time to the hospital.
Do you know what this thing is?
It's a mesh holding her intestines.
And do you know what this thing is?
It's an IV they have on her artery from her leg.
Okay. And you testified that she was also, her hand was hurt, right?
That's the shot that she received to her left hand.
Is that her left hand?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 45. Mr. Rasa, what do you see here? Can you tell the jury what you see here?
It is her lower pubic. She has a hole. It seemed like there was an exit from one of the bullets.
Okay, Mr. Rasa, so we're already on late June. How often will you visit your daughter at your hospital all throughout June? Because I know, what were you reciting in June?
In June, the majority of the month of June, we were at University Hospital.
Okay, so, but you were still residing where in June?
In June, at the hospital.
Okay, so you moved from Laredo to San Antonio to be with your daughter?
Well, not moved, but I mean, I would sleep at the hospital every day.
Okay, and throughout the whole month of June, what burdens did you intake?
I had to take a leave of absence from my job. I had to make arrangements so that I could take care of her daughters. And I had to be there to be there with her.
Okay. And her other two daughters, where were they residing on June 2024?
During the time that I was at the hospital, and Annabella and Esmeralda were residing with Annabella's father and his wife. They had helped us so that the girls could stay together.
At any time did Amy and the other daughter on June 2024 go and visit their mother, Erica?
They were not allowed to see her mom under the conditions that she was in
Okay. Would they ask about their mother?
all the time.
What would you tell the daughters, your granddaughters?
I would tell them that their mom was doing good. Unfortunately, at the time when things happened, Emmy is very verbal, and when she saw her sister that she was picked up, she automatically told her sister that
All right, Mr. Rosa. So now we're in pretty much in July 2025. I believe you also took some pictures. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Set Exhibit 50 through 52. I'm sorry, July 2024. Do you recognize those pictures?
yes,
Okay, so from Set Exhibits 50 and 52, you recognize the location, the items, the objects on those pictures.
yes,
Okay, and are those pictures a fair and accurate depiction of the location, items, objects as you personally observe them?
yes, sir.
And again, those pictures were taken when?
Late July,
Late July or?
mid July, early July.
That she took. And again, for the record, who took those pictures?
I took the pictures
And where did you take them?
at University Hospital.
No, we approach, Judge.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Reza, so on July of 2024, your daughter was still at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And you also testified that you were pretty much with her most of the time. Were you still working at that time?
Not full time. I was not there at the office.
Okay. And how long was Erica Torres at University Hospital?
She went in on June the 2nd, and she was released in September to a rehab to start physical therapy.
And that was September 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she was taken, she was released for a week in November in our care to our home
And that's in Laredo, Texas?
in Laredo, Texas, due to the extent of her wounds and everything. We just could not do the care.
Based on what you remember, when was the first time that you believe Erica Torres was able to talk to you, be conscious? You remember the date?
I don't remember the date, but I want to say it was early July.
Early July?
Yes.
And that's when you felt that you could communicate with her in a better way?
Yes.
Okay. Was she able to talk?
She was learning again to talk. They had removed the trachea, and she had a speaking valve.
Okay. Okay, so you testified that in September she was taken to a
A rehab.
a rehab. How long was that for?
She was in a rehab for September and October.
Were you there with her also?
Yes.
Okay, and after rehab, what happened next? Where did she go after that?
She wanted to go home because she wanted to be with her girls. So the doctors,
And at that time, had you seen the girls, her two daughters?
yes, at that time she had already, once she had gone to the rehab, she was able to now see her daughters.
How did that make you feel when they were reunited?
It's very emotional because they ask her when she's gonna come home because they miss her.
Okay. So after the rehab, she was taken back to University Hospital?
Yes, she was released to us for a week, and due to, like I said, her wounds and everything and the care that she needed, when she went the following week for follow-up for her to see how she was doing, the doctors,
What date is this, more or less? You're talking about what date?
November, it was the first week of November. She was released on a Friday, and then she had a follow-up at the university clinic on Thursday, the following Thursday. And I took her into her follow-up because she had been in so much pain.
Mr. Raza, and will you assist Erica with her injuries?
I was her primary nurse at home. I would do her wound care.
Do you have any experience with any medical causes, or like what made you be her caretaker?
You have to. I had to learn. I had to see what the nurses were doing so I could take care of her, my baby.
Okay, Ms. Arada, so in November, when she was released, and you took her back on Thursday, back to University Hospital for a follow-up, what happened next?
The doctors saw that the extent of she wasn't getting better. Her wound was actually getting worse. It had started to bleed. So the doctors at that time said that she needed to be readmitted.
And that was in November.
Like the second week of November.
Okay, so after November 2024, was she ever released from University Hospital?
No. She was there until May of 2029.
May of what? I'm sorry.
May 29 of 25.
So almost a year.
Yes.
Do you know if Erica was eating when she was at University Hospital?
No, she could not eat and she could not drink water. The only source of nutrition that she had was through a IV that was to her main vein, and she would be fed just liquid.
Do you remember when was the first time Erica was able to eat a solid food?
The first week of June of 2025.
Who's taking care of Erica today, which is we're in July 29th? Who's taking care of Erica as of right now, July 29th, 2025?
Erica lives with me. I am her primary caregiver right now.
Okay. And what goes through your mind every time you see her?
The type of quality of life that she's going to have and how she's going to provide for her girls.
Okay. That's the witness at this time.
Good morning, Mr. Raza.
Good morning.
My name is Oscar Vega and I represent Mr. Billy Delgado.
Yes.
I need to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes.
All right, let's start off with, we just finished off with Erica, that you're the primary caretaker. She was here, I believe, yesterday walking around. Were you with her?
Yes.
Does she have a job now?
No, sir.
She hasn't worked?
No.
She's residing with you?
Yes, sir.
And the two girls reside with you?
Yes, sir.
You said that Billy got divorced Eric and Billy were divorced in 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know as soon as this incident happened, was it you that filed the protective order?
Yes, sir.
So Erica didn't come and testify as to why they wanted a lifetime protective order on Emmy?
Your question again?
Okay. Were you the one that asked for a lifetime protective order from Emmy and Mr. Delgado?
Yes.
I'm gonna take us to relevance. He's asking about the daughter, Judge.
For the victim and for the defendant. The protective order was made for.
Relevance, Mr. Vega?
The relevance is, Judge, that she participated in, she knows something about the divorce because she was actually I don't know how the court allowed it, but she was actually the lawyer that petitioned the court for Miss Erica's divorce. And I'd like to ask her.
I'm sorry, can you say your question again?
Yes, ma'am. What's the reason for not allowing Mr. Delgado to see Emmy?
Judge, again, I'm gonna object. She wasn't the lawyer or the judge. She just applying for the protective order. The reason she wasn't.
Although rule objection, you can only answer if you know, ma'am. If you don't know, just tell him, I don't know. Repeat the question, please, Mr. Vega.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Ma'am, do you know what is the reason why you don't want Emmy to see Mr. Delgado?
I don't think he's a good character for her.
Did you request that through any legal means that he did not see his own daughter before this incident?
No.
You also came to court and actually petitioned the court for your daughter's divorce while she was in the hospital. Yes or no?
Yes.
Your daughter's in the hospital in San Antonio. You're here, maybe in this very courtroom, and you're asking the judge to grant a divorce in behalf of Erica, correct?
Yes.
You're not a lawyer, right?
No.
So how in the world did you manage to get a district judge to sign off on your divorce decree?
I'm gonna object, Judge. It was the judge's ruling, Judge. She just applied for the divorce. Erica was already conscious in 2025, so she was acting on her behalf.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer if you know, ma'am.
Do you know?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yes, ma'am. You came to court and you asked the judge, which I've never seen in over 30 years, but you asked the judge to grant your daughter's divorce, right?
Yes.
Did you file the divorce?
We filed with legal aid.
With legal aid, you asked them to file a divorce. And you came to court, and Erica did not come to court, right? She couldn't, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but somehow or another, you thought it was, what was so important to get your daughter and Mr. Delgado divorced as soon? This happened like weeks after this incident, right?
Weeks? No. It was a month later when my daughter was already conscious.
A month later, you came to court and petitioned them for a divorce. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Well, we submitted paperwork. Yes.
Okay, you submitted paperwork. Okay, so we're still in 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe because of the errors that were committed, actually the divorce had to start over again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you the person that sent someone over to have Mr. Delgado sign documents to terminate the parental relationship between him and Emmy?
No.
That wasn't you? Was it somebody that you know?
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
My daughter, Erica Torres.
Was it her attorney or was it her?
Her attorney was the one who went, but it was consented by my daughter.
And none of this was ever asked for before this incident, correct? The termination of rights.
Prior to the incident?
Yes.
No.
They were separated at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you made a comment saying the prosecutor asked you if you had ever seen any physical altercations, right? You've never seen one, right?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been on the phone with Erica while she was actually assaulting Billy Delgado?
Assaulting? No.
What was she doing on that?
Arguing?
They were just arguing?
Yes.
Even on the way to San Antonio?
I'm on the phone. I can't see what's happening.
You can't hear what's happening?
They were arguing.
Did you ever hear him say, "Don't hit me"?
Not that I recall.
Because you happened to be on the phone while they were on the way to San Antonio, right?
Yes.
We already asked for that twice.
Okay. Very quick, Ms. Terraza. You took these pictures. Did someone ask you to take these pictures?
No, I took the pictures.
And what was the purpose of that?
I wanted my daughter to see what she had gone through.
Okay. And did you take these pictures knowing that there might be a trial and you were going to use them as evidence?
No.
So it's not normal, ma'am. I think you agree with me to be able to take photographs like that of your daughter.
It depends the person.
Okay. But you thought it was important to take pictures like that of your baby daughter, right?
Yes.
To serve what purpose?
What she had gone through. What she would have been through.
You don't think that she's the one that experienced all that trauma, then you like to remind her by showing her those photographs. Is that what you're saying?
She wanted to know.
She wanted to know.
Yes.
She wanted to know what she looked like.
Yes.
And that was important.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And it's important for you.
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge.
Just a quick questions, Judge. You testified earlier that the defendant and your daughter's divorce was finalized in 2025.
Yes.
And you said that Erica Torres was conscious and was able to communicate with you around July of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was she okay with getting divorced?
Yes, prior to the incident, she had already told Mr. Delgado she was going to file for a divorce.
Okay. And Mr. Vega asked you about the protective order. Do you think it was necessary for Erica Torres to get a protective order from the defendant, Billy Delgado?
Given the circumstances that he shot her, yes.
And do you remember the length of the protective order that the judge ruled on? Order?
It was a protective order for life for my daughter, for Annabella, and for Esmeralda.
For Emmy.
Emmy.
Okay. And again, Mr. Vega asked you, why would a mother take pictures of her daughter being in the hospital? Why did you take pictures? Why did you want to take pictures of your daughter in the hospital?
I'm going to check, Judge. She's already answered that question. I asked her today.
That's great, Judge.
Okay, I'll rule objection. You can answer.
What was it?
You need some water, man?
Yeah,
Will you get some water?
needs water.
You need water?
I'll wait. Judge.
Water.
May I approach?
No, I've got one right here.
Like your turn?
Please, you can have this one. Replace it.
Okay. Can you go to the restroom? Can you go to the restroom?
Are you okay, man? See if we finish this witness and then we'll take a break. Go ahead. Judge. Yeah, let's see if we finish. So we'll take a break. Because I think we got the IT people coming too, so.
Same questions real fast, like what was the purpose of you documenting or taking the pictures?
I wanted to document everything from the beginning to the end. For whatever reason, whatever came about, if my daughter did not pull through it, that I would be able to have everything so that when my granddaughter were old enough, I would be able to explain and they could see what their mother had endured throughout her time in the hospital. So I made sure to document everything.
So you testified that it was important to you.
Yes.
Judge, I think he asked questions about the protective order, so let me see if I can remember what I wanted to ask you. Okay, in order to get basically you're terminating rights when you do a lifetime protective order that is the current case law on children.
Judge, I'm gonna object, doesn't that really a law to protect the order, Judge? We don't terminate the rights.
It's essentially, Judge, and there is new case law on that. I talked to the Attorney General on that.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection, you can inquire. I don't know if it's gonna be within the realm of your knowledge, but
Ma'am.
go right ahead.
What testimony was presented to be able to justify the lifetime protective order on Emmy?
His character?
It has to be something where he threatened Emmy.
I don't have that
You
information.
don't have that information, okay. And if it's about character, I mean, your daughter also has some character flaws, right?
Judge, if I may we approach?
Finish this witness, Mr. Vega.
Yes, Your Honor. Ma'am, you just mentioned character. I mean, your daughter also has some character flaws, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She didn't shoot him though.
At this time, I mean, you had to, when this incident occurred, you actually had to go, the paternal grandmother actually had the child, right?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Ms. Delgado had the child? Billy's mom,
When?
after this incident?
She went by the hospital and I let her take Emmy with her.
And you actually have to go to CPS to try to get the child from the Delgados?
No,
So how did you get him?
I went to go pick her up.
And Ms. Delgado gave it to you?
Yes.
And CPS didn't have to clear that?
They cleared it.
Because was there a problem with Erica having the custody of the children?
Erica didn't have custody. She was in the hospital.
Okay, could she have custody if she wasn't in the hospital? That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Any further redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, recall, either side.
Not from the defense.
Just for punishment.
Okay, ma'am, for the purposes of this portion of the trial, you are now excused, not subject to recall. So you're welcome to stay in the courtroom or you can leave. It's up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sit in the courtroom and state, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Ms. Erica Torres.
So this is the victim. Just so you know, this is the victim, everybody. So, yeah. So this will be. Yeah, he was offered. Before being eligible for parole, 40 years, but he turned it down. So this is the victim herself. Take a stand. Right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name for the record?
Erica Di Torres?
Erica Di Torres. Has your name always been Erica Torres?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes, I do.
How do you know the defendant?
He's my ex-husband.
Okay. Can you identify him by an article of clothing, please?
Yeah, he's right there, sitting in the blue shirt, stripe.
All right. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Okay. Erica, how long have you known the defendant, Mr. Billy Delgado?
I've known him since 2010.
Is that when you all first met?
Yes.
Okay, and how old were you?
I was 15,
Okay, and how old was the defendant?
20.
Okay. And when did you all start a relationship?
We started a relationship in December of 2018.
Okay. How old were you at that time?
24,
Okay.
25.
And you said he's your ex-husband. Do you have any children with the defendant?
Yes, we share a daughter.
Okay. One daughter?
Yes.
Who's that?
Esmeralda Delgado.
Okay. How many children do you have in total?
I have a total of 2 children.
All right. Are you still married to the defendant?
No, I'm not.
Okay. When did you get divorced?
Our divorce was finalized in 2025.
Okay. Why
did you get divorced?
I wanted to get prior to the incident divorced already.
Okay, no, sorry to stop you there. You said prior to the incident. Prior to what incident?
Prior to Billy shooting me, I was already wanting a divorce.
Okay, and why else did you want a divorce?
Well, because Billy shot me.
Okay, thank you. How would you describe your relationship with Mr. Delgado?
It was an unhealthy relationship.
What do you mean by unhealthy?
We had our arguments, and sometimes they would escalate really bad.
Okay. Were these arguments verbal?
Most of the time, they were verbal.
Would your arguments ever get physical?
Yes.
How would they get physical?
They usually would get physical when I would try to leave the house.
Okay, and what would happen?
My hair would get pulled. I'd get grabbed from my arms or being shoved. That's how it would get physical.
How often would you all fight?
It was a constant. I mean, we would argue like any normal married people. We'd always have arguments.
Okay. And would you say these arguments were one-sided or?
No, sometimes it was me complaining about something. Sometimes it was him. They would just end up escalating.
Okay. Why would y'all fight so much?
We'd argue a lot because I would complain about his drinking a lot.
Were drugs and alcohol ever involved in your fights?
Yes.
What would happen when drugs and alcohol would come into the picture?
It was just a constant badgering and complaining and name calling.
Okay. And how would these fights escalate?
With time, after the weeks or days, it was just a constant. And at one point, I would decide that I'm going to leave, and that's when things would always escalate. Every time that I would try to leave.
Why would things escalate when you would try to leave?
Because Billy didn't want me to be leaving the house.
Why didn't he want you to be leaving the house?
He thought that the best way to fix things is by me staying there and talking why we're arguing or why we're fighting or how can we fix this.
And were you all just talking?
No, he was just complaining and nagging and always telling me things.
What kind of things would he tell you?
I was a whore, I was a slut, I cheated on him, I've lied to him, I am a horrible person, I was called every name in the book there.
Okay. And how often would you say these types of arguments that would get physical happen?
It was just sporadically.
Okay, and did you and Mr. Delgado always live in Laredo?
No.
Where else did you all live?
We've lived in Arlington, Texas, Mansfield, Texas, and San Antonio and Laredo.
Okay. When you all got married, where did you all start living?
We were living in San Antonio.
San Antonio? And were you all still arguing at that time while you were living in San Antonio?
Yes.
During what time period were you living in San Antonio?
A little bit towards or midway of COVID, and then till 2022, I believe.
Okay, and how was your relationship during COVID?
It was a crazy time.
Why would you say that it was crazy?
I was working, he wasn't working, he was taking care of the kids, or because it was COVID and there was nothing to do, his drinking got even worse during the COVID time.
How did it get worse?
It was a constant thing. It was a constant. The minute he would wake up till the next day or till he went to bed.
And was it just drinking?
I don't think so.
Okay. So, permission to approach, Your Honor, the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on it.
And you've observed the video on this USB?
Yes, I have.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No, it has not.
All right, thank you. I'll tender to defense for any objection, State's Exhibit 48.
It's the video. It's a video. So the one cars.
Any objection? Your Honor, at this time we move to enter State's Exhibit 48.
Submitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish State's Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Thank you. We could just have a minute, Your Honor.
Around 2023.
2023?
Mhm.
And when it would get physical, why wouldn't you ever call the police?
Because I knew I was not going to leave him yet. He's the father of my child. We were married. I loved him. Like, I always tried to see the good and what was going to be able to happen with us.
Now, all right. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are we looking at in this video?
We're looking at a video that Billy took on our way to San Antonio.
Okay, who's in the car?
Billy, myself, and my two daughters.
Okay, and what's happening in this video?
We were on our way to San Antonio. Billy decided to turn back because we were late. I had to be in court, and we were late.
All right, and you sound pretty excited. Why are you so upset in the video?
I was upset because since I had to be in San Antonio, if I was not there, I would have gotten arrested, and he knew that.
Why did you need to go to San Antonio?
I needed to appear due to my probation.
Okay. And why were you on probation?
I had already, it's called a judification.
Deferred adjudication?
Yes.
Okay.
With a prior incident with Billy, for putting my hands on him.
Okay. Now, prior to this happening, what started this argument?
This argument started since the morning because we were late. We were late and
You were late to where?
To court.
Okay, and where were you?
Where were we?
Yes.
On our way to San Antonio.
From where?
From Laredo.
Okay.
And he kept saying that we were going to be late, that he was going to turn around, that he didn't see the point of him having to take me all the way over there, that we were going to be late either way.
Okay. And why were you going with Mr. Delgado that day?
Because he insisted. He called into work, said that he couldn't go to work, that because he had to take me to San Antonio, that he had to take, well, exactly, I don't know what he told work, but he said that he couldn't work. And he insisted. My mom was originally supposed to take me to San Antonio, and he insisted that he would take me. And my parents, my dad gave him money as well for gas to make sure that he took me because he was insisting to be the one to take me.
Okay.
Stop hitting me, please. You take me to San Antonio. I will pay you when you take me to San Antonio. Oh, baby, you put yourself in this situation.
All right. What child's voice are we hearing in this video?
That's Emmy.
Is that the child that you shared with Mr. Delgado?
Yes, I do.
And why is she crying?
She's upset because Billy and I are arguing back and forth, and she sees her dad.
Okay. What is that the only child that's in the vehicle at this time?
No, my oldest daughter is as well.
Okay.
Billy, I'm asking you to help me turn around. No, baby, no. Let go of it. Call your mom. Take a job off at your mom's work.
Why did you ask Billy to pull over?
Because I wanted to get out of the car. I need to get to San Antonio one way or another. And if he was going to drive all the way back home, for sure I was going to even be more late.
Okay. Could you have just opened the door and gotten off?
No, we were on the highway.
Okay.
I'm not doing this to myself anymore. I keep telling myself that everything's gonna be okay. No. Mom, Billy's not taking me to San Antonio. You're crying like a baby back bitch because we're late. Mom, I need to get to San Antonio. I already called my fucking probation officer. He doesn't want to.
So, real quick, I paused it. Who are you talking to on the phone?
My mom.
And what are you telling her?
I'm telling her that I need to get to San Antonio and that Billy doesn't want to take me.
Okay. Now.
Mom, Billy's not taking me to San Antonio. You're crying like a baby back bitch because we're late. Mom, I need to get to San Antonio. I already called my fucking probation officer.
Sorry, could you just look at the video real quick? I'm gonna rewind right there. What is Billy doing there?
Looking down at the phone.
Why do you think he's looking down at the phone?
Because he knew I was already going to leave. He knew I was already getting ready to leave him.
Take me. We were on our way and now we turned around. Mom, I really need to get to San Antonio. You're not gonna do it. I'm done like that. You said he's done? Because I kept telling him I'm in this fucking mess because of you in the first place. He literally is turning back to Central Laredo, Mom. Stop hitting me! The girls are in the car! We're gonna crash!
You told Mr. Delgado there that you were in this mess because of him in the first place. Why is that?
Billy used to complain a lot that our money was going to my probation. And I would always tell him, like, well, these are the consequences. At this time, he didn't want me working. And as well, because of the charges that I had, it was really difficult for me to get a job.
Why didn't he want you working?
Billy would say that I would sleep with everybody in the office. He didn't like it. He didn't like the fact that I would be working with other male individuals.
How did you know that he didn't like that you were working with other male individuals?
Because the times that we would get into arguments, that's what he would bring up. I was never able to keep a job for more than 2 to 3 months because he would either constantly be calling, he would even call to the offices, or he would just show up randomly.
Randomly to where?
To my job.
And what would he do?
Just to see what I was doing.
And how did that affect your employment?
Well, the constant calling, because sometimes I wouldn't answer, like it would cause problems by the time I would get home and it was constant problems. And sometimes I wouldn't be able to go to work the next day. And unfortunately, I wasn't even able to complete 90 days. So they would end up either firing me or I would end up having just to quit because I couldn't be going to work.
Let me talk to her. Let me talk to her. What can I do, Eddie? I really need you to take the test. I'm not going to do it. Hold on right here. I'm going to drop out where your mom's work is at. We weren't even going to make it.
You're telling your mom that you spoke to your lawyer?
Yes, I had spoken to my public defender, and he did tell me that I had to be there. And if I was not there, they were going to issue a warrant out for my arrest, and I'd be in jail until I go see my probation would be removed, and I'd be waiting till I see the judge.
Okay.
I'm not going to say nothing about what happened, but tell your mom whatever you want. I will. Erica, you can't fight me in the street! Erica, we're gonna cry! And we're gonna fucking die! I don't care. I'd rather die than put it down. Everybody put their seats down, dude!
All right. There you said that you'd rather die than, and I'm going to quote you, that you'd rather die than go to fucking jail. Why did you say that?
I don't want to go to jail. I didn't want to have to know that I was going to leave my girls for I don't know how long. I don't know how long the system takes over there.
Did you really mean that you'd rather die?
No, I didn't. It was just a figure of speech at the time. I was upset. I was riled up because I needed to get to San Antonio.
And why couldn't you get off the vehicle?
Because it was moving and he wouldn't let me out.
Okay.
Everybody! You're a fucking piece of shit. No, I'm not. You're the biggest piece of shit. Who said this my fucking job? Why you're all fucking
Are you putting your hands on Billy here?
No,
What are you doing?
looking out the window.
But at any point in time, did you hit him during the course of this video?
I did.
How did you hit him? And why did you feel the urge to hit him?
I was very frustrated because my mom was supposed to take me. She was supposed to take me and he insisted on taking me. He insisted and insisted and insisted, and my dad gave him money and everything to make sure that I got there. And then for him to just, oh, we're going to be late. You're already going to be late. Like, we're not going. I'm going back. Like, it was so frustrating because my mom told me not to. She's like, I'll take you. Like, she's always told me, don't, like, I'll take you and you can, like, let him go to work. And no, I didn't listen. I was like, no, let him take me. He'll take me. And I should have listened to my mom.
There at the end, you're asking him to send you $40. What were those $40?
My dad had given him $40 to put in gas.
Okay. So you mentioned you were on your way to San Antonio. And let me ask you, what was the outcome of your probation?
They just extended it. They just added on to the probation. I was able to make it. I was late 30 minutes.
Okay, well, hold on. Before we get to that, and let me ask you, did you ever get off this car?
Yes, I did. I got off at mile marker 13. I was still actually on the highway. There was 2 trailers in between us, so I was able to get myself and my 2 daughters out of the vehicle. And we walked to the TA, which is a truck stop. And I waited for my mom there at the truck stop with my 2 daughters.
Did you get off on the highway or the access road?
where the exit.
Okay.
On the exit, there was 2 trailers. We were still on the exit when I got off.
And you walked? Okay. Who ended up picking you up?
My mom.
Who did your mom pick up that day?
My mom picked up myself and my 2 daughters at the truck stop.
And were you all able to make it to San Antonio?
Yes, we did make it to San Antonio. I was about 30 minutes late, and the judge was nice enough to wait for me.
Okay. And did your probation end?
Yes, it did. It ended due to the fact that I was in the hospital and I was unable to comply with my probation due to the hospitalization.
And why are you in the hospital?
I was in the hospital because Billy shot me.
Now, was there ever anything that alarmed you leading up to the date of June 1st, 2024?
No. Well, I didn't think he was going to hurt me physically. I thought he would just, call my probation, something to have to do with my probation to extend it even longer. But I never thought that he would shoot me.
Was there ever a time or event where you felt threatened by Mr. Delgado?
I have. Usually always when he would tell me like, I'm going to call your probation officer and I'm going to tell them this and I have the upper hand. Nobody's going to believe you. You're the abuser. You already have charges. So yes, I did.
Was there ever, because Kayla testified previously that she had heard over the phone of Mr. Delgado threatening you one time.
On May 19, on the day of my birthday, I met him at a gas station to exchange our daughter. And he walked up to my vehicle, put my daughter in the car seat, tied her up. He made a comment regarding my vehicle. He then proceeded to walk to the vehicle he was in, pulled up to my vehicle and let me know that for me to enjoy my last birthday and to enjoy my smiles and laugh because it was going to be my last.
What did you think about that comment at that time?
I thought he was going to do something to try to extend my probation. Like I said, he would always threaten me with the probation. So that's what I thought. And I had voiced it to my mother, my cousins. My cousin Kayla was on the line and she heard. She asked me if he threatened me and I did confirm. I was like, yes, he did threaten me. And she was like, okay, well, she asked me how I felt about it and I explained to her. But again, I had voiced it to my mother and I had voiced it to his mom as well because she had called me about 2 hours after I had swapped with Billy.
All right. Let's talk about the date in question, June 1st, 2024. Where were you that morning?
In the morning?
Yes.
I had gone to go have brunch with my cousin Kayla and 2 other friends. And this was maybe around 10:30.
Okay. And what happened while you were there at brunch?
I got a call from Emmy from Billy's phone. And she let me know she was with her dad. Asked me what I was doing. I told her I was having brunch. And I hear Billy tell Emmy, tell your mom you'll call her later. And she tells me, Mom, I'll call you later. I told her, okay, she hung up.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
I proceeded to go to the mall. Then from there, I went home. I got dressed. A friend of mine called me. I went over to their house. While I was there at their house, I received a call from Billy. He sounded very apurado, like rushed, like urgency. And all he told me was, I can't do this anymore. You need to come get Emmy now. Don't ask any questions. And he hangs up. And I am like calling him back because I'm fearing for my daughter. like I said, he sounded irrational. He sounded very like unaware, like something was happening. So I was worried for my daughter. I kept calling him back, and if I'm not mistaken, I sent him a message asking him like what's going on. Never answered, never replied back. I think I ended up messaging telling him to answer my phone call. And I cannot recollect if he did call me back or not. But I had gotten on the line with my cousin Kayla because I told her, can you stay on the line with me so he doesn't fight with me? He will not argue with me if you're on the line. And she said yes.
Why did you think that having Kayla there would stop Billy from fighting you?
Billy doesn't act, he likes to portray like he's this good person. Or not a good person, but like a good personality. Like he has character. So he's not gonna want to act the way he acts with me in front of Kayla, because then she can say like, well, he does act like that.
Okay. So was Kayla able to go with you?
No, she was not able to. So I asked her to stay on the line with me.
Okay. So while she's on the line with you, what did you do after that?
I was approaching Billy's house, well, his apartment complex, and as I'm approaching, I see Billy walking what was down towards my vehicle.
Okay, let me stop you there. So when you're approaching his apartment, how does Billy look?
I cannot say how he looked while he was walking because everything happened so fast. I heard 3 bangs on my windshield as I was going, and the only thing I remember seeing is literally his hand as I turned to the side as I was passing him, and just hearing gunshot after gunshot after gunshot.
So, and if I can have the witness stand, Your Honor, to demonstrate to the jury, how do you remember seeing Billy? If you could stand up and show the jury.
Just straight out with his hand, like as if nothing, like just shooting completely. No care in the world, no facial expression. It was like, I'm gonna shoot her. And then I tried to drive away.
You can take a seat. Thank you. Now, how did you come to realize that he was shooting at you?
I came to a realization that I got shot because I felt like I couldn't breathe. I kept trying to gasp for air, and as I was gasping for air, I felt like something was tying around my waist so tight. And I just, if I'm not mistaken, I had dropped my phone, and I was able to pick up my phone again. And I confirmed to I told my cousin, like I looked down to see my abdomen, and I just see red on my dress. And I'm holding my abdomen as tight as I can. And I confirmed to her that Billy did shoot me. And I told her I'm going to the hospital. And I drive away.
Now, real quick, before you drove away, what sensation or how did your body feel at that time?
My body was in so much pain. I didn't even know where pain was radiating from, but I couldn't feel, I could just feel, again, like a rope being tied around my waist and me unable to breathe. And I know for a fact that at one point I did lose consciousness. But I was in excruciating pain. Excruciating.
Now, at that point in time before you drove off, did you know how many times you had gotten shot by the defendant?
No.
You know? How were you dressed that day?
I was wearing a green dress, some sandals, my hair done, makeup.
After you got shot, did you look at yourself?
Yes, I stopped the vehicle to look at my body. But not to look at my body, see where I got shot, but like to see where pain was coming from. And it was coming from my abdomen. That is where I felt that's where I was assuming that's where all the pain was coming from. because I was radiating pain from my back to my arms, my hands. I kept passing out. I just did not want to die.
What injuries did you observe on yourself at that point in time?
Just the one on my abdomen.
So after you were shot, what did you do?
I stopped, saw, and I remember taking off to get to LMC hospital
Why did you want to get to LMC hospital?
because Billy had shot me. And I knew I needed to get to the hospital.
Were you afraid of dying?
Yes, I was terrified to die and to leave my girls. That is the one thing that I could not stop. And granted, I was on my way to go pick up Emmy, and the last thing that I heard from Emmy was, "You need to come and pick her up." And I was unable to do that. So I had just wondering what was going on with my daughter.
Where did you drive yourself that day? Did you drive yourself to LMC?
No, I crashed. I wasn't even aware that I had crashed when I woke up in the hospital.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could mark on this map, this is already states demonstrative. Where were you at the time when you picked up Emmy?
This is Smith Street.
Or when you were going to Billy's house to pick up Emmy? This is Smith Street and this is Reynolds.
Smith, and then Clark's over here.
Okay, so that's where you were right there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said
I drove down.
Mhm.
I had stopped about right here, and I drove down the rest. And as exiting Smith Street, I don't remember turning or going anywhere through here.
So you have no recollection of that?
I have no recollection of it leaving Smith Street.
What's the last thing you remember after driving away that day?
When I drove away, I was in and out of consciousness, and I remember seeing somebody next to me, but I don't know if it was a woman, I don't know if it was a man. And I do recollect I heard my cousin's voice. I don't remember seeing her.
Okay. Who else do you remember speaking with that day?
After the crash?
Yeah, yes, after the crash.
Or like once I crashed, it would be.
Do you remember speaking to anyone after you had crashed?
No, like I said, I don't know. I know somebody opened my door. I don't remember if I said anything, but I do remember that whoever did open my door, I did tell them my mom's name, my mom's info. I let them know that Billy Delgado, my husband at the time, shot me, and he lived on Smith Street. And then I told them I didn't want them to take my daughters, that for him not to take my daughters, like that was my main concern, my daughter.
After the crash, what's the next thing you remember?
I woke up in the hospital.
Okay. When would you say you woke up in the hospital? When did you regain consciousness?
That I was aware of my surroundings and everybody around me and able to read the night before would probably be the last couple of weeks of July. The last week of July.
The last week of July?
Yeah.
And this incident happened when?
On June 1st?
So from June 1st to the last week of July, you had no recollection?
No. I didn't know what was happening.
Did you know how many surgeries you had undergone at that point in time?
None.
Did you know where you were?
I knew I was in a hospital. I just didn't know where I was at.
What hospital were you at?
I was at University Hospital in San Antonio, Texas.
And when you regained consciousness, how did you feel at that point in time?
Pain. Pain. I felt so much pain that I wanted to die at one point. I did ask to stop. I did not want to live anymore at one point. The pain was absolutely horrible. It was excruciating, and as much meds as they would give me, nothing would work. I wanted to die at one point. I thought it was better.
Do you remember what you were thinking or what you thought at the moment you woke up?
I wanted to know what happened to me. I wanted to know what happened to my girls. I wanted to know where they were at. I wanted to know who they were with. My main concern was my girls when I woke up. And then after that, I started to ask, what happened to Billy? Where is Billy? Is he in jail? Am I safe? Am I not safe? After that, my family really did not want to tell me the extent to everything because I was unable to see because I was trached. I was unable to look down and look at my abdomen. I wasn't allowed to move. They didn't want to tell me. They didn't know how I was going to react to all the injuries that I had or to see what was going on with my abdomen. But they had to tell me, and it was horrible.
How did you feel when you heard about all your injuries?
I was in shock, and to my disbelief, I cannot believe that I lived. And the only thing I could also think about was the quality of life that I was going to have after the hospital, because there was no way to know what was going to happen.
And how long did you stay in the hospital for?
I was there for 363 days. 2 days shy from 1 year.
Did you incur any medical expenses because of this?
Yes, I have medical expenses. I have traveling expenses, my daughter's expenses, my own medical expenses.
What type of issues, if any, came about after the car crash? Did you have any insurance issues?
Yes.
Like what?
My health insurance isn't the best. So some things I do have to pay out of pocket. I have a medical bill that's crazy.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Sir.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 49, 50, and 51. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
These were taken this past weekend, and they're my abdomen, the deformity of my abdomen, actually. After all the surgeries, yeah.
Okay. And are they a true and accurate depiction of what they portray to be?
Yes, they are. And actually, that's still a stitch that sticks out.
Okay, thank you. I'll now tender to defense for any objection. State's Exhibit 49 to 51.
You approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
permission to publish, Your Honor, on the envelope?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Eric, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 51?
That is my abdomen.
Okay, and where is this photo taken from?
It was taken on Sunday.
Okay, so you would agree that this is your current state?
Yes, it is my current state. And on the very top, there's a small little loop. That loop right there, that is still an opening that I have. I do still have leakage from the inside out. And that little clear fishing line that it looks, it's an actual stitch.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
That is my right side of my abdomen. I got a skin infection there and had skin grafting done as well. The crease is where I had an ileostomy done. Those other 2 puncture holes are where I had tubes in and out. Where that line is towards the bottom, there's a line. That is as well where I had a tube in there. Tubes were there for drainage, and ileostomy was there as because my colon was sewed. My colon was closed, so I had to poop in a bag.
How would you describe the current condition of your skin?
Horrible. I have no confidence at all in my abdomen.
I'm going to show you finally what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. What are we looking at here?
That is my left side, and as well the indentation all the way down, that is another skin graft for where I got an infection from the shooting. I ended up septic. And then that hole that's right there is a GJ tube. That is where, yes, that is the GJ tube, and that is where I was receiving food for about 4 months.
4 months? What, if anything, do you have to do now or wear because of these injuries to your core, your abdomen?
I wear a full girdle. It tightens my abdomen to where I'm able to hold. Due to the extensive surgeries that I've had, I have no abdominal muscle. I do have still stitching from the inside where I cannot lift anything 10 pounds. I have to lift 10 pounds or less, and I cannot do so much force because if not, I will end up herniating. And due to that, nobody, no surgeon, no doctor will have any surgical procedure on my abdomen area because I have no skin, and 2, they can nick my intestine and I can go septic again, and it's probably fatal.
And who's responsible for all this?
Billy, when he shot me.
Thank you. Do you know how many surgeries that you've had during the course of this time?
Yes, if I'm aware, about more than 20 some procedures, maybe even more than 30.
Procedures because of this?
Because of this, yes. I was told by my doctors that at the beginning of me being in the hospital, I was going in 2 to 3 times out of the day sometimes for surgery.
For surgery. And you said that you can't have
the surgery because of the skin graft. What did you mean by that?
The way the doctors explained to me is that just cutting the skin, that skin doesn't regenerate. Like it's not as elastic as our normal skin. It's taken from one body part to another. So it doesn't stretch like normal skin anymore.
So is it safe to say that Mr. Delgado left you in a fragile state?
Yes, he did.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Erica.
Good afternoon.
Erica, the prosecutor started by showing you a video that I tendered to them about the incident.
Yes.
Okay. You had time to review that with the prosecutor?
Yes, I did.
You made some statements like in the video that you just rather die. What was that? What was that about?
It was a figure of speech. I did not want to go to jail.
Okay. You said the reason you were going to San Antonio was because you put hands on Billy?
Yes, our neighbor had called the police and for disturbance, and Billy was outside. They saw him first. They asked him questions, and then they arrested me.
And did you plead guilty in that case?
No,
Did you plead guilty in that case?
I did a judification.
Yeah, but in order for you to get on probation, you have to plead guilty.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Can we approach?
No contest?
Yes, Your Honor. That's a misstatement of the law.
Well, this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury also staying the objection. There is a plea that can be taken called a no contest plea where you do not admit guilt, but you plead no contest to the charges, or you plead guilty. Either way, the court can place you on deferred adjudication. If she knows what she did, you can ask her.
Yes.
Not sure if she does.
Do you know what type of plea you entered?
The judification, they told me that it wasn't going to be considered as a guilty plea, but like another second chance.
What did they tell you that basically it's the judge is not going to find you guilty after you finish your term of probation, you will not be found guilty, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But when you went in front of the judge, they asked you how you plead. What did you say?
I don't recall because it was through Zoom, and I really don't recall.
Okay, but you do admit on using your words, putting hands on Billy,
Yes, I do.
not assaulting him, right?
No,
You didn't assault him, you just put hands on him.
I was defending myself.
Just like on the video, the prosecutor asked you, how were you touching him? And you said like this. You just stretched out your arm like that.
No, I smacked my hand.
You smacked your hand.
I smacked.
So did
I
you
didn't place my hand out.
You smacked him.
Exactly.
Is that putting hands on him?
Yes.
Is that what you call putting hands?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Have you done that more than 2 times?
We both have.
I'm asking you, have you done that to him more than 2 times?
Yes.
How many times?
I cannot recall.
You cannot recall? More than 10?
I can't recall exactly a number
Okay. Have you ever had an incident with your brothers?
with my brothers.
Yeah.
There was
Where-
one case. Yes,
There was one case.
there was one case, but it
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to relevance, Judge.
It's under the family violence, Judge. It's a brother.
Your Honor, he's changing the focus and shifting to a different person. We're talking about the dynamic of the relationship.
Judge, it's my way of cross-examination. How can you be?
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. You can inquire.
Okay, so did y'all also put hands on your brother?
yes.
Where, did the police show up?
Mhm.
Okay, what happened to you?
I got arrested.
So at least twice that I know of, one with your brother and one with Billy, you've been arrested for assault, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Ain't any other times for assault?
For assault? This last time in the video.
So that was 3 times?
Mhm.
So at least 3 times you've used your hands, right?
Yes.
To defend yourself?
Yes.
You keep talking about your girls that you wanted to be with them, but I mean, have you ever taken actions inconsistent with that, where you're trying to take care of them?
I do take care of my daughters.
But when someone's driving and you're smacking the other person that's driving, how is that taking care of your daughters?
I understand my actions are not reasonable, and yes, but I did lose my. I was in a state of mind of where I did not want to go to jail. Okay.
Have you ever done something else where your daughters were in the vehicle? It wasn't probably the proper thing to be doing?
Yes.
When was that?
I got arrested for DU. It's a DUI.
And your kids were in the car?
My daughter, my oldest daughter, was in the car.
Under 15?
Yes, she was under 15.
So that's a felony?
Not to my, I am not aware with the law and exactly what is a felony and a misdemeanor. I'm sorry.
You already have a court date for that, right?
Yes.
And that's something you shouldn't be doing with your daughter if you really love your daughters, right?
I understand.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
Ma'am, you got separated back in 2023 or was it 24?
23.
23. And while you were on, you said your deferred adjudication, there was an order placed that you shouldn't make any contact with the victim.
The victim himself wanted me to live with him, and he had spoken to the probation officer, and the probation officer explained to him, and he said that no, he wanted me to live there and that we were going to work things out.
And you did not work it out because you separated, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So according to you, Billy always wanted to be with you. It came to a point in times where you just said it's done. One of you two said it's done and you separated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And where were you living at that time?
I always had to be the one to leave. He would never leave the house. So I always had to pack myself and pack my girls' clothes. Sometimes I wasn't always allowed to leave with my girls' clothes. So I would pack my car and I would leave. Living in San Antonio, I didn't have much family in San Antonio. I had an uncle in San Antonio, and I had only his family in San Antonio. So sometimes I would go to his aunt's house or I would go to his mom's house, but usually I would always have to drive back. Didn't matter the time. I've driven before 2-3 o'clock in the morning because I had to leave. And I'd be driving from San Antonio to Laredo.
And there's been times where you've been driving at 2 or 3 in the morning and you drop them off miles away from his house, right?
No.
No?
I dropped him off at his house one time because he didn't like the fact that I didn't want to answer a phone call. And he told me to take him back home. And I told him I was not his Uber, that I would leave him right here at the gas station. And I did. I dropped him off at the gas station. And that was it.
You're not his Uber. Is that
No.
what you said? That's pretty cold of you to be doing that in the middle of the night.
He's a
Don't you agree?
30-some-year-old. No, it's not.
I'm gonna object, Your Honors, that's argumentative.
Overruled.
I mean, you put someone's life at risk.
That I dropped him off at a gas.
That's a speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Don't you think that's putting somebody at risk? Just drop
I
them
didn't
off
drop
at the
him
gas
off at
station?
2-3 in the morning. If I recall, that day that I dropped him off, it was 9:40. And I know for a fact because I called his mom right after to let her know what had happened. And she said, leave him there.
Is that in San Antonio or here in Laredo?
Here in Laredo.
And how many times did you do that?
One time.
Just one time.
Mhm.
Even though we've heard testimony, there was more than one time.
I don't recall any of those other times.
You didn't kick him out of the house at that hour of the night?
At what
I'm gonna
time?
object, Your Honor, to relevance, Judge.
Oral.
I don't know what time I kicked him out the
So
house.
You're saying you never did.
Out of my home?
When you're separated, you're living alone, did you have Billy come over? Did you
No.
pick him up and take him over there, or somebody dropped him off and then you got in an argument and you kicked him out?
Yes. I'd pick him up. He'd come over. He's supposed to use my vehicle to go look for a job. And he didn't like at the fact that I had rules in my home. It wasn't his home. It was my home.
Okay, and then why did it, if he didn't find a job during the day, why did it take you so long till 2:00 in the morning to kick him out of the house?
Because he was just arguing with me, and I told him the door's right there. If you don't want to be here, the door is right there. You can leave. And he would leave.
You did not offer to give him a ride at all?
No, I'm not. I have to go to work the next day.
Ma'am, I saw you as you walked in. You're able to walk. You're able to function normally. Are you working at this time?
No, I'm not.
Have you filed for disability?
I have been, but I have not been approved for disability.
But you have filed.
Yes, I have.
Is there something that you can't do, type?
I don't have energy. I don't process food like anybody else.
So you just lack energy.
I
tired.
lack energy. I have PTSD. I have trauma. I'm unable to drive due to the PTSD that I have.
So you're at home most of the time?
I am at home for right now. Yes.
And you're telling us that you're not going to be able, you're not going to be able to work.
I don't know. I'm always going to be in recovery for all the injuries that I have. I don't know when I'll be able to work. My doctors at this time have told me I am unable to work.
Have they told you that at a point in time you'll be able to work?
They don't know.
They don't know either.
They don't know. They tell me they don't have a time.
So there's a possibility that you will be able to work.
Yes, there is.
Great. Good for you, Erica.
Thank you.
Okay? Because we all hope that you do get better and you're able to have a normal life. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. When you were separated, you were working at the time, right?
Yes.
And what kind of job did you have?
I was an alternate administrator for a provider agency, and as well as data clerk for a home health agency. At the time of the shooting, those were my two jobs.
Okay, before the time of the shooting, what kind of job were you having?
I was a waitress.
At what place?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, as to relevance, Judge.
Judge, it's taking her a few seconds to answer. I just want to know what the answer is. Where is she a waitress at? What bar?
Your Honor, it's not relevant, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, other than just being waitressing at that place, were you doing something different? Like where you had to perform or anything?
Objection as to, may we approach, Your Honor?
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm also gonna ask the court to advise counsel to not do that, because this is the second time you do that today, going against the court's orders, Judge, and asking questions against the court's orders.
I asked a different question, Judge, so I don't.
I didn't recall ordering anything in that regard, but, yeah, let's abide by the motions and limine, if you would, Mr. Vega. Let's proceed.
Okay. Erica, okay, so you had a different type of job, and then you were working as administrative assistant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So since that last job you had, after the incident, there's been no more. You've been out for a whole year, so you haven't really started looking for a job. You can't right now. You can't, right?
No.
Okay. And who's taking care of your daughter since you can't take care of them?
I'm taking care of them.
But that requires a lot of energy to chase them.
Well, no, I have an 11-year-old and a 5-year-old, and they are aware of my condition. And my daughters are well-rounded, and they understand that I can cook for them. I can, be around them and watch them.
Okay, so you're able to take care of your daughters.
Mm-hmm.
Great. While you were contemplating divorce, there was no orders in place to keep Billy away from his daughter, right?
I never kept him away from his daughter. I tried to co-parent the best way that I could.
All right. And, there was an order put in place so he can't see his daughter.
that those were his decisions to shoot me. That was placed because of what he did.
Did he do anything to his daughter?
That I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So why would they want to keep him away from his daughter?
No object as to relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And that's speculation as well, Judge.
Why would they want to keep him away from his daughter?
I don't know. That wouldn't be a question for me.
Is that more of an action of hatred? Like
To
trying to
who?
get him back for him?
Objection to asked and
No.
answered, Your Honor. She already said she doesn't know.
I was unconscious when the protective order was placed.
Do you agree to remove it so he could see his daughter?
No.
Okay, so why not?
He is somebody that is willing to put his daughter in harm's.
He didn't put his daughter in harm.
He did
How?
by shooting me while his daughter was upstairs.
His daughter didn't witness any of that.
She heard it, and she knows very well what her dad did.
Who told her that? You? Your mom?
She says it.
Who?
She said it. She heard the gunshots.
Right. She didn't see anything happen. She was never placed in harm's way. Was she?
To me, she was.
To you, she was. Okay. And that was the reason you used to basically just terminate his rights with his daughter.
That was his choice.
You're saying that's just not, just out of
That was his
retaliation and
choice.
hatred, isn't it?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered and also argumentative, Judge.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. You can answer, ma'am, if you know.
No, I believe they were his choices that caused this.
Judge, that's all the questions I have with this witness.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Brief redirect. Mr. Vega asked you right now, or he commented how you walked in normally. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 51 again. How is your life normal now?
My life isn't normal. I do not eat meals like everybody else. I eat very small meals. I am not allowed to eat any fast food whatsoever. My digestive system is so complex that it scares me all the time because I do not know if I'm going to burst my intestine. I don't know if I ate too much. I don't know if I ate too little. I'm unable to sometimes store energy. Just the simple food that I eat, from the energy of having to process the food, I get tired. Simply tired, exhausted. You could see it in my face. My blood pressure runs low. I'm pale. I feel like I'm going to pass out.
Are you on medications at this time?
Yes, I am on medication.
How many medications are you on?
At the moment, I am on 4 medications that I take, which are all due to, one is for my abdomen. The other 2 are for the anxiety and the depression that I have. And then I take one for whenever I have nausea. If I throw up too much, I can burst my incisions that I have on the inside, which would cause leakage in my abdomen and having to go to the hospital again.
Do you take any medications for pain?
I don't. I choose not to take medication for pain because it makes me really drowsy. So I don't take medication for pain, nor do I take any medication for my nerves, my nerve pain.
So how do you feel right now?
I'm in pain. I'm in pain when I walk. As I'm sitting down right now, my back is hurting really bad. I can walk, but I can only walk for a certain amount of time. I have a double compound fracture on my right foot, which is a bone not healing. It's held with screws and plates.
How did you get that injury on your leg?
When Billy shot me and when I crashed, I came to find out that I broke my foot when I crashed.
Now, you mentioned that you can't drive due to PTSD. Why can't you drive?
1, because my abdomen is still open. 2, it's all the anxiety and the PTSD that I have. I kind of sometimes lose track. Certain things, loud noises, bangs, honking, or if I see another vehicle and I feel like they're going to hit me, I start panicking and I just freeze. I don't do anything.
Did you have PTSD prior to the date of June 1st, 2024?
No, prior to June 1st, I lived a very freely carefree life. I really never believed anything bad would happen.
Do you want to be normal?
I would like to. I would not like to feel like I'm crawling on my skin all the time. The anxiety that I have it's not a body experience. I don't have control over myself. I don't have control on the way I can feel. And it absolutely feels horrible due to the fact that I never had to feel this before. Never had to feel it. I never had to feel having to look over my shoulder all the time.
Why do you feel like you have to look over your shoulder all the time?
Because I don't trust anybody. I don't trust nobody that's around me all the time.
And why is that?
Because I trusted somebody and I trusted that they would not do something like this, and they ended up doing it. And the one person that stated that they loved me ended up being the one to do this.
And who was that?
Billy.
Pass the witness.
Ma'am, you mentioned that Billy may have had a problem with alcohol. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that all the abuse that you gave him might have led to that?
No, he was already,
Did he get treatment for it?
that I'm aware of, he did go and get some treatment for it.
I know there was an incident where you might have a habit. I don't know, but did you ever get treatment?
No.
No. Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
I'm gonna try to speak up so everybody can hear you, sir. Mr. Vega, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Billy Delgado.
Mr. Delgado, how old are you?
I'm 35 years old.
Okay, sir. And where are you from?
I'm from Laredo, Texas.
Okay, and you lived in other places?
Yes, sir.
Where?
I lived in Arlington, Texas, and Mansfield, Texas, and Laredo, Texas, and San Antonio, Texas.
Okay, you were born here in Laredo?
Yes.
And what's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Maria Concepcion Delgado.
And your dad's?
My step.
I should clarify that the state rested, obviously. So the state rested after Erica Torres. All that. I just skipped to defense witness number 1. He's testifying. So I just want to clarify that he is a defense witness, not a state witness, just in case people got confused. The state have rested, and now they are bringing this guy up. So, I got some people in chat that I need to explain stuff to, like Lady Di, obviously. Here we go, everyone. I'm here. I saw the abuse I was getting. I just thought I'd let you all abuse me for a bit. That's fine. I know you do, Sarah P. Most of you do.
My dad is Luis Delgado, and my real dad is William Bloom.
Your biological dad is William Bloom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your mom's maiden name?
And Maria Johnson.
Okay. I went to
United High School.
United High School, okay. Where else after that?
I went to South Texas Vocational Institute. I became a combination welder.
And when was that, sir?
In 2016, I started school. In 2017, I finished and graduated in trade school as a combo welder.
And you were how old at that time?
I was about 27 years old, sir.
Okay. And before you became a welder, were you working here?
Yes, I was working in a staffing agency as a forklift driver.
You have another child from another relationship, right?
Yes, I do.
And what's the name of that child?
My son is 11 years old, and his name is Israel Delgado, and he lives in Fort Worth with his mother.
Okay. And you said you had lived in that Dallas area, the Fort Worth area. Is that where you met the mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long were you with her?
I was with her for about 5 years.
And then you separated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you still see your son?
Yes, I see him on the summers. I get him for a whole month, and I see him when he doesn't have school for the most part.
You have a good relationship with both the mom and the son?
Yes, I
I'm
do.
gonna object to relevance, Your Honor.
Okay, so you've done your best to try to raise your son?
Yes, I have, sir.
And after you left the Dallas area, you came back to Laredo?
I moved to San Antonio, and I started going to trade schools.
Okay. And then you moved back to Laredo?
When I finished trade school, I moved to Mansfield, Texas, to start working in the industry as a welder.
All right. And where does Erica Torres come into play?
I was living in Arlington, Texas, and Miss Torres had DM'd me, and we linked up, and she went to go live with me in Arlington, Texas.
Oh, okay. I always thought you guys met reunited here. But so she went up to Arlington after she messaged you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long did you live in Arlington?
I would say about a year at the most, if that.
Okay. And then you moved?
Yes, we moved to San Antonio.
Did you experience any problems with her in Arlington?
Yes, we did. We had our arguments here and there, but she threw a weight at me and missed one day, and that's when we decided to split up. But then we talked about it, and we ended up moving together back down to San Antonio.
Okay. So there was only one incident there where she got physical?
In Dallas, yes.
Okay. And then you moved back to?
We went to we lived with my family for a little bit, and then we came to Laredo for the most part during COVID.
Okay. I believe those testimonies, she said that you guys were in San Antonio, right?
Yes, we were in San Antonio.
How long?
Less than a year.
Less than a year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you live in your own apartment?
Yes, we had a condo in Alamo Heights.
Okay. And did you have any incidents there?
Yes, that's where I pressed charges for the assault on the first time she hit me, sir.
Oh, well, you were still in San Antonio?
Well, we were still in San Antonio.
And I guess she went to court, took care of that case, right?
She went to court, took care of it, and we were still living together at the time, yes, sir.
And what did she do in that incident? How did she hit you?
We were arguing because we had a 2-story condo, and both my daughters were playing upstairs. I consider my stepdaughter my daughter. Both my daughters were playing upstairs. They were playing beauty school, and they came down, and the older one had cut the youngest one hair, and Miss Torres snapped and dragged the older one by her hair up 2 flights of stairs. And when I told her, like, maybe you could have handled that different, she said for me not to tell her how to raise her daughter.
And that's how the fight started?
And that's how the fight started. And she started coming towards me, and I was like, Erica, stop. And that's when she hit me a couple of times, and that's when the neighbors called the cops.
Okay. You didn't call the cops?
I didn't call the cops, no, sir.
Okay. I know that we brought it up. You were sitting here next to me during the voir dire. That was one of the questions, and I'm going to ask you is somebody already threw a weight at your head, and somebody already assaulted you. I mean, why'd you stay with her after those 2 times?
I mean, for the most part, as a man, you're raised to to deal with those kind of things,
okay,
and just be a man about it. So I decided to be a man about it and be there for my family, what I had at the time.
Okay. So after you said about, what was it, a year in San Antonio? You moved back to Laredo?
Yes.
And that was during COVID?
Yes.
Okay, there was not much going on during that time, right?
No, sir.
I think she said you weren't working at all. You didn't have a job.
No, I was getting unemployment.
So you were receiving some type of funds.
Yes, sir.
Did any incidents happen after that?
We had gotten in an argument one time at the house, and I was trying to get out of the house. And when I was trying to get away from her, a cologne bottle had fallen on the floor, and she stepped on it, cut her foot. So that gave me a chance to open the door, and I was able to get in my vehicle and skirt off. Well, before she got to open the passenger door and continue the abuse.
Okay. And any other times that you recollect?
The time in the vehicle.
The time of the vehicle?
Yes, and after the time in the vehicle, one more time. That was it.
That you remember?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was other incidents when the police were called, right?
Yes, sir.
And those aren't the times that you're mentioning right now.
No.
Okay, so there were other times.
Yes, there were other times that the cops in San Antonio, before that, they had proof because I was bleeding from the side of the head, so they had to arrest her because they took. I gave them permission to take photos.
Okay, I'm not sure, Mr. Delgado. But you said you were bleeding, right?
Yes, sir.
So I have some photos, but are these the photos that I have from that incident?
I believe no. Those were the photos that my two aunts. I was at home. We were at home here. We had a condo in Del Mar, and she was hitting me, and all of a sudden somebody rings the doorbell, and out of the blue, two of my aunts came to visit, and they were able to. Miss Erica calmed down, and I went upstairs real quick, and I changed my shirt because it was all torn and everything because I didn't want my family to know what was going on at home. And so at that point, my aunts came in. They said hi to the babies and everything. And when they left is when I saw my opportunity to go outside and let them know and show them what was going on. And that's when they decided to take pictures of it because I had never told them that Miss Erica was like that.
Okay. I mean, they knew that you argue a lot, right?
Yeah, they knew that we argued, but I would never tell anybody of the times that she would put her hands on me.
Okay. And a lot of these were they just scratches and slaps, or were they serious?
There were scratches, slaps, and punches, all a mix of everything.
Okay. Did you ever brandish a weapon and
Never.
try to shoot her?
No, sir.
Okay.
Except for,
Well, we saw the video.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And we'll get to that. Okay, Mr. Delgado?
Yes, sir.
But I mean, we have we have assaults after assault after assault after assault after assault. You could have lost your cool in between any of those assaults and shot her, right?
Yes, sir, but I wasn't raised to hit women.
Okay. Or you could have punched her out.
Yes, easily, but I don't put my hands on women.
Okay. So when did you purchase this weapon?
The weapon that I purchased was after July of 2023, when the incident happened. I pressed charges, and one of her brothers had just gotten out of prison, so I was kind of concerned for my safety.
Okay. Did anybody make threats against you?
It's happened before to where I've been threatened by her mother and her brother, yes.
Okay. So you felt the need to purchase a weapon?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
That was in maybe I would, if I can recall, be August of 2023.
All right, it's around that time. You're not certain.
Around the time of after I pressed charges, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you ever assaulted after that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you have a weapon. You're being assaulted. I mean, you could have gone crazy and shot her, right? You didn't do that.
I didn't, no, sir.
All right. So you've already purchased a weapon. You felt the need to have purchased it because of the threats, but you're not using the weapon, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And you said you have one daughter with Erica, right?
Yes, I have a 5-year-old with Erica, and I have a 11-year-old with Megan Lee Bagwell.
Okay. But you love your daughter?
Yes, I love her. I'll do anything to protect her.
Okay. And you've heard the testimony about the lifetime protective order, I mean, and the people have tried to get you to sign documents so you don't have rights to your daughter.
Yes, sir. When they put the lifetime protective order, I didn't even have anybody to represent me in the courtroom.
Do you want to see your daughter again?
Yes, sir.
Do you love her?
Yes, I adore her with everything.
Do you want to be able to take care of her and raise her?
I would love that.
All right, sir. Now we're talking about a point in time here, and we saw that everybody saw the video. I don't think we needed that. Do we need that test done, Billy, with gun residue on your hands to determine who shot?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. So the whole issue here, Mr. Delgado, is whether, why did you shoot Erica Torres? Okay. So let me ask you a few questions regarding that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, let me back a little bit. Your stepdaughter.
Yes.
Were there any allegations concerning abuse with her?
Yes, there was.
And what about
Can I
her?
object to relevance, Your Honor?
This
is about the stepdaughter, Judge.
It goes to our defense judge.
Well, I think it was already discussed to some extent, so I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Okay. She has a stepdaughter, right? I mean, she has a daughter, your stepdaughter.
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever an incident of abuse?
Yes.
And what happened according to you?
We were living in San Antonio, and Mrs. Torres' family came to visit, and the next day my stepdaughter had what it looked like somebody had hit her in the lip, and she had like a bruise on her neck, and it happened to be Hickey, sir.
Okay. And how did you determine what happened?
Oh, we asked, Miss Torres, of course, because I'm not her father, so I'm not allowed to handle those kind of situations. Miss Torres called her father, and they handled that between them.
Object to hearsay, Judge.
Okay, you were present when this happened?
I was present when this happened, yes.
Okay, so they handled the situation.
Don't repeat what anybody else said, but you're welcome to tell us what you saw or didn't.
Okay, so don't repeat what somebody said, just what you saw, okay?
Yes, sir.
So they handled the situation how?
From what I know, they put her youngest sister in counseling, from what I know.
Okay, so Erica's younger sister was the perpetrator in that case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we move forward. You already have that in your mind, right?
Yes, sir.
There's already been an incident where there was hickeys and by the younger sister, according to you.
Yes, sir.
That's already logged in your brain. Okay, then we move forward now. And take us back to your apartment to the day of the shooting.
Well, the night before, my daughter was taking a shower, and I had asked my roommate Sharon to just watch her real quick while I went outside to smoke a cigarette. And when I came back inside, I went into the bathroom, and I really didn't say anything. I just wanted to peek on her because my daughter was really quiet, and usually she's jumping around in the shower, splashing and stuff. So I kind of peeked in the shower, and she was what looked like she was playing with the vaginal area of a Barbie.
Okay, and that concern you?
Yes. I kind of I reacted in a sense to where I kind of, what are you doing? Yelled, got loud a little bit, and the Barbie went flying out of her hand. So I calmed down, and I let her finish taking her a bath, and I took her to the room, changed her, put a cartoon on for she can, calm down because she was crying. And after that, that's when I started asking her, where did she learn to touch a Barbie in those areas?
And the response?
Her response was she kind of just tried to change the subject. She tried to just, my daughter's very smart little girl. She just kind of changed the subject, and so I started asking her. I started with my family. I started asking her who has been touching. She had to have learned from touching the Barbie. Where did she learn that from? I started naming family members of mine because my daughter's always bouncing around with my family and Miss Doris's family. And I started with my family, started going down the list of people, asking her, was it this person who touched you? She started saying, no, daddy, it wasn't that person. And I went down the list. She said, no, no, no. And then I went over to Miss Doris's family. I started going down the list of people. And when I got to Mr. Louis Torres's name is when she kind of started crying and held me and told me that that it was him that touches her titi.
Okay. And who is Louis Torres?
Erica's brother.
Okay. Is he the one that's been in prison?
Yes.
Do you know what for?
No.
Okay. So their family knows what it means to have a family member in prison.
Yes, sir.
What it feels like.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in your mind, so you already have the previous abuse stepdaughter, and now you have this of your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so take us, what happened the rest of the night?
Well, I was thinking how I can approach Miss Torres because every time I approach Miss Torres, she tells me that I am acting like some sort of investigator or something in her terms. Because 2 weeks prior to that happening, she had came to drop off my daughter, and my daughter had a big knot on her head, and she said that it happened at school. And when I told her that I was going to go to school and get the incident report, she freaked out and said, "Oh, you're always acting like an investigator. Why do you have to do that?" And I never got the paperwork from the school. So I figured if she's been abusing me this whole time, that she was abusing my daughter as well.
Okay, so now we have a family member that has access, and you have Erica was giving him access to your daughter, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that night, did you do anything else, or just put to bed?
I put my daughter to bed, and I got as much rest as I could, thinking about how I was going to approach Miss Torres.
Okay. So now you're placed in a position where you're separated. She's got friends in high places, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She already told you that you're not going to be able to do anything to her because she has a friend here at this courthouse.
No, she said, it doesn't matter what I do or how I do it, that she's never going to do it because of her aunt, Becky Palomo, is a judge, and she can get away basically with anything, in other words.
That's what Erica told you.
Yes.
Whether she can do it or not is up to somebody else, not her.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, but that's what she told you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you have all these thoughts in your head. There's no way out because you're not going to get help here, according to you, right?
Yes, I pressed charges multiple times. I did the report in the vehicle. She got seriously bodily injury, 2 counts of child endangerment, and nothing ever happened to her.
Okay. Anything else?
As in what?
Okay. So you have all these. All these things are going around in your head, right? All the previous abuse and stuff like that. You're not able to get a whole lot of sleep that night, right?
Yes, sir.
So what happens in the morning?
So the following day, we wake up. I made my daughter pancakes as well for my roommate. I made breakfast, and I was thinking about how I was going to approach it. So I decided I would call Miss Torres. And so when I called her and I told her I needed to talk to her, something was going on with my daughter, she says, "Oh, there's always something going around with my daughter. That's why I never give it to you, because you're always investigating her," and hung up the phone. Or she said, "I'm on my way," and she hung up the phone.
Did she threaten you by, you're never going to see your daughter again?
Yes, and somewhere in there where she says, "This is why I never let you have the baby," and I figured that she's never going to let me see the baby again, especially if I tell her that her brother was fondling with my daughter.
So at this point, your whole world is crashing in. I mean, you got an abuse on your daughter. You have no way to help her.
Yes, sir.
She's already threatened to take your daughter away. You're not going to be able to see her. What was the objections? I didn't hear it.
Leading.
Okay. So what do you have in your mind going into this?
Well, after I told her that and she hung up the phone, I guess she wasn't too far and I snapped. It's when I completely lost. I figure I lost my temper. I blacked out and I unloaded my weapon on Miss Torres.
Okay. But you have, I mean, you're trying to defend your daughter from being sexually assaulted, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that what you're doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't know what was gonna happen to her if I let her go with her mother because her mother's an abusive woman, and what if she would have done something to my daughter?
Okay.
For telling me that what happens at her home.
And this weapon, it wasn't an illegal weapon, right?
No, sir. I don't have a prior record. I have a DWI in 2011. That's about it. That's why I was able to own a weapon.
Okay. You don't have a felony. You've never been convicted of a felony in this state or any other state.
I've only been convicted.
Have you been convicted of a felony in this state or any other state?
No, sir. I've only been convicted once in 2011 for a DWI.
Okay. And how old were you?
I was 22, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And, okay, so you're able to carry a weapon, you're able to have a weapon, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And you weren't committing any illegal act when this shooting took place, right?
No, sir.
And you already told us that you were protecting your daughter from a sexual assault, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you thought you were doing.
I didn't know what would happen. What else? I mean, Ms. Torres after I pressed charges in 2023, kept me away from her. Even on her birthday, I wasn't able to speak to her that year or see her.
Okay.
I haven't seen my daughter for her birthday since 2023. 2022 was the last time I saw my daughter for her birthday.
Erica's not the one sexually abusing your daughter, right?
No, she's physically abuses my daughter.
Right, but she's the one in control of your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Objection to leading, Judge.
Is she the one in control of your daughter?
Objection to leading.
Yes, sir.
And so is she given access to anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is one of those persons Louis?
Yes, sir. They used to live together, if I'm not mistaken.
Louis Torres, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So in order to protect your daughter, I mean, you have to do something, right? To get from daughter getting to Louis.
The last thing I would have ever thought is nobody deserves to be shot. Nobody deserves to be shot.
Right.
Trust me, I regret it every day. I wish it would never happen. But it happened.
Go ahead.
But it happened, sir. And I felt like I was left with no choice.
Was that your way in protecting your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you've been through a lot, so you thought this was reasonable, an unreasonable attempt to defend your daughter?
I didn't think it was reasonable to shoot anybody, but that's what happened.
Well, that's the only option you had at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at that time, it was reasonable. Was that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They made it seem, Billy, like after the shooting took place, that the car stopped. You just kind of walked toward the car and then went up. Is there something else that you wanted to do?
No, sir. I like I said, during those few seconds of that happening, I was in a complete rage and was blacked out.
But I mean, you've been slapped, had weights thrown at you, kicked. I mean, you've been abused all this time, and you didn't break into a rage.
I guess from everything that I've had, all those times bottled in, never doing anything at those times and moment, bottling in and bottling everything in. And then finally finding out that something's happening to my daughter, I completely lost it, sir.
Okay. You said when the car approached, I mean, Mr. Delgado, if you wanted to kill her, I would think you would let the car stop, hey, roll down your window, and then shoot her and kill
Objection,
her.
Your Honor, opposing counsel's testifying.
Is that what?
Sustained.
Okay. Wouldn't that be, what would be an easier way if you wanted to kill her?
I wouldn't want to kill her, but I guess if you would say an easier way to kill somebody would be to let them get off the vehicle.
Okay. Or stop the vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was never your intent, right?
No, sir.
Okay. In your mind,
I was shooting towards, I guess I was shooting towards her vehicle in her direction. Yes, sir.
and you had, I think they saw a total of, did you have the gun in a box, or how did you have your gun?
I always carry it's small enough to carry in my pocket. So after I bought it, since as long as it's concealed, I'm allowed to carry it anywhere and it fits in my pocket. I always carry it in my pocket.
Okay. And I don't think we saw the video, but I think I saw it, where you basically disappear before the police come down. Where did you go? After the shooting, where did you go?
I was I believe my mother had called me and I was on the phone with her.
Okay. Did you ever go upstairs?
I went upstairs to put the pistol and the 2 magazines on the chair because I didn't know how the police were going to respond when they got there.
You didn't want to have any problems with the police?
No, sir.
In fact, you followed their instructions?
Yes, sir.
You got on your knees. We all saw it on video, right?
Yes.
He handcuffed you. You didn't want anybody else getting hurt?
No, sir.
Okay. You already told us you're very remorseful for what happened.
Yes, sir. I wish it would never happen.
Do you think, Billy, if you wouldn't have heard that your daughter was abused, and if you've never been assaulted so many times before, that this incident would have happened?
No, sir.
Your Honor, can I have just 1 second, please? A couple of seconds here. Okay, you didn't do anything to provoke Erica, and then you responded with a shot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I already asked you whether you were committing any criminal violations at the time. You weren't.
No, sir.
Okay. Judge, that's all I have. My client.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could just have a moment.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Delgado.
Good afternoon.
So we just heard a lot from you. So let's start off by saying this. You realize you're on trial, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You agree you shot Erica?
Yes.
All right. You would agree that you caused serious bodily injury to Erica?
Yes.
You would agree you used a deadly weapon?
Yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, we're going to play State's Exhibit 4. Mr. Delgado, you ambushed Erica that day, right?
No, sir. I was.
No, it's a yes or no question. You ambushed Erica that day?
No.
Did you let her know that you were going to shoot her when she arrived? Yes or no?
I didn't even know I was in the shooter when she arrived.
Okay. Yet, you didn't warn her, right? So you surprised her by shooting her 10 times that day?
No, sir.
It's on video, Mr. Delgado.
I did shoot her 10 times that day, but I didn't shoot her planning that I was going to shoot her.
Mr. Delgado, you're waiting for her. You called her to come over.
I called her to come over, but when I snapped when she told me what she told me on the phone, what happened in between me hanging up the phone and after what she said to the time that I shot her, I was in rage mode.
You believe this enraged mode is some form of excuse?
No, I'm not giving no excuses, sir.
So then you were conscious of what you were doing?
For those split seconds, I wasn't.
So is it an excuse or not? Because you're saying you were enraged.
I don't know what you consider an excuse.
You intentionally called Erica over. Yes, correct?
But that's not what you said. You said, if I considered it an excuse, I don't know what you consider an excuse, sir.
Mr. Delgado, let me break it down for you. You called Erica Torres over the date of June 1st, 2024 to your apartment, correct?
Yes.
You told her, get here now, correct?
No.
You told her, come over to the apartment.
No.
What did you tell her?
I told her that I needed to speak to her. I needed to come to the house because I needed to speak with her. And that's when she made those remarks as in, this is why I never give you the baby.
Okay.
So yes, I guess you would say I did tell her to come to the house.
Thank you. Now,
but not intending to shoot her.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. Now, when she's coming over, you met Erica with bullets, correct? Shooting at her? You would agree with that?
I don't understand that. I don't understand what you mean
When
by
Erica
met her
arrived
with bullets.
When Erica arrived, you immediately started shooting at her, correct?
As according to the video, yes.
Okay. Yeah. At this time, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 5. Mr. Delgado, you're walking up to Erica's Kia Soul there, correct?
In the video, yes.
Because you were walking up to her to kill her, correct?
No.
You were walking up to finish the job?
No. I don't know what was going through my head at the time. But it does look like on the video that I was approaching her vehicle.
Well, it wasn't to check on her, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, like I said, I was blacked out at the time from so much rage. But yes, it does look like I'm approaching her vehicle.
So you say you blacked out. When did you come to?
I guess I would say as soon as I was walking up the stairs to put my pistol back on the chair.
And when did you say that you blacked out?
When she told me what she told me on the phone and we hung up. And she hung up.
Okay. And was this before you were, because you heard Ms. Estrada testify, so you blacked out after you were at peace making pancakes that morning? Happily making pancakes?
No, my daughter was inside playing with Miss Estrada in her room, the sorry game, and that's when I told her I was gonna go outside, and I went outside and made a phone call. She doesn't even know about the phone call. I was outside when that phone call was made.
Okay, but you testified earlier that the night before your daughter told you about this, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you went through a list, right? That you started with your family?
Yes.
And then you went to Erica's family?
Yes.
You realized that well, how many people did you rattle off? How many names did you rattle off to your daughter asking her?
I don't recall. I just went through everybody.
Everybody?
On my side, everybody. On her side, about 3 or 4 people.
And you said that your daughter at some point just finally cried and said, yes, Dad, this happened.
No, not at some point. When I brought up his name, she was coherent and listening to the names that were coming out of my mouth and telling me yes or no.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, you saw Investigator Vaquera testify earlier here today, correct?
Yes, but I don't recall who Mr. Vaquera looks like.
Okay. Well, do you know that children are supposed to be interviewed by a trained specialist? Yes or no?
No.
Do you know?
I don't know how that process works.
Okay. Well, children are interviewed because they are highly susceptible to being influenced when someone asks them constant questions. And you were asking your daughter constant questions. You would agree with that, correct?
I only asked her one question, sir.
You just said you listed off a bunch of names until she finally said
That's not asking her questions. I asked her one question and then I started giving her names.
I'm going to object to non-responsive, Your Honor. You gave her a bunch of names, correct? And
I don't object. It's been asked and answered. I don't know where he's going with this.
Your Honor, because he's under oath and he's saying that he didn't ask her a bunch of questions, but he's asking her, did so-and-so, did so-and-so, did
I'll
so-and-so.
overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You realize each time that you ask her a person's name, that is a question, correct?
Oh, I guess if that's what you're saying, yes. I asked her one question and I started stating names.
Okay.
But yes, if I'm asking her, was it this person, I guess you would consider that a question.
And yet you somehow landed on Uncle Louis, right?
Yes. After I listed a bunch of people, yes.
Okay. Now, after this video was taken, you got arrested, right?
Yes, you know this. They told you that.
Yes, we're just doing this for the questioning. Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Now, when you got arrested, you went to LPD, correct?
They took me to the police station.
To the police station. All right. And prior to that, you had already confessed, yes, I shot her. I did what I did. I'll take my consequences, correct?
I do not. I recall telling the police officer that I unloaded my clip. I don't recall telling him that I'm willing to deal with the consequences.
Okay. You don't remember telling Officer Amezquita, I'll deal with the consequences?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling your neighbor while you're in the back of the cop car?
I remember yelling out to my neighbor that my daughter was violated, yes.
Okay.
I don't recall ever saying that I'm willing to deal with the consequences.
No, I'm going to ask you, you said you were taken to LPD?
Yes.
All right, you remember going to LPD?
I remember getting there, yes.
Okay, you weren't in the supposed blacked out stage still?
No, sir.
Okay, so then you remember your interaction with Mark Vela?
I do.
Okay. You remember telling him how Erica has a rap sheet and you don't have a rap sheet, so you don't deserve this? Do you remember that?
I don't think I ever said I don't deserve this, but I do recall what me saying that I don't have a rap sheet and she has a rap sheet, yes.
Okay. You remember bragging about Blasa Bloom?
I wasn't bragging about it. I was just stating.
What were you stating?
Her name. That she's my relative.
Okay. No, you didn't just say that she was your relative. You said, go look at the pictures, right?
What pictures?
You told, when the officer said, who's Blasa Bloom? You said, go outside. She's my grandma, first police captain of Laredo.
I never said, I don't recall saying go look at the pictures.
It's in evidence.
But if
Mr.
it
Delgado.
is in there, I guess, yes, I said a lot of things that day.
In fact, you use that. You tried to use that as leverage, correct, with Erica?
No, sir.
You would always tell her, I know LPD?
Never.
You never told her that?
Never.
So you wouldn't use the fact that your grandmother was an LPD and that you knew the police?
Never. My grandma has not been a part of my life for a really long time, sir.
Then
She's-
why
but-
would you
but she-
say that
I don't
Plaza
know.
Bloom to your grandma?
I just stated it just to state it, sir.
Did you state it so that they would take off the cuffs and let you go that
I would
day?
never think they would do something like that, sir. That would be ridiculous to even think that.
Well, I guess you were thinking ridiculous that day.
I don't see how, but if you say so.
Now, you said that you stayed in this relationship because you're a real man, right? A real
Along
man.
those lines.
You said a real man deals with this?
I said a real man deals with what he has to deal with, and yes.
So a real man shoots his wife while she doesn't suspect it? Is that what a real man does? Because that's what you did there.
No, sir.
So you're not a real man.
I would say I degraded myself that day.
You said you weren't raised to hit women, right?
Never.
Were you raised to shoot women?
Neither.
You said you love your daughter?
I adore her with everything. I'll do anything for her to protect her.
Did you think that when you went upstairs that day that Emmy was going to be proud of you for killing her mommy?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I'm asking you. Did you if you love your daughter, did you think that you were going to go back upstairs to your apartment that day and that Emmy was going to be proud of you for killing her mommy?
I didn't think I was gonna go upstairs and explain to my daughter anything.
Did you believe that Emmy was going to be happy that you shot her mom?
No.
Mr. Delgado, you expressed that you're remorseful for what you did. Is that correct?
Yes.
You expressed that you regret what you did that day. Is that correct?
Yes, I ask God for forgiveness, and hopefully one day Miss Erica can forgive me.
Did you regret this the moment you did it?
Yes, right after that.
Right after that?
I would say it was thought. It was in my head that I should have done that.
So you regretted it from the moment you shot her? Even though you were smirking there at LPD, laughing about it, acting like if you just threw out the trash?
No, that was how I felt towards the cop because he was getting smart with me, so I got smart with him.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, you've been in Webb County multiple times, correct? Webb County Jail?
Not multiple. This is my first time.
2 times, correct?
For this incident, yes.
Okay, you were arrested initially after this incident?
The day of, yes.
Yes, and then you turned yourself in, correct? The second time?
Yeah, the second time I turned, yeah, I bonded out with no restrictions, and then
Object to this line of questioning.
I'm going to establish the foundation right now, Your Honor. Yeah, good. All right. You use the jail phone calls? You use the phones in the jail, correct?
I did.
Excuse me?
I did.
You did? All right. I'm going to tender what's marked as Case Exhibit 52. First, let me show it to you. While you're at the jail, when you use these automated systems, they say that they record, right?
Yes.
They say that this call is subject to recording.
Yes.
It is an automated machine.
Yes, sir.
And by pressing and taking part in the conversation, you consent to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you use the jail phones, correct?
Yes,
You
sir.
did involuntarily?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit this.
I can't tell which phone call that is by just a USB.
It serves purpose, Your Honor, due to his regret and remorsefulness.
Yeah.
And we've tendered this already.
What is the objection?
Which number is it?
It's going to be State's Exhibit 52.
Do I have 52? Is it labeled 52? Can I hear it before they play it, Judge?
Well, Can you identify what you tendered to him? Is it numbered in some way, shape, or form?
It's in some form of USB, Judge. We tendered him all the jail calls of the defendant.
Yeah, but what label is that? What number is it? If I could-
Erin Hatchie drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long.
Which is a DVD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9?
It should be 8.
It's gonna get to the very bottom. It's in the defense's possession, Your Honor.
So what's the objection, Mr. Baker?
I have no objection. I just wanted to make sure that I had it.
All right.
Because
May I proceed? It's admitted.
Permission to publish State's Exhibit 52, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. Several charges for your call have been accepted. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Verdad?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. You can't hear what's being said.
It gets higher, Your Honor.
Do they have a transcription of it?
Your Honor, I could ask him if he's able to identify the voice in the call.
Well, but it's not only that, Judge. The objection is that you're going to hear.
They're hiding the volume there.
So is there a way to get the volume up?
Right.
Yes. It's gonna get higher, Your Honor.
All right, let's see what happens. I'll overrule the objection.
I mean, okay. So you take medication? I take medication? No. Okay. I need it. Okay, we don't need to take medication. I think it'll work. Okay, necesita que ayudarte a ti mismo mismo. ¿Entiendes? Entonces, ¿me puedo ayudar a grabar conmigo entonces? No, amigo, le compras que ayudarle a la niña, no te multipliques, ética y ética te ayuda. Y fíjate de ti que tú tienes que ayudarte. No te quieres ayudar, las cosas tienen que ser más.
Who are you talking to in this phone call?
It sounds like my mother.
Well, I mean, looking in your right mind to do what you did, son. So how can you that's the issue? Okay, but you know what? And so you can speak to me and realize. No, I know you're not saying that word, Debbie. I know, son. But you're not understanding that this was not a slap in the face. And this is when we told our children as growing up, to think that we cannot protect people. That there's only to regret. There's only so much we can teach you, and there's only so much we can get out of that.
So Delgado, you said you regret what you did that day immediately?
I said that today.
No, I asked you earlier. I said, did you regret it immediately after you did it? And you said, yes, I did. Correct?
Yes, I thought I did, yes.
Okay, this phone call is dated from June 6th, after the date took place on June 1st. And play it again, please.
I heard it. That day I did say I did not regret it. I was upset.
And we cannot protect people. There's only to regret. There's only so much we can teach you, and there's so much we can get out of that.
I believe you said you don't regret a motherfucking thing you did. How about that, correct?
Yes, sir, I did say that day. I was still upset.
Objection to non-responsive. Now,
Your Honor, he's got to let him answer the question. I'm going to object to the interruption.
pass the witness.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Yes, sir, you step down, have a seat next to your attorney, please. Next witness, please.
Judge, I'm going to call Vanessa Flores. Do I need to get it myself, Judge?
I think somebody will get him.
Ma'am, can you, can you please give us your name?
Vanessa Flores.
Ms. Vanessa Flores, how are you related to Billy?
He's my nephew.
Okay, and that would make him your brother's or sister's son?
He's my sister's son.
Okay, and the name of your sister?
Maria Delgado.
Okay. You're from from Laredo?
I lived in Laredo for 18 years, and then now I live in San Antonio.
So after graduating high school, you left?
Yes.
Okay, and you've lived in San Antonio ever since?
Yes.
And what do you do up there?
I'm a digital product manager at USAA.
Okay. You worked there at the campus there on I-10?
Yes, for 20 years.
20 years. Okay. Well, my son-in-law works there too. I'll talk to you about it after. All right. And you've been gainfully employed for 20 years there.
Yes, sir.
And you, we're talking here about Billy and Erica. I mean, what have you done to try to help them out?
I was there many times after some of their disagreements when the cops were called to their place. It happened a few times between, the time that they were together and lived in San Antonio.
Well, let's. Are you talking a few times here in Laredo or a few times in San Antonio?
In San Antonio.
All right. So let's take one at a time, please. If you could separate them. What incident happened? Or
The one that I could remember, there's a couple, but one of the disagreements that they had called the cops, and I would usually get a phone call either from Billy or Erica or my sister, if my sister was not in town, asking me to come over. The cops were there. So this one time I got a call and I headed over there to their apartment. I got there, the cops were already there. Billy was outside. Erica was inside the apartment with the girls. And they were questioning Billy because he had marks on his body. And they were asking if he wanted to press charges.
Did he?
At first he said no repeatedly. And at the end he said, okay, I will. You could visibly see the marks. So I feel like the cops kept asking and he finally said yes.
Okay. And you were present for that?
I was.
Okay. Please only testify to what you saw or you were present to, okay?
Yes.
Okay. That was one of the incidents?
Yes, that was one of the incidents. That was the night she got arrested.
Okay. Did you take care of the children?
I did. I ended up taking Emmy and Bella with me, because Billy and Erica had just had a disagreement and they were both a little worked up. And Erica was going to jail and Billy was going to stay behind. So I told him, let me take the girls, give you some time. And I just got clothes for Bella because she was in school and just so that I could make sure to get her to school in the morning.
Okay. And is there another incident that you were present for?
There is another one that I showed up to the apartment. This one, nobody got arrested. I ended up taking Billy home with me that night to give them some time. The cop thought it would be best to give them time because they had just had a disagreement as well.
And the police were there at that point?
Police were there.
Okay. And that's in San Antonio. Anything in Laredo that you were present for?
No.
All right. How do you describe the relationship?
Toxic, unhealthy.
Did you ever advise Billy what to do?
I did.
What was that?
I felt like, and really it was only when they had their disagreements. I told him that I thought it was best that they go their separate ways because they were not a good match. I felt like she brought out the worst in him. Or I just saw another side of Billy that I hadn't seen before.
Okay.
For the sake of the girls.
Right. You know what he's accused of, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is Billy that type of person to shoot up people?
No.
Does he love his daughter?
I'm sorry?
Does he love his daughter, Amy?
Oh, absolutely.
Or both of them, actually?
Absolutely.
And his son?
Yes.
And those are the only two incidents that come to your mind in San Antonio, right?
Correct.
All right. Judge, that's all I have with this witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Flores.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Flores, you weren't there that day that Erica got shot, correct?
I was not, sir. I was in San Antonio.
Okay. Have you seen the video
Which video?
of Billy shooting Erica?
No, I have not.
Do you know that Billy shot her 10 times?
No, I did not.
Do you know that he called her over and ambushed her and just shot her as soon as she arrived?
I've read the newspaper. I've seen the news.
And you said that they were not right for each other, correct?
Correct. Well, That's my opinion.
And that's fine, you just testified to it, right? Would you agree with me that no person, no woman deserves to be shot 10 times, regardless of any situation?
No person.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay, not subject to recall, ma'am. You're excused. You can stay in the courtroom or you can leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm gonna call Connie Delgado.
I just got to make a coffee. I went to make a coffee and I see that you got royalty in the chat. I did not realize that we had royalty, the legend. Scott McGuinness is in the house. How are you doing, Scotty? Scotty's one of my favorite people. He is an absolute legend. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life. I hope you're doing well, Scotty. Can't wait to see you in the fall, my friend. Right.
Ms. Delgado, can you please give us your full name?
María Concepción Delgado.
Maria, is this your son sitting next to me?
Yes, sir.
And how many children do you have?
3 boys.
3 boys? Have you ever had an incident like this happen in your family?
No, sir.
Okay, what's the age of your oldest boy?
Billy, 35.
Billy's the oldest?
That's my oldest.
Okay, and the second, who's the middle one?
Luis Delgado, 28.
Okay, and after that?
Enrique Delgado, 21.
And what does Enrique do?
Enrique is a third-year college student at Texas A&M in College Station.
Okay, and the middle one?
That's the little one.
Or the middle one?
The middle one is a graduate from, I'm sorry. He's a graduate from Trinity
The university is that in San Antonio?
in San Antonio.
Okay, so you have potentially 2, you have 1 college graduate, one's about to graduate, right?
Yes, sir.
And Billy's the oldest.
And Billy's the oldest.
Why didn't Billy go to college like the rest of them?
Why didn't he go to college like the rest? I didn't go to college and I'm a very successful woman.
Okay, so Billy didn't feel like he had to go to school.
He tried it. I tried it. He did. He has he's got a welding degree.
Okay. But you don't have these types of incidents happening in the family, right? Your boys have not been in prison or anything?
None of my boys have been to prison, sir.
Ma'am, they played a jail phone call where Billy's arguing with you and things like that. Is that common that Billy does?
Billy changed after Erica came into his life. His whole persona changed.
He was a different person?
Very different.
Okay. Like what? What changed in?
We noticed the distance in him. She would tell him not to listen to us. Your parents rule your life. Your parents do everything. Stop listening to them. Put things in his head like that.
Okay. Will you ever go ahead?
I believe she carries herself like that with her family, and that's what we noticed that was coming out of our son.
All right. There were several incidents that happened that I think you were present or came in after they occurred, the assaults, right?
I'm sorry?
Were you ever present after an assault had taken place between Billy and Erica?
Always.
How many times?
Oh, almost every other week.
Okay. And what would happen?
They would argue. My son would end up getting physically assaulted, and we would have to remove her from the house. My sister would take her home.
You talking about incidents in Laredo or San Antonio?
San Antonio.
Okay. Any incidents here in Laredo that you were there?
That I was present? No. That I came to live with my son because of an incident that they had on the highway while he was taking her to one of the domestic violence abuses court cases she has in San Antonio, because she had revoked it with the DWI. So he was taking her there one early morning after she was very hungover from the night before.
Okay. Did you give your son any advice about this marriage? He should leave her or stay with her?
All the time, to her as well. You need to leave my son. You're going to hurt him. He's going to hurt you. This is going to get out of hand. She never understood. She continued dragging him on with her.
Okay. If she said that it was him that was following her around, is that true?
No, sir.
It was her?
She moved to Laredo after a domestic violence that they had in San Antonio, and she persuaded him to move to Laredo and follow her, move out of her father's house. I got my son a townhome, a lease with her on the lease agreement. They lived there. She moved in with him. She wanted him in Laredo.
Okay, and after the lease agreement ended, or they
We kicked her out because she physically abused my son again in Laredo, and that was about all I could handle.
So she's had more than one arrest or more than one incident in Laredo?
Of her own, yes. She's got a domestic violence abuse that we put charges against her and sat on the DA's desk for over a year, and nothing ever happened.
Okay, you do know what happened, that Billy, according to the evidence, the video, that he shot at, not that Erica was shot 10 times, but he shot at Erica 10 times. Is that something that you ever thought your son would do?
No.
That's not within his character?
No.
Does he go out assaulting people, physically abusing people?
No. Erica made him very aggressive. Changed his whole persona, like I said, changed his whole character. And she was a very aggressive, or I don't know if she still is, woman.
Judge, that's all I have of this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Delgado.
Good afternoon, sir.
You would agree with me that you love Billy, right?
I love all my boys, yes.
You spoke to Billy that morning, the day before he shot Erica. Or sorry, you spoke to Billy that morning that he shot Erica, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, he called you before he shot Erica.
No, sir, not. During, I believe.
He called you during?
I believe I was on the phone when it happened.
And you begged him, right, not to do anything?
No, I didn't know what he was going to do. I never begged my son not to do anything.
You told him don't do anything, right?
No, I did not. I said, son, what are you talking about? And he said, Mom, my daughter opened up to me and said that Louis sexually abused me. And she finally opened up, Mom. And I said, and what do you mean by opened up, Mom? Louis did something to her. We need to take it to court. We need to figure out what we're going to do. He stayed quiet, didn't say another word. And then I heard what I heard, which were gunshots on the other side.
So you never told him, son, there's no possible way. I know Emmy. I have her 10 days out of the month. She would have told me something. This is not possible, son. Are you testifying here today?
I told him Emmy wouldn't. Emmy would have told me. Emmy would have told me if something happened to her. I've asked her before because Emmy comes to my house every time her mom gives her to me with a dirty underwear with mucus on her underwear. And I'm curious as to what that mucus is on her underwear. Why her underwear is green and yellow every time she brings her to me. And I cannot get a word out of Billy. How did you get it out of her? She was in the tub, Mom, playing with the dolls. I caught her and I left it alone. And at night when I lay down with her, she confessed to me and told me what Louis had done.
Would it surprise you if everything you just testified to is not what you told the police that day?
I wrote a statement. I don't recall what I wrote on the statement, But imagine what kind of stress I was in.
Yes, in your recorded interview, you never mentioned the tub.
I might have not mentioned every detail, sir.
In your recorded interview, you're actually telling the officers that you were telling Billy that there's no way this could be true, correct?
Yes. There's no way this could be true. What do you mean? Why didn't Emmy open up to me?
In your recorded,
I raced Emmy.
I'm gonna object.
Yes.
Let's move on. In your recorded interview, you told Billy, don't do anything. There's no way this could be true, correct?
Yeah, don't do anything could mean anything.
You tried to stop him from doing anything, correct? And
I had no idea what he was going to do, but whatever my son was going to do, I said, Mijito, just stop. Whatever it is that I wrote down on my statement that I don't recall.
in fact, he told you, oh yeah, watch this. And then you told the officers you heard bump, bump, bump. You heard the bangs.
No, he said, yeah, just watch, Mom. And then I heard nothing, and I heard absolutely nothing. I thought he was grabbing at me so I could speak to her, so she could tell me what happened. And then that's when I heard gunshots.
So you were carrying a conversation with Billy before you heard him shoot Erica, correct?
Yes, with no idea that that's what was going to happen.
Would you be surprised to know that in your video, you told officers that you doubt Louis ever touched on you?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because you didn't believe Billy, right?
Because I didn't believe that something like that could happen to my granddaughter.
Because this is something that Billy made up, right?
No, sir. It's not something that Billy made up. It happened to my step-granddaughter. She's been abused by one of
Objection, Your
Erica's
Honor.
sister.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not the question.
I'll stand the objection. Go wait for another question, ma'am. You can leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The state rests there. Defense rests there. So we go into day 3. Right. The jury instructions are only like 15 minutes long. So I'm going to play them. I'm going to play everything. And I think between the jury instructions and closing arguments for the state, closing arguments for the defense, and then rebuttal for the state is about 1 hour 15. So less than that because I'm playing a 1.25 as well. So about an hour. Oh, thank you, Lady Di. It was because of you gave me 10 memberships, so I had to do it then. I go the extra mile for you. Thank you, Lady Di. Where the friggin' Nora is that playback speed? That's the one. Play, Miss American Pie. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Sarah P is grumpy.
Okay, members of the jury, we have the completed charge of the court. Thank you for your patience.
You see, there he goes. Thank you, Lady Di.
I'm going to read that to you at the conclusion of my reading. You don't need to memorize anything. It'll be back there for you to refer to. But after I'm done, the state and the defense both have an opportunity to argue the case, and then we will ask you to deliberate. This is clause number 2024 CRG 007. 17D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. Members of the jury, the defendant, Billy Delgado, stands charged by indictment with the offense of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, a felony of the first degree alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of June 2024 in Webb County, Texas. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to these charges. Assault is defined as a person commits the offense of assault if he intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another. Aggravated assault, a person commits the offense of aggravated assault if he commits assault as hereinbefore is defined and he causes serious bodily injury to the injured party. Bodily injury is defined as physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means a bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Deadly weapon means firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Family means individuals related by consanguinity or affinity as defined under sections 573.022 and 573.024 of the Government Code. Individuals who are the former spouses of each other, individuals who are biological parents of the same child without regard to marriage, and a foster child and foster parent without regard to whether those individuals reside together. Dating violence means an act by a member of the family or household against another member of the family or household that is intended to result in physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault, or that is a threat that reasonably places the member in fear of imminent physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault, but does not include defensive measures to protect oneself. Act means bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Conduct means an act and its accompanying mental state. Individual means a human being who is alive, including an unborn child at every stage of gestation from fertilization until birth. Intentionally, a person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means a person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the nature of his conduct or the circumstances surrounding his conduct when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly, a person acts recklessly. A person recklessly causes bodily injury to another if the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the person's action will cause bodily injury to another. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. Count 1, application, aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of June 2024 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Billy Delgado, did then and there intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a member of his family, to Erica Edith Torres, herein styled the complainant, by shooting at her person, and the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, during the commission of the assault, and the complainant was a person with whom the defendant has or has had a dating relationship as described by section 71.003 or 71.005 or 71.0021B of the Texas Family Code, then you will find the defendant guilty of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member as charged in the indictment. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Justification, defense of a third person. A person is justified in using force against another to protect a third person if, number one, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor would be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. And number two, the actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. A person is justified in using deadly force against another to protect the third person if, number one, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor would be justified in using deadly force to protect himself against the unlawful deadly force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. Number two, the actor reasonably believes his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. Reasonable belief means a belief that an ordinary and prudent person would have held in the same circumstances as the defendant. The use of force or deadly force to protect the third person is not justified, number one, if it is in response to verbal provocation alone, or number two, the actor provoked the other's use or attempted use of unlawful force, unless the actor abandons the encounter or clearly communicates his intent to do so, and the other nevertheless continues or attempts to use unlawful force against the actor or third person, or number three, if the actor sought an explanation from or discussion with the other person concerning the actor's differences with the other person while the actor was unlawfully carrying a weapon, a person who has a right to be present at the location where the force or deadly force is used, who has not provoked the person against whom the force or deadly force is used, and who is not engaged in criminal activity at the time the force or deadly force is used, is not required to retreat before using force or deadly force to protect a third person. In determining whether the actor reasonably believed that the use of force or deadly force was necessary, you may not consider whether the actor failed to retreat. When the issue of the application of defense of a third person is raised, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified by the defense of a third person, you must find the defendant not guilty. Application of the law to the facts in that regard, you must determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Webb County, Texas, on or about the first day of June 2024, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury to Erica Edith Torres by shooting at her person, and that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a firearm and or G3C 9mm Taurus, during the commission of the offense, and that Erica Edith Torres was a person with whom the defendant has or has had a dating relationship. You must agree on all of these elements, but if you do not have to agree which culpable mental state, that is intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, the state proved. If you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated assault, as stated above, you must next consider whether his conduct was justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado. If you all agree the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt one or more of the elements listed above, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict guilty. If you agree the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements listed above, you must next decide whether the state has proven that the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado. To decide the issue of defense of Esmeralda Delgado, you must determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt at least one of the following three elements. The elements are that, number one, the defendant did not reasonably believe his conduct was immediately necessary to protect Esmeralda Delgado against Erica Edith Torres' use or attempted use of unlawful force or unlawful deadly force, or number two, the defendant did not reasonably believe that Erica Edith Torres was using or attempting to use unlawful force or unlawful deadly force against Esmeralda Delgado, or number three, under the circumstances as the defendant reasonably believed them to be, the third person would not have been justified in using force or deadly force to protect himself or herself against the unlawful force or unlawful deadly force of Erica Edith Torres. You must all agree that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt at least one of the three elements listed above. You need not agree on which of these elements the state has proven. If the state has failed to prove at least one of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then the state has failed to prove that the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado, and you must find the defendant not guilty. If the state has proven at least one of the elements listed above beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant has proven the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado, and you must find the defendant guilty. A grand jury indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the issue of guilt of the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that he has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after a careful and impartial consideration of all of the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, and if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required, however, that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, after considering all of the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict not guilty. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given their testimony. But the law of the case you shall receive in these written instructions and be governed thereby. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your foreman or presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon a verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as foreman or presiding juror. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. No person has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. After you have retired, you may communicate with this court in writing through the officer. Any communication relative to the case must be written, prepared, and signed by the foreman and shall be submitted to the court through the officer. Do not attempt to talk to the officer who has you in charge or the attorneys or the court or anyone else concerning any questions you may have. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Following the arguments of counsel, you will retire to the jury room to consider your verdict, and we will await your unanimous verdict. You have one verdict form attached, ladies and gentlemen, where you find the defendant either guilty or not guilty. Please make sure that the presiding juror signs the correct line indicating your unanimous verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, not in the charge, but I just want to tell you orally, every court treats notes differently. I encourage note taking because if it assists you in concentrating on the evidence, I want you to do it. But it is important you understand that although you were permitted to take notes during the testimony, in the case, in the event you did take notes, you may rely on your notes during your deliberations. However, you may not share your notes with the other jurors and you should not permit the other jurors to share their notes with you. You may, however, discuss the contents of your notes with the other jurors. You shall not use your notes as authority to persuade your fellow jurors in the deliberations. In your deliberations, give no more and no less weight to the views of a fellow juror just because that juror did or did not take notes. Your notes are not official transcripts. They are personal memory aids, just like the notes of the judge and counsel. Notes are valuable as a stimulant to your memory. On the other hand, you might have made an error in observing or might have made a mistake in transcribing what you heard. Therefore, you are not to use your notes as authority to persuade fellow jurors of the evidence during the trial. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute occurs as to testimony that was presented. In that case, you shall inform the court and request the court read that portion of from the official transcript. You will not rely on your notes to resolve a dispute. If you do have a dispute, specify what it is in writing, and that portion and only that portion will be read back from the official transcript. With that, ladies and gentlemen, both sides have been given an hour to argue the case. Should they elect to use it, the state does have the burden of proof, so they have the right to open and close the arguments. I'll ask them to address you at this time.
Thank you, Judge. May I peace of court? Counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You're free to choose, but you're not free from the consequences of your choices. What did Mr. Soto say in opening statements? This was a case about choices and consequences. And how on June 1st of 2024, that man sitting right there made a fateful choice that has consequences for which he must be held accountable for. Now, what choice did he make? He chose to commit the offense of aggravated assault of a family member with a deadly weapon, which resulted in serious bodily injury. Let's go over those elements. You heard testimony when it comes to on or about June 1st, 2024, from the investigators that responded to the case, from Investigator Lopez to Amasquita, Mark Vela, Florencio Barrera, how they got a call and they were dispatched to 2420 North Smith Avenue for a shooting call. You heard the victim, Erica. She took the stand and she testified that she went to Billy Delgado's residence because he called her over because of some issue with her daughter. Let's move on to the second element. In Webb County, Texas. It happened on 2420 North Smith Avenue. I asked Officer Amasquita and even Erica testified that residence is located in Laredo, Texas, which is in Webb County. Let's move on to the next element. The defendant, Billy Delgado. What evidence do we have? Well, we saw Officer Amasquita testify. We saw his body cam. You'll be able to take that with you in the back. He confessed. Yeah, I shot her mom. Who's her? Emmy, his daughter, who happens to be Erica's daughter as well. We see Juan Angel Pina surveillance footage, and we see it point blank. Look, it's right there, point blank, aiming a gun right at Erica through the passenger side window. Erica IDs. I heard 3 shots through my windshield, and as I drive by, I see Billy shooting, pointing a gun at me. And let's not forget the forensic scientists that came over and confirmed that there was gunshot residue on Billy Delgado after Mark Vela got samples from his hands and sent it out for testing. But ladies and gentlemen, the most important one, he confessed on June 1st, 2024. He confessed back then, and he took the stand, and he confessed on the stand as well. Check, check, check. All right, let's talk about the next element. Intentionally, knowingly, and or recklessly. Well, it started May 19th, prior to June 1st. Erica and Kayla took the stand, and what did they say? Erica said on May 19th, almost 2 weeks prior to the date in question, Billy told her, enjoy your birthday because this will be her last one. Kayla overheard that same conversation and could confirm that's what Billy said. So he had a plan already. He had a plan that he wanted to execute. And execute he did. There he is. Look at State's Exhibit 4. He's laying in wait. Erica's up there. You see her coming in a green Kia Soul. He's laying in wait, waiting to ambush her to execute that plan. And execute he did. What did Florencio Barrera say? In my experience, he was about 5 feet away from her. He didn't fire one shot to eliminate a threat like he's going to later claim. He fired 10 rounds. He had a purpose. A man with a purpose, walking with a purpose. State's Exhibit 5 will show the other angle of Vina's home surveillance footage. And what is he doing? She pulls over in distraught. He's walking with a purpose, fidgeting with his pockets. Go, look at it. He's fidgeting with his pockets, touching his gun. He goes back to his apartment and he puts his gun. Oh, and what else did he put up there? 2 loaded magazines. He didn't get to finish the purpose he set out for. He gets arrested once Amasquita gets her, and what does he say? I emptied a whole clip in her mother. Again, who's her? Enemy. Mother being Erica. He was in handcuffs in the patrol unit, talking to a neighbor, and you can see it on Amasquita's body cam. And what does he tell this neighbor? What am I supposed to do? I'll just deal with the consequences. He took the witness stand as well, and he admitted yesterday, he took the witness stand and he admitted to shooting her intentionally. Now let me talk about serious bodily injury. Now, you're going to get the law from the court, which you already did. It's right here. The definition of serious bodily injury is here. Let me discuss it real quick. Serious bodily injury is bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. What did Dr. Mederos come? He came here on his busy schedule and he took the stand. And what did he say? He said that if I did not intervene and do the medical treatment and surgery on Erica, she would have 100% had a chance of dying. That at any time that he was doing his surgery, his laparotomies, as he called it, which he did twice, by the way, to save her, that at any moment she could have died. I asked him on page 17 of the medical records, and you'll have him in evidence, what does hemorrhagic shock mean? He defined it for us. And I asked him, if that were to be left untreated, what could it result in? He said death. That her pH levels were below a certain level, to the point that if somebody has them and if they're not treated, they die. That's what she had. pH levels below the level he described to where she could have died. Ladies and gentlemen, bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, check. I think we got that. We've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. But let's continue. He also talked about how, and that's page 17, ladies and gentlemen, on the medical records, they're in evidence, how she lost 4 liters of blood. And I asked him, had they not been replenished, what could have happened, Dr. Medeiros? She would have died. And he goes into discussion about, he discusses in detail how much blood she had to be replenished. And it's in the records. He also testified that she's going to suffer from short gut syndrome, meaning a large part of her intestines were cut out and she doesn't have them. It's going to affect her ability to get nutrients, to live a long, healthy life, be able to do certain activities that you and I take for granted. She spent 363 days in the hospital. That's close to a year. Losing a large part of your intestine, let's go back. Protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Check. This is how that man left her. This is the picture on the right. That's 4 days prior to today. 4 days. And look how we left her. I believe she even testified that she still had a staple, and you can see it right there. Oh, but yes. She did come in walking normally and looked fine. Okay, yes. Serious permanent disfigurement. Check. I asked Dr. Medeiros, are you familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury? And he said yes. I asked him, as to all three possible definitions, do the injuries that Erica sustained at the hands of Billy Delgado, would you, in your medical opinion, classify them as serious bodily injury? And he said yes to all three. As a matter of fact, he took the stand up here and he even said, yes, I caused serious bodily injury to Erica Torres. That's another element that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, who is our victim? You heard it from the horse's mouth. She came up here, she testified as to what she experienced, what she went through, what she remembers, what she didn't remember, not because she was trying not to remember anything, because she literally couldn't remember because of what he did to her. We saw Pina's home surveillance footage where she's driving her green Kia Soul. And how do we know she was driving the green Kia Soul? Because Kayla testified that she drives the green Kia Soul. Kayla also testified that she was on the phone as Billy was raining bullets at Erica. And again, he confessed back then on June 1st, 2024 to Officer Mesquita, and he confessed again when he took the stand yesterday. Another element met beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's talk about the deadly weapon element now. Deadly weapon. So again, you're given the law by the court, by that man right there, the judge. He gave you the law. It's in here. A deadly weapon, we know automatically, we call it per se in our legal terms, but it's automatically considered a deadly weapon, a firearm. We know State's Exhibit 6 right here. Y'all can check it out. Y'all can take it back and look at it. Investigator Juan Lopez sees a black Taurus G3C pistol. I asked Lopez and I asked Mesquita, Officer Mesquita, is a Taurus G3C pistol considered a firearm? Yes, it is a firearm. It's meant to kill. We look at Pina's home surveillance footage, and actually I can go back. You can see the firearm he used right there on his hand. Erica described it. And he admits to it too. You can see it on Officer Mesquita's body cam. Where did you put the gun? Oh, and I believe, quote for quote, oh, it's on the chair right there on the black chair. Sure enough, that's where it is, with 2 loaded magazines. And then again, he took the stand yesterday and he testified that he did use a deadly weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, there's another element meant beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's go to the final element. So again, the court has provided you the law. Here's the law. This, it's going to be right here with you. You take it there and you go read it and you look into it. You base the evidence and see if it matches, if it qualifies. 71.003, family includes individuals who are former spouses of each other or individuals who are parents of the same child without regard to marriage. Section 71.0021B talks about dating violence. So in this case, it's committed against a victim, Erica Torres, with whom the actor, that man right there, Billy Delgado, has or has had a dating relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard from Erica. They dated since 2018. They got married on March 21st of 2021. They divorced 2025. In between June 1st, 2024 is when the actions that Billy Delgado took, that shooting, happened in between. They were married when he committed that crime. Married. So, satisfied. Oh, they both testified. Erica took the stand. Billy took the stand. Yes, we share a daughter, Emmy. Individuals who are parents of the same child without regard to marriage. Satisfied as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, based on the evidence presented, the state of Texas has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that each element of the offense alleged against Billy Delgado has been satisfied. On top of the mountain of evidence, ladies and gentlemen, he confessed back then. He confessed on the stand yesterday. You should find him guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt, of aggravated assault of a family member with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury. Now, I anticipate defense is going to come up, and I anticipate that they're going to deflect from the situation at hand. And that's that. Not focus on the choice that man made and the consequences that he should be accountable for, but focus on the victim and how she's a bad mother and how she looks fine and how she's a bad person, airing out all her dirty laundry. Ladies and gentlemen, she took the stand herself. She aired her dirty laundry for you. She didn't need them to do it. She went up there and she told her faults. She admitted to them. I also anticipate that they will probably argue that, well, Billy did what he did because he had to defend somebody. In this case, he had to defend Emmy. You're going to go back there, there's going to be a defense of third person. And defense of third person, and again, you have this, it's being to you by the court. It says, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor will be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. And important, the actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately, another important word, immediately necessary to protect the third person. Okay, so he's trying to protect Emmy from who? This Uncle Louis, who never made an appearance in this case other than just him saying it. As a matter of fact, we brought you Investigator Vaquera. They looked into it, the multidisciplinary team. There was no merit in that allegation. There was nothing there. So why pursue when there's nothing there? They did their job, investigated it. Protected from him? From Louis? Protect from what? From Erica? Because he was going to take Emmy back to Louis. Well, if I recall from the testimony, Billy was supposed to have Emmy until Sunday. Erica was supposed to pick up Emmy on Sunday. No, he calls her a day before. Hey, I'm having issues with her daughter. Come get her. So a day before Erica is supposed to have Emmy, he calls her over. So he calls Erica, who may be a danger to Emmy, over on his day where he's supposed to have his daughter. Remember, Emmy was in his apartment eating pancakes that he happily was making for her, playing with toys that he gave her, according to his roommate's testimony. What danger was she in? There was no danger. There was no immediate danger. There was no danger at all. He called her over to execute his plan so that he can ambush her and kill her. And he executed that plan, but he failed. And luckily he failed because she was able to come up here and testify
for you and tell her what she went through, tell you all what she went through, instead of being 6 feet deep. And Judge, I'm going to go ahead and yield the rest of my time to Mr. Soto.
All right. Thank you. That was 18 minutes. Defense.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Let me address you. I'm not going to be yelling at you. I'm not going to be showing you gross pictures to try to deflect you from the issues at hand, okay? So what are the issues at hand? The state seems to believe that it's just an aggravated assault with serious bodily injury. As you see in your jury instructions, you're going to see that it says when the issue of the application of defense to a third person is raised, which it has in this case, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified by the defense of a third person, you must find the defendant not guilty, okay? So they're going to try to disprove defense of a third person by argument, okay? Argument. They didn't put up any evidence up there to say that there was not a defense of a third person. They failed. So it's just not those things that he showed up there, check, check, check. He forgot to check this one, okay? He didn't check this one because they failed to do it. They could have called Uncle Louie to come up here. Did you do it? No. Disproved, okay, of our defense. It had to be immediate. It had to be an immediate threat. That's why he didn't wait till Sunday. He's going to take care of it now, okay? If it wasn't immediate, he would wait till Sunday. If he wanted to ambush her and kill her, he would have waited till Sunday. She was going to come over, okay? It didn't flow that way. It doesn't flow right, right? In his brain, and how does his brain get in this position? Will we be here, first of all, if he wasn't abused all these years? Will we be here? Probably not, okay? So remember how he's been shaped over these years. He threw a weight at him. They hit him several times. She told you she's been arrested for beating up her own brother. And her words are laying hands on somebody. Okay, she got arrested. Okay, Billy says that she's got friends in high places. Nothing happened to her. You know, we talked about second chances. How many chances does she have? Her brother, Billy, several times. She admitted to drinking with her kids in the back seat. One of her kids. That's a felony offense here in Texas. Anything happen? Okay, keeps going over and over in his mind. That's what he's thinking, okay? And it's in the instructions what a reasonable person is, okay? It tells you at that moment what he's thinking. And it's just not that moment. It's everything that pushed you to that moment, okay? The abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse, the physical abuse, it shaped him, okay? I can't get any help, okay? Because of her friends. Nothing's going to happen. He's had enough. Now something's happened to his daughter, so he's got to act. And he acted. That's what it was. Now, there is a jury instruction for that. The state can't disprove it that he did it to defend his daughter, okay? She's being abused. They even told you during voir dire, I believe, they said, we have a single witness rule. All we need is one witness. The state always does that. Well, in this case, we have one witness of the abuse, and guess what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't apply. It doesn't apply now. He heard it. Did you go talk to the guy that did it? He just got out of prison. If I was a cop, that's what I would go do. The guy got out of prison. Let me go see what he wants to tell me. Okay, maybe he'll confess. I don't know. I called him. I couldn't find him. It's good enough for me. She didn't say anything. Her mom just got shot. Dad's in jail. The kid clams up. And the end of the case. That's the end of the case. Okay? The kid goes back to the same situation, the same family where the abuses occurred to Mr. Delgado and to her. That's the end of that case right there. And who knows what that child's going to be a product of in the future because of all the abuse that's going on. It's we weren't disputing any. We saw the video, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't need to bring an expert to say there was gun residue, okay? Nobody's disputing that. Nobody's disputing the shooting. We're disputing why it was shot. Why did he shoot? Okay, that's the whole issue. Do you take a look at the at this? We have instruction. The judge thought it was that it weren't merit for you to take a look at. Okay, that's why it's on here. There's evidence to back it up. If there was no evidence, we wouldn't get this instruction. So we have evidence, take a look at it. The state has to disprove it before you get to a guilty verdict, okay? They didn't put on any evidence to disprove it. They're going to try to argue it. What the lawyers say is not evidence, okay? What lawyers say up here is not evidence. It's what comes out of that witness chair, okay? Whoever's up there, all right? You heard Erica's cousin say, she had it on speakerphone, and I could hear Billy was calling where I said, you know, it's going to be your last birthday. When Erica testifies, what does she say? Go drop off the kid. He straps her in, comes over to my car and says, it's going to be your last birthday. So they didn't get that story straight. All right. Because there's two different versions. All right. So it's different. And why would he say that? Why would he, if he wants to kill her? I mean, just do it. Could have done it right there when he dropped off the kid. Why didn't he do it? Because it's not true. All right. He had plenty of opportunities, plenty of abusive situations when he got dropped off in the middle of the night. Hey, leave the house. I don't care. You know, they're stuck in traffic. They're trying to exit so they can drop her off going to San Antonio. What does she do? Gets her kids and starts walking down the freeway. I mean, what kind of mother does that? Okay. Wait till you drop me off so my kids are safe. It's not about your kids being safe. Okay. It's about her. All right. It's unfortunate that she got shot. It's horrible. Billy told you, I regret it. You know, I didn't want to shoot her, but he had to do it to protect his daughter. Right. In his mind, it was just that moment. And I told you during voir dire, I said, if I could judge you for your worst 5 minutes of your life, you know, what would be my verdict on you? All right. And that's what you're going to be doing to Billy. 5 minutes when you should be considering the 4 years that we're together. All right. Take a look at the entire picture. Don't focus in on what they're trying to show you. They're going to show you gross things and bad things, and they say all these things. Do you really need to get those issues proved? I mean, really, it was a shooting. She's injured. She was the wife. They've already done that. Get to the good stuff. Okay. Show me how you disprove that the little kid was not abused, that he was trying to protect her. Show me that. They're going to have words. They're not going to have evidence. Okay. No evidence. So they can't disprove that. And because of all that, you have to find him not guilty because they can't disprove it. It's their burden, not mine. I raised the issue. They needed to put up evidence. They didn't do it. So it's a verdict of not guilty. That's the reason you get to not guilty. Not because there was no weapon, not because they weren't dating, not because of the other issues. It's because of that. Okay? And all of this was focused toward a prosecution, and it's more vindictive. It's more of anything. I mean, who would take pictures of your daughter to go show your granddaughter or have her later so she can examine it? I mean, nobody does that. Those are horrible pictures to be able to show, to come back. Look what your dad did. Okay? God is just absolutely incredible. All right? And, you know, they were praying for Erica. She made it. She survived. You know, but part of the Lord's Prayer is, you know, forgive me for my sins as I forgive those who trespass against me, right? So in this case, that doesn't apply. It's all vindictive. It's all funneled to try to get him punished, okay? Mr. Delgado's already been punished for a lot, all right? A lot of abuse, a lot of just torment that he's been through. And this was his expression when he couldn't do anything to protect himself. He had to protect his daughter, and he acted. Okay? Make the state prove all the elements of the offense, which includes now the justification. Can they disprove it? Did they put up any evidence? They didn't put up any evidence. Okay? So be looking at that. They're going to put on some more stuff, say some other stuff, but remember what lawyers say is not evidence. It's not. So in your back of your mind, when he's talking about there's no justification, make him go back and say, that was my evidence. So you can analyze that. Check with your notes. Okay? And as for the Delgado family sitting over there, and Mr. Delgado, we thank you for listening to our case, okay?
we could just have a brief moment. Thank you. Defense just came up here and told you he's not going to show you any gross pictures. He's not going to do any of that stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, these pictures that we're looking at, that the defense calls gross, are the result of what his client did that day. These are the results of what Billy Delgado did to Erica Torres as she drove up, innocently unsuspecting of the assault that she was about to suffer. I'm sorry that he thinks this is gross, but this is Erica's life now because of what the defendant did. Now, he said his client's been through torment, that he's been through a lot. What has Erica been through? Billy Delgado's a healthy young man. He can walk, he can talk, he can jump, he can run. Erica fought for her life. She has bullet holes to remember every single shot she received from him. And then he told you they brought words. That the state only brought words, that we didn't bring evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, we brought a mountain of evidence. We brought a confession. He even told you on the stand, I did it. He confessed to every single element of the offense. And I want to bring your attention, if you could all grab your jury charge, please, and let's turn to page 5. If you look at that top line, it says, under the justification, because this is what they're arguing. He's saying that they have a justification. If you look at that top line, under the circumstances, as the actor reasonably believes them to be, and pay attention to that word, reasonably believes, the actor would be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. Now, reasonably believes. To reasonably believe, you must be able to use what? Reason. You must be able to reason with what you're doing. Yet, when he took the stand and I asked him about shooting Erica, I blacked out. When I asked him about shooting her multiple times, do you remember? I don't remember. I can't remember. He conveniently blacked out. He conveniently doesn't remember. He remembers being in the apartment, and then he remembers the cops showing up. So where was he able to formulate this supposed reasonably believe? Where was he able to use his reason when he's conveniently blacking out throughout this entire process that he can't recall? Ladies and gentlemen, it's an excuse. This is a lie, another lie by the defendant. Just another excuse to justify his actions of what he did to Erica that day. Just the same way he made up the lie about this supposed sexual assault against his daughter by Uncle Louis. The only person that's ever cried wolf about that is the defendant. He's the only person, because Emmy's never told anybody else. She's never told anybody else about it. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you see reasonably believes, you need to prove and, because that's the next word. The next word means that reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect, and. So you need to do both. You need both for the justification of defense of third person. So, and the actor reasonably believes, so again, he's got to use reason, but apparently he was blacked out through this entire process. Blacked out because he couldn't recall what he did. He couldn't remember thinking about what to do or how he did it because he was blacked out. The actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately immediately, at that point in time, immediately necessary to protect the third person. The third person, Emmy, who's in the apartment upstairs, that he left Emmy with his roommate. You saw Estrada take the stand. She said Billy dropped off some toys and he told Emmy to play and for me to watch her, that he was going to go talk to Erica. There's no immediacy. Where's the immediate danger? There's no Uncle Louie, the supposed cry wolf that's outside waving, "I'm here, Billy, I'm here." He called Erica over to the house. He told her, "Get here now, come pick up Emmy. I can't do this no more." Why lure her there? If you're gonna do the right thing, call LPD. Do what a normal person would do. Call the police or say, "Hey, Erica, look, I'm not gonna give Emmy back. We need to figure out what to do about this. Okay? I'm gonna keep her. I'm gonna keep her with me. I'll give her back to you after we talk to the police." There was no immediacy, ladies and gentlemen. There was no immediacy. So this doesn't apply. And then even then, when the issue of the application, if you turn to page 6, please. When the issue of the application of defense of a third person is raised, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. And defense told you we can't disprove that we can't disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, it's like I told you in voir dire. This is common sense. We use common sense every day. Every day. You heard the defendant. I blacked out. I blacked out. I blacked out. There's no evidence for his reasonableness. There's no immediacy. Again, just another excuse. So let's talk about what this case is really about. Like I said, defense would have you believe that Billy did this because he was triggered by what happened to his daughter. Well, then why Erica? Why shoot Erica? She didn't do this. If you were triggered by this, she's not the one who abused Emmy. If this is supposed incident that happened pushed you over the limit, she's the wrong person. Why not take the proper measures like I just told you? Call the police. He bragged about his family being in law enforcement, how his grandmother was the captain of police. If that's the case, then you know police will do a good job, right? You know they'll do their job if you just call and take the proper measures like a normal person. Two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't get to take justice and be the judge in this case. What he did is not justified by any circumstance. What he did to the mother of his child. And that case was closed. There was no evidence. There was no outcry. The child was interviewed by a trained professional in a controlled environment, in a comfortable situation where there was no time limit. And Investigator Vaquera told you the child never outcried to any abuse. They gave her a doll to even say, you know, where has anyone ever touched you in any of these places? She never outcried. They gave her an anatomical drawing where it shows the outline of the human body. And they ask, do you know your private parts? You know, are these areas that no one's supposed to touch you, right? And has anyone ever touched you here? She never outcried after all the opportunities that she had. So of course the case was closed because that was just an excuse, a lie that the defendant made up to shoot and to try to kill Erica Torres that day. Defense would have you believe that Billy is a victim of violence. He's a victim of violence based off a 2-minute and 30-second video, a self-serving video. I'll have you at that. Ladies and gentlemen, if I go home to my wife, I know all the buttons to press. I know what to do to upset her. And if at that point in time, after I've riled her up, and I say, oh, leave me alone, hold on. Let me put it in selfie mode real quick. Okay. Stop, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. That was a self-serving video. We didn't see the circumstances leading up to that. Erica told you herself. She took ownership. She said, I needed to get to San Antonio. Well, why didn't you get off? He was driving on the highway. I couldn't get off. Well, why didn't you try exiting the vehicle? It was moving. My kids were in the back. And why were you so concerned? Because if I missed court, I would get arrested. And I would stay in custody until I had court. And I didn't want a warrant out for my arrest. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, she was upset. She was upset because she was being held against her will when the defendant had told her that he would take her to court in San Antonio. But in the video, you hear him say, we were late. We weren't going to make it anyways. She still made it that day, even after getting dropped off, or she didn't get dropped off. She jumped out of the car while it was in between two trailers and walked to the truck stop, waiting for her mom to pick her up. And you saw in the video, the defense like, no, please, yeah, I'm tired of this. And what does he do? He looks down to make sure that he's showing his face. Y'all saw him, he looked down. And then, we're gonna crash. What does he do? Afterwards, he pulls up the phone, he's like, all right, let me take it off selfie mode, let me close it. Yes, he was very concerned about crashing while trying to record a video after he was starting a fight, after he was fighting with Ms. Torres, and she was upset because she didn't want to get arrested. I don't blame her. I don't blame her for not wanting to get arrested. Nobody wants to get arrested. And meanwhile, being held against her will, right? Because she couldn't get out of the moving vehicle. Defense would have you believe that Billy did this because he thought he needed to protect his daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, we already talked about this. There was no immediacy. There was no threat. Emmy was upstairs, locked, or not locked, but in a room with the door closed. I'll have you, because Erica Estrada texts, she said on the stand that the door was closed while she was in the room with Emmy. The front door to the apartment was closed, and Billy Delgado walked outside, apparently conveniently to his benefit. He was blacked out, but he told you, I always carry my gun. I always have my gun. It's small enough for me to carry it. I'm not a convicted felon. I can carry a gun. Ladies and gentlemen, where's the immediacy? Erica didn't rev her engine and pull up. No, she's just pulling up nice and slow, ready to pick up Emmy. And what does she hear? Bang, 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 bang. Yes, Mr. Delgado felt threatened. Ladies and gentlemen, common sense. And most importantly, he called Erica to come over. That's what you need to go back to every single time. He called her there. It wasn't her day. It wasn't her time to pick up Emmy. Emmy was supposed to get picked up on Sunday. It was his visitation. But the defendant lured her there. Why? Because he wanted to ambush her. He wanted to attack her and knew that she wouldn't stand a chance, that she wouldn't suspect it. He wanted to kill her. Like I told you, this case is about choices and consequences. We all have free will to make choices. You heard Sharon Estrada. Billy was making pancakes that morning. He looked at peace. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're upset and if Emmy told him this the night before, why not call PD that night? Why not call Erica that night? The moment you just got told that when he claims that his daughter, she jumped in my arms and she was crying. Get the phone. It's not like LPD only works 8 to 5. Call her mother. Let her know. I called the police. I just got told this. No, ladies and gentlemen, because that didn't happen. Erica testified. Billy called her to come over to his apartment to immediately pick up the daughter. He told her, get here now. She told you she was at a friend's house. She dropped what she was doing because she said, Billy told her, get here now. Come pick up Emmy. There was no immediacy. Billy created this situation. He created the situation he wanted. He made a plan. a plan to execute Erica Torres. What did Dr. Medeiros tell you? When we asked him about serious bodily injury, all the different definitions, he said, she did everything but die. So we met serious bodily injury. She lost her blood volume. She will have difficulties for the rest of her life, and she will need to be monitored because she will never have a normal life ever again. But at least she can walk normally or look like she walks normally. Use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. We brought you the pieces of the puzzle. Remember, I said we were going to bring you the pieces of the puzzle, and it may not be a complete puzzle, but you'll be able to make it out. We brought you the videos, the shooting. We brought you the interview. Look at that video. There's no remorse. He looked like nothing. You know, instead of saying, how's Erica? Is Erica okay? Is Erica okay? Instead, he's like, look at my rap sheet. Look at her rap sheet. I don't got nothing. She's been arrested. In his eyes, he thinks of her as less than dirt. Look at the way he treated her that day, the mother of his child. He had the opportunity. Billy Delgado called Erica and ambushed her that day. So we've brought you the videos. We've brought you the opportunity that he had. We've shown it to you. The weapon and the casings, all 10 casings. We didn't just bring you the casings. We brought you all of them. All 10 opportunities he had to kill her. The confession, he told you he did it. He told you here to your face that he did it. Not only did he see that, he said, I did it. I shot the mother of my child. I'll deal with the consequences. He told you on the video when he was arrested, and he told you here in court on the stand. You saw her serious bodily injury with Dr. Medeiros. And they were still married the date of the assault and share a child. So we've proven our case. We've proven that on or about June 1st, 2024, in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Billy Delgado, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury. Remember, I told you in voir dire, intentionally, go up to someone directly, point a gun at them, right in front of them, boom. That's intentionally. Knowingly, you see a group of people together, you shoot, you know you're going to hit them if you're aiming at the crowd and they're all jam-packed together. And I said recklessly. When I explained recklessly was that you can appreciate the standard, but you do a gross deviation from it, regardless of the outcome of your actions, right? So even if you think that Billy Delgado says, well, I was just shooting at the car, I wasn't shooting at her. You shoot at a car with somebody in it, you're disregarding the fact that they could get hit. You're disregarding the fact that they could die. You're disregarding the fact that they could get seriously injured. And he did all of those. He intentionally shot at the car. He knew she was going to get shot. And he disregarded that fact when he recklessly shot at her in the car. So all of those three intentional elements are met. And used or exhibited a deadly weapon. A firearm, automatically a deadly weapon. And he also admitted to you, yes, I used a deadly weapon on the stand. During the commission of the assault, namely a firearm and or a G3C 9mm Taurus. This is what he used that day, ladies and gentlemen. Not only what he used in the firearm that he was carrying, this is the one that he likes to carry, right? Has he told you that he always carries a gun? But he was also accompanied by its two buddies, 2 loaded magazines. Ladies and gentlemen, he had one intent that day. It wasn't to talk to Erica. He wanted to kill her. He wanted to hurt her. He wanted to remove Erica from Emmy's life for his own personal, selfish motives. And like I said, we've satisfied the family dating relationship. You've heard about their entire relationship, right? You know the truth. Remember in voir dire, I told you, can we know exactly 100% exactly what happened that day? No, right? I told you, because the only way you know is if you were there, if you saw it. Ladies and gentlemen, not only did we show you the acts of Billy Delgado that day, we brought the crime to you. You saw it with your own eyes. You all saw the actions, the lack of remorse. At no point was there any hesitation. And you'll see the video, play it as many times as you want. She pulls up, and without hesitation, he points his firearm and just starts unloading one after the other. He's not moving. And I know that there was some argument by defense. Well, if he wanted to kill her, he could have killed her. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is the car, he was right there in front of it. He was trying his best to aim. He had a mission that day. But what do we have? We have Billy Delgado still hiding behind his excuses. I blacked out, or I did it for my daughter. Which one is it? You can't have both. You can't have both, ladies and gentlemen. I did it for my daughter to protect her. Okay, well, then you did it? Well, no, I blacked out. Those are completely contradicting statements. That doesn't make sense at all. You did it because you wanted to protect your daughter, but you don't remember doing it because you blacked out? You know why that doesn't make sense? Because it's a lie. It's an excuse for his actions. His own mom told LPD. She testified. She didn't believe Billy. She doubted him. She told LPD, there's no way. She told you on the stand. Yes, I said, there's no way this could have happened to Emmy. She would have told me. Emmy's a talkative child. Well, if she's a talkative child, of course she would have told her. She would have picked up on it. She even told you, yes, I check her underwear when she comes from her mother's. Ladies and gentlemen, she said that on the stand. Your own mom doesn't even believe you. And she tried to stop him. You heard her, that she was talking to him right before he did it. Was he blacked out? Or was he using reason when he talked to his mom? Because he told her, watch this. And then he put his phone in his pocket and boom, 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 boom. But he was blacked out, like he told me, right? He was blacked out. No, ladies and gentlemen. He was trying to execute his own motives. He had an agenda. He had a plan to lure Erica there and execute her. Sharon Estrada, she talked about the box of toys. But I want to talk to you about how, did you hear how she said it? She said it on her own. He looked calm. He looked at peace that morning. If he was so triggered, if he was so bothered by what he heard the night before, how are you going to be in the morning looking calm and at peace? I would be ringing the phones. I'd be ringing the bell. I'd be at LPD banging on the door saying, open up, we're going to talk about this. And I'd be there with my daughter saying, something happened. Remember in Fort Dyer, when we discussed unhealthy relationships? I asked you, I talked to you all about unhealthy relationships, and we discussed how, yes, maybe we or people we know are involved in unhealthy or toxic relationships. And I asked you all, I said, if someone chose to stay or if they were part of an unhealthy relationship and they suffered abuse, is that abuse justified? And you all took an oath and you all said, no. Just because somebody is part of an abusive relationship or they were part of an abusive relationship, that doesn't mean that their abuse should go unpunished, that it should be allowed. You all said that and you all agreed. And that's why we're here to hold Billy Delgado to his actions. It is time for him to face his consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, Erica Torres, she fought for her life. She fought for her life to be here to tell you her story. All 363 days, she fought for her life so that she could have her day in court. And she could come and she could take this stand and tell you about the pain, the suffering, and the actions that Mr. Delgado caused to her. Multiple individuals testified. They said that they believed she was going to die. Officer Luis Castillo, off duty, told you, I was pretty sure she was going to die in front of me. Dr. Madero said, if she did not receive medical help, she was going to die. Erica told you I was trying to get to the hospital. I didn't want to die. Kayla told you, Kayla de la Cruz, she told you she needed to get to the hospital. She was going to die. And let me remind you about something. Erica Torres is not on trial. This is called the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. That's what this case is called. The victim is not on trial here. She is not on trial. Why? Because she is the victim in this case. And we are here for the actions of Billy Delgado, for what he did, for what the defendant did, for what that man sitting over there did to her. That is why we're here. We're not here for the state of Texas against Erica. And she took the stand. And yes, like my co-counsel told you, we heard their dirty laundry. But you know what? I'll tell you something that she did. She owns it. She takes it. She takes accountability for what she did. She was on probation for what she did. She takes accountability for her actions. But you know who doesn't? The defendant. Because lie after excuse after excuse, his actions he still believes were justified. No, ladies and gentlemen. You heard when I asked his tia, his aunt, I said, nobody deserves to get shot, right? 10 times? Yes, I asked her, no woman deserves to be shot 10 times? And she agreed. Nobody deserves that. Nobody. Billy Delgado made his choices, and now it's time for him to face the consequences. So, when I'm done here, you'll go to the back. You're going to turn to the verdict form, and it says, we, the jury, find the defendant, Billy Delgado, guilty of aggravated assault, causes serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, felony of the first degree. And you will sign right there under guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So, right, let's get to verdict. Let's get to the verdict. Let me set it up ready. Ba, 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 ba. So here we go. They took roughly 3 hours and 10 minutes by the time. So just over 3 hours to get the verdict, I believe. Right, hang on, let me go back here then. Things I do for you, Sarah. It is here 23:19, so 11:19 p.m. But you know, Sarah, you know I love you all. So I do it. Right, here we go, everybody.
All right, for the jury.
Please be seated in the courtroom. Okay, members of the jury, we received notice you have a verdict. Is that correct? Could I have the presiding juror stand momentarily? Is that verdict unanimous, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you hand it to the bailiff for me and you can be seated? Could I have defendant and counsel rise? State of Texas versus Billy Delgado. We, the jury, find the defendant, Billy Delgado, guilty of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, felony of first degree, signed by the presiding juror. You wish to have poll?
Yes, sir.
Do they know their numbers or not? Do they know their numbers? Okay, could I have the list? Drew?
Hi, Karen. Right, I'll stop it there for a second, people. So obviously guilty. So he turned down a plea of 40 years. So hope you're doing well, Karen. Yes, my Patriots hat. Love it. Right. I'm not sure if you want the good news or the bad news. But it's about in Texas, they go to punishment phase. So that is going to be another 3 odd hours. So my plan is I am going to play it now. So I'm going to play it through. So I'm going to do the whole shebang from the punishment phase all the way through to the verdict of the punishment phase as well. So yeah, it's going to be, well, it's on 1.25, but it's about 3.5 hours minus the 0.25 bit. So those of you that don't want to stay and watch it, that's fine. But like, I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I'm not streaming tomorrow. So that's why I'm going to power through tonight and do it. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm taking a full day off tomorrow. So some people would call me a hero, but I don't feel like a hero. Do you know what I mean? Legend maybe, not a hero though, not a hero. That is my name. Do not waste this RP. Right, here we go. I'm going to skip to the start of it now. Then the yeah, I don't do it well. That's why I want to get out the way now. Ah, look at that, Lady Di on point. Thank you, Lady Di. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you so much for that. Congratulations to all the ones that got the memberships. I am, Badaz, I am. Long weekend break, that's the thing. Congratulations to Michelle Leonard, Diane B, Ruby Two Shoes, Shani C, Robert, Kerry, Kiepley, Fradosio, Special K, Barbara, Cara T, and Marsha. Thank you so much, Lady Di. That's 20 memberships today, Lady Di. Thank you so much. If I knew you were not streaming, I would held those. Well, you could do it in the sense of watch it tomorrow instead, because it's going to be about 3.5 hours, I think. So I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'll be back Monday. I'm going to be back Monday. I will be. So that's the plan. Right. Let me just set this up to where it's supposed to be, and then we'll get going. Hang on. Right. Right, I got it here. So just need food and potty break. You do that, Lady Di. That's fine. Right, here we go, everyone. Strap it in or strap it on. One of the two. I've enjoyed this, to be quite honest with you. I will be. I won't lie to you. I've enjoyed it, Sarah P. I've enjoyed this trial. As bizarre as that is, I've enjoyed it. I've also enjoyed not being on screen and just being able to chat and relax. So I actually really enjoy that. I will, lovely. Do not worry. Do not worry. I've got some cordial and water. Yes, by the time this finishes, it should be about 3 a.m. here. So, but yeah, I'm really glad that we did this. If some of you were watching the other trial, the attempted murder of, what was it called? It's the Isan and Ali trial, the attempted murder of their daughter, I believe. I won't say it, but the um, the verdict is in. If you've been following that, the verdict's in on that one as well. I enjoy being on screen, but I mean, I suppose that's a hint to say get the fuck off screen. We prefer not to see your ugly face on screen. But but this has been good because I knew it was going to be a long day. Just be able to chill out with all of you in chat. I enjoyed it. So, right, let's get on with it. It's the I will look it up for you because I've just said it. It looked like a really interesting trial. I didn't watch any of it, but let me just see where it is. Yeah, no, the weather's okay here. It's calm, bad Dazzler. It's not too bad as far as I'm aware. Anyway, um, it is the WA. Is that Washington? Ali and Ali, the defying tradition parents versus daughter attempted murder trial. So that's the one. You probably don't follow it, but I thought it was a slam dunk guilty. But they're accused of trying to kill their daughter. Trying to kill their 17-year-old daughter outside high school, but they were found not guilty apparently. So there you go. Right, let's get on it. Strap it in, strap it out. I know nothing as well. Don't worry, Sarpi. It did look interesting though, but we were doing other things, I think. So right, let me get the screen back to where it was.
At this time, as we discussed in voir dire, it is a two-phase process. The defendant, having been found guilty, it is the jury's responsibility to assess the appropriate punishment. Both sides have an opportunity to produce further evidence if they wish to do so. So I'll ask the state to proceed at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please the court? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first I want to thank you. Thank you for executing your civic duty, and thank you on behalf of the District Attorney's Office and on behalf of Mr. Alanis. Now, the law is going to ask you to take the next step. The next step is to determine what the punishment should be. Now, this crime was not a crime of carelessness. It was a choice. You're going to hear evidence that is going to help you make that choice. You will hear from a nurse practitioner that spent days with Erica. He was there trying to help her to recover. He was there when she was trying to get back on her feet. And he's going to explain to you the pain and all the suffering she went through. You're also going to hear from a crash victim. She's going to tell you not only how Billy affected the community directly, but indirectly. And lastly, you're going to hear from the victim herself again. She's going to tell you all the suffering and pain she went through because of what the defendant, Mr. Delgado. And remember, you can consider all of the evidence, all of the aggravating evidence also from the guilt and innocence part of the trial. So all of this new evidence and the aggravating evidence from the guilt and innocence phase of the trial, you can consider it. So make sure you consider everything and determine a fair and firm punishment that Mr. Delgado deserves. All of that evidence is going to help you answer a critical question. It's going to help you answer what sentence will protect the victim, will protect the community, and will reflect the seriousness of this crime. When we conclude, the state is going to ask you to hold the defendant accountable, to impose a sentence that will show the gravity of the harm, the lasting trauma, and the danger posed if this violence caused by the defendant is not met with a firm and just punishment.
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be able to talk to you one more time. Let me tell you what we are attempting to do. You didn't see the way you saw the case, but you present some witnesses, characteristics, Billy. We'll be able to talk a little bit more freely now. We're not restraining by some of the rules, so we'll know all the truth about Erica and her family. And Mr. Delgado will also be able to testify if he wishes. But the family's gonna come up and tell you all these situations that they had with Erica and all the problems they had with her. They'll tell you all about the good times that they had with Billy, what type of person Billy is. So you can use all that information you received from the trial and this new information to try to determine the proper sentence. Okay, remember, you qualify for probation and it's all related to the maximum amount of punishment. So folks have a wide range to deal with. All right, thank you.
Let's say you call it first witness.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. I solemnly swear the evidence and testimony are given in this cause
Your Honor, these are not the complete list of.
Can you see if there's anything else in the jury room as far as exhibits?
Just the photos.
Is there a particular one that you're looking for?
Yes, Your Honor. I was looking for the photos of the crash, but these are injuries and of the scene of the crime. Permission to go off record, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we don't have the full list of exhibits here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, anybody got carrying any exhibits on them that are back in the jury room? One more look in the jury room for us.
There are photos. There's a lot of photos. No, it's not. Yeah, we don't have any photos. There's pictures here.
Do you have copies?
All right, perfect. We got them. Yeah.
Please state your name for the record.
Ok. Mi nombre es Silvia Navarro.
Me dedico a trabajar y al hogar. Soy madre de un niño.
My name is Celia Navarro, and I work at home, and I have one child.
And where do you reside?
¿Dónde está usted viviendo?
Vivo en Zapata.
I live in
Texas.
Zapata, Texas.
Thank you for coming down.
Gracias por venir.
Do you recall the date of June 1st, 2024?
¿Usted recuerda la fecha del día 1 de junio de 2024?
Claro que sí, cómo olvidar ese día tan triste.
Of course. How could I forget that day that was so sad?
What happened that day?
¿Qué sucedió ese día?
Ese día estábamos en la línea para dar vuelta para agarrar otra calle.
That day we were on the road to turn to another street.
Y de repente pues se vino un carro encima del carro de nosotros, ¿verdad? O sea, de una troca mía.
Then all of a sudden there was a car that came on top of us, one of our cars, our truck.
How did you feel at that moment?
¿Cómo se sintió usted en ese momento?
Pues desesperada, no sabía qué estaba pasando, fue algo muy rápido, algo que no me esperaba.
I felt desperate. I did not know what was happening. It all happened very soon. I was not expecting it.
And what did you do after you were struck by the vehicle?
¿Qué fue lo que usted hizo después de que el vehículo le golpeó?
Pues yo reboté en el vidrio de enfrente y me dolía toda la cabeza, todo el cuerpo.
I bounced off the windshield. I had body aches. My head hurt.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
¿Usted tuvo que irse al hospital?
Sí, me desmayé después.
Yes, I fainted later on.
Me llevó la ambulancia.
And I was taking my ambulance.
And how long were you in the hospital?
¿Cuánto tiempo estuvo usted en el hospital?
Pues estuve como medio día.
I was like half a day.
And did you have to go back? Did you have to do any therapy?
¿Usted tuvo que regresar? ¿Tuvo usted que tener alguna terapia?
Tuve que regresar como al tercer día porque el dolor era muy fuerte.
I did have to go back about the third day because the pain was very strong.
And today, do you still have pain?
¿Hoy todavía sufre de dolor?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have the means to take care of that pain?
¿Usted tiene con qué cuidarse ese dolor?
Pues hace una semana tuve que buscar un doctor para que me diera algo para el dolor.
A week ago, I had to look for a doctor so that I could get something for the pain.
Okay, let's go back. What happened to your car?
Vamos a regresarnos. ¿Qué sucedió con su automóvil?
Pues mi carro quedó completamente destrozado, pérdida total. Sí, la aseguranza me pagó $2,000, $2,200.
My car was a total loss. It was completely destroyed. Yes, the insurance did pay $2,200.
And were you able to get a new one?
¿Usted pudo obtener uno nuevo?
No.
No.
So after that, how did you manage to get around?
Después de eso, ¿cómo usted deambulaba?
Pues pedía RAI para mi trabajo. Ese automóvil lo usaba para llevar a mi hijo a su doctor porque tengo un niño con problemas, autismo, asma, problemas de salud.
I would ask for a ride. That car I used to use it to go to work. That car I used it to take my son to the doctor. My kid has problems with his health. He has autism. He has asthma.
And how have you managed to pay for all the car expenses, and the medical expenses?
¿Cómo le ha hecho usted para pagar todos sus costos de su automóvil y sus costos médicos?
Pues con mi trabajo ahorita estoy yendo yo al doctor. Aún se deben los biles del hospital.
With my work, now I'm paying my doctor. I'm still owing the hospital bills.
Has your life changed because of this accident?
¿Ha cambiado su vida debido a este accidente?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
How so?
¿Cómo?
Pues me da miedo manejar. Siento, si un carro está muy cerca, me viene el recuerdo que me van a volver a chocar. Algunas veces busco quien maneje.
Well, I am afraid to drive. I feel if a car is very close to me, it reminds me. And I am afraid and I look for someone to give me a ride.
Your Honor, permission to publish the State Exhibit 28 and 30.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 28.
Le voy a mostrar lo que tenemos como documento de prueba número 28.
Can you tell us in what car you were driving or you were a passenger of?
¿Me puede decir usted qué vehículo estaba usted conduciendo o en qué vehículo era usted la pasajera?
Era la Escape gris.
It's the gray Escape.
So this one.
Esta.
And where were you riding?
¿Y dónde venía usted?
Del lado del pasajero.
On the passenger side.
So right here.
Aquí? Yes.
And it would be right here, correct?
¿Sería aquí mismo?
And that morning, did you foresee what was going to happen to you?
¿Y esa mañana sabía usted lo que iba a suceder ahí?
No, yo esa mañana venía con la intención de venir a comprar un piso para renovar mi trailer. Traía $500, que fue lo que usé para la reca, para mover el mueble de ahí para la salida de Zapata, que vive una hermana ahí.
No, that morning I had the intentions to go buy some flooring because I was going to renew the floor from my mobile home. I had $500 that later on I had to use for the car to be towed to the outside of Zapata. A sister lives there.
And nowadays, are you getting any medical treatment? And if so, how are you paying for it?
Ahora que está recibiendo usted tratamiento médico, ¿cómo lo está pagando?
Pues con mi dinero, con lo de mi trabajo.
With my own money from work.
And is that enough?
¿Y eso es suficiente?
¿Cómo suficiente?
What do you mean by enough?
Is that enough money to cover all the expenses?
¿Es suficiente dinero para cubrir todos sus gastos?
No.
No.
We pass the witness.
Ma'am, can you please give me your name again?
Señora, ¿me puede dar su nombre nuevamente?
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Guerrero
Navarro.
Navarro. Navarro being your dad's last name?
Navarro es el apellido de su papá?
Sí.
Yes.
Ma'am, did you hire a lawyer for the accident?
¿Usted ocupó un abogado para el accidente?
Is he helping you get money?
¿Él le está ayudando a que usted obtenga dinero?
Nos dio, nomás dijo que la bolsa de la persona que nos había pegado eran $10,000. O él cobró no sé qué tanto, nos tocaron 6,000, como 6,200 para nosotros, para mí.
He only gave us, he told us that the insurance was only up to $10,000 and he billed us. We only got around 6,000, 6,200.
Algo así.
Something like that.
Okay, so you received money for some compensation for your injuries, right?
Entonces usted recibió compensación por sus lesiones.
Pues no sé si fue por las lecciones o por el golpe de la troca. No supe. Él nomás nos dio ese dinero.
I don't know if it was for the injuries or if it was because of the damage to the car. He just gave us that money.
Okay, but you didn't elect to go to a jury and try to collect more damages. You chose to settle, and you settled for that amount, for $10,000, right?
Pero usted no ocupó a nadie para poder obtener más dinero. Usted estuvo de acuerdo en aceptar esos $10,000.
Sí, fue lo que nos dijo el abogado que tocaba del aseguro de la persona que nos había chocado, o sea, del accidente.
Yes.
Y que no había otra manera que la bolsa que ella tenía.
Yes, that's what the attorney said. That was our share from the person that hit us, that there was no other way. That was our portion.
Okay. Would you like for Mr. Delgado to reimburse you for your expenses?
¿Usted quiere que el señor Delgado le reembolse sus gastos?
¿Cómo?
What do you mean?
Well, you're here to testify because you're telling us of all the expenses you have. I'm asking, would it make you whole if we could repay you for those expenses that occurred because of the accident?
Usted está aquí para dar su declaración y está diciendo de todos sus gastos y estamos preguntando si usted quiere ser reembolsada por esos gastos.
Claro que sí.
Of course.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Redirect?
In this entire year, has the defendant or his family reached out to try to pay you?
En todo este año, el acusado o los familiares del acusado han tratado de comunicarse con usted para tratar de pagarle.
No.
No.
You had to pay for that lawyer, correct?
Usted tuvo que pagar a ese abogado, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
How much?
¿Cuánto?
Es que el abogado ese se cobró de lo que tocaba de la bolsa de la persona del automóvil.
The thing is that he,
serían 3,800, algo así.
The thing is that he took his share, I think maybe about 3,800.
So you had to pay money to get money.
Entonces tuvo que pagar dinero para tener dinero.
Claro.
Of course.
For something that wasn't your fault,
Por
correct?
algo que no fue su culpa, ¿correcto?
No.
It wasn't.
Man, did you ever reach out to the Delgado family and ask them for money?
¿En algún momento usted contactó a la familia Delgado para obtener dinero?
Claro que no sé ni quiénes son. No soy de aquí de Laredo, vivo en Zapata, no conozco a nadie ni a la persona que provocó el accidente, no sé las razones.
Of course, I do not know the family. I'm not from Laredo. I am from Zapata. I don't know the person or the reasons.
Okay, just to clarify, you hired an attorney to see if you could get more funds for the accident, and if you obtain funds, you're going to pay him a percentage of the funds you received. Is that right?
Solamente para aclarar, usted contrató un abogado para ver si podía tener usted algunos fondos y cuando recibiera el dinero, él iba a recibir un porcentaje. ¿Correcto?
Es correcto.
That is correct.
That's all I have, Judge.
And on the day of the accident, who were you with?
El día del accidente, ¿con quién estaba usted?
Estaba con un acompañante, Guadalupe García, era el que iba manejando.
I was with a partner, Guadalupe García.
So there was two people in the car.
Entonces, ¿había dos personas en el automóvil?
Sí.
Yes.
We'll pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge.
Okay, she excused, not subject to recall.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez, how are you employed?
I'm a nurse practitioner in the trauma department in San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. And how long have you been a nurse practitioner?
I've been a nurse practitioner for 7 years, and I've been a nurse since 2012, also in the trauma unit.
And what do you mean by nurse? Is that your title? It used to be your title, nurse, or?
Yes, I graduated in 2012 and started practicing as a registered nurse in the trauma ICU of that same hospital.
Okay.
Then I went and obtained my master's in nurse practitioner studies, and I've been practicing as a nurse practitioner since.
And you said about 6 years ago, so it was more or less about 2018?
I started in January of 2019.
Okay, 2019. And are you licensed here in
Texas? Yes, sir.
Okay. What does your practice consist of?
So I take care of perioperative patients, mainly trauma patients. So anyone that's in the acute phase in the hospital that is not an ICU patient and part of the trauma team, I take care of them, as well as outpatient care. So after they get discharged and they do their follow-up appointments, they come and they see me.
Okay, and right now you testify acute patients. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Acute patients are any patients that are ill enough to still be admitted into the hospital, but they are not in an intensive care unit. So they're not ill enough to where they have to be in the ICU, but they are ill enough to where they have to stay in the hospital.
Okay, and you also testified about trauma. You've been dealing with trauma patients since, I believe, 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what that means? Trauma?
So any trauma patients are patients that come in due to a traumatic injury. So majority of patients are usually car crashes, falls from certain heights, gunshot wounds, stab victims. Those are probably the majority of the patients that I see.
Okay, and before we continue, let me ask about your educational background. What is it?
So I obtained my bachelor's in nursing from Incarnate Word in San Antonio. I graduated in 2012. Same year I became a registered nurse. While I was a trauma intensive care unit nurse, I also went to school to obtain my master's at UT Health San Antonio. And after graduating, took my boards and started practicing as a nurse practitioner in 2019.
Okay, and during the course of your duties as a nurse practitioner, have you examined and treated individuals with injuries? Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
With injuries? You've treated patients with injuries?
Yes.
And those injuries mainly consist of what kind of injuries?
Mainly consists of traumatic injuries, usually gunshot wounds, stab wounds, car crashes, orthopedic injuries that they sustain from what we call polytrauma, meaning that you have multiple injuries from one traumatic episode.
Okay, so since you've been dealing with trauma victims and injuries, what are the injuries that you most typically see?
I would say gunshot wounds, stab wounds, and rib fractures.
Okay.
And orthopedic injuries from car crashes.
Okay. Do you know the victim in this case, Ms. Erica Edith Torres?
I do. I took care of her for all 3 of the hospitalizations that she had in the last year.
Okay, so when was the first time you actually met with the victim, Erica Torres?
I met Erica, I believe it was in the first or second week of July of 2024, after she had been in the intensive care unit for over a month. And my colleagues from the intensive care unit transferred her to me and gave me a report on what happened during her hospitalization in the ICU. And I took care of her from then moving forward.
And you testified that you work for University Hospital in San Antonio.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So once you met Erica for the first time in early July 2024, what was your opinion, your medical opinion?
That she was extremely sick.
And what do you mean by extremely sick?
She had a lot of different injuries for different systems. So for her lungs, mainly in her abdomen, but she also had ongoing infections that required antibiotics. At that point, she wasn't moving or getting out of bed yet.
Okay.
She still had a breathing tube in her trachea, and she was still pending further surgical interventions.
What is the trachea?
So the tracheostomy tube is a tube that we put in someone's trachea when they've been on the breathing machine or the ventilator for prolonged periods of time, where it's not safe enough to just take the tube out. So we make a breathing tube for them that goes into their trachea.
Okay, so when you started treating Ms. Torres on July 2024, how many times a week would you visit with her?
I saw her on rounds every day that I was at work, so at least 5 days a week.
5 days a week, and that continued for how long?
Every day that I was at work, and that she was still in the hospital. So through her discharge, May 30th, aside from the 2 times that she was discharged from the hospital, then I would see her in clinic.
Yeah, Ms. Torres testified that she was released from the hospital May 30th of 2025. So about, if you can tell the jury, you dealt with Erica, you visited with her, you treated her, you even prescribed medicine for how long in those until May 30th of 2025?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day that I was there, I would see her.
Okay, and so you know her progression pretty much from June or July 2024 all the way to May 30th, 2025.
I know it very well, yes.
And have you met with her after she was released on May 30th, 2025?
Yes, I've met with her at the hospital once or twice, I believe.
Okay, are you still gonna be treating her?
Yes, so she's supposed to follow up with us still to continue her care.
Okay, so the jury already found the defendant guilty of ag assault. They already established that it was serious bodily injury. What can you tell the jury about any long-term effects that Ms. Erica Torres might have from this point on to the future?
So since discharge from hospital, she's been referred to a gastroenterologist. Ms. Torres has about less than 150 centimeters of her small intestine. The average for an adult person is anywhere from 300 to 800. So she has a very limited amount of small bowel.
Okay, and how can that affect her? Only having 105 centimeters of her small intestine.
So your small intestine is where the majority of your nutrients and certain medications work on the small intestine. So she's at high risk for malnutrition, and certain medications that she takes will not be working for her the way that they would for a normal person.
Okay, you testify malnutrition. What does that mean?
That means that she's not getting the vitamins or minerals or calories from food that we eat in the same manner that people that have a full small bowel do.
Okay, and how can that affect her in the future?
She may have a hard time maintaining her weight, diet tolerance. She may not eat certain foods the way that we do. And she can also not be able to get the same medications that we get and get the same effect from them.
What exhibit is the picture we took on Sunday? Do you remember? Judge, my approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you state exhibit 49 through 51. And you testified earlier that you've seen her since July 2024, so you're familiar with her injuries.
Correct.
When she was in the hospital. Okay. I'm gonna show you state exhibit 51, 50, and 49. These pictures were taken on Sunday, July 27th. Have you seen Erica like this?
Yes, I saw when that wound was actually completely open.
Are you talking about this one?
No, the one on her flank. Yes. So that was actually an open wound. That's a split thickness skin graft. That's a wound that we made by taking skin from her thigh and transplanting it to her flank so that it can actually cover. And that's what it looks like healed.
Healed, you said.
Yes, that's a healed skin graft, correct.
Can this ever look better?
There's certain surgical procedures that patients may have after getting a skin graft to help it not look as scarred down, but these are not an option for her
Why not?
because she's too high risk of a patient because she's had multiple abdominal surgeries.
Mr. Martinez, I'm gonna show you state exhibit number 50. You recognize this injury from Ms. Torres?
Yes, so that is her, I believe, right side. So she had wounds on both of her flanks, the right and the left. She had developed a flesh-eating bacteria when she was initially in the intensive care unit that required her to go to the operating room multiple times to help cut away all of that muscle that was necrotic.
Do you remember the timeline of that?
That was when she first came in. I believe that was in early June. She was still in the ICU, but when she was down in the acute care unit with me, we were still sending her back to the operating room for washouts of that.
Can Ms. Torres ever fix this?
No, it's not recommended that she have any other surgeries to her abdomen.
And for the same reason, because of her skin?
Correct, because she could get really sick. She's at high risk for any surgeon that goes in there can nick her bowel and cause the same injuries that she had before.
Finally, I'll show you state exhibit number 51. Again, this picture was taken on July 27th, Sunday before trial. You also recognize this?
Correct. That's her midline of her abdomen. She had, I believe, at least 3 exploratory laparotomies. And then her most recent time that we opened that wound was on April 15th for her takedown of her fistula that she developed.
And what is that, fistula?
So Ms. Torres developed what's called an intracutaneous fistula, meaning that there was a portion of her bowel that was communicating to the outside of her skin. So anytime that she would eat or drink anything, her gastric contents would actually come out. So it wouldn't make its way down the entire intestine. So she wasn't able to absorb any of the food. And the only way that we were able to treat that is to keep her from eating anything by mouth. So she was not allowed to eat anything by mouth for at least 6 months.
Until April of 2025.
Correct.
And Ms. Torres also testified about this little thing that she has. Can you tell the jury what this is?
That's the remainder of the wound that she has from her surgery in April. That wound actually extended all the way down to the bottom of her abdomen. And we did what are called wound vac changes, where we would take a vacuum to help close it up. And that was getting changed 3 times a day at the bed, or 3 times a week at the bedside. This is the remainder of an opening that hasn't closed yet.
Do you think that opening is going to close soon, or it's going to be there for a while?
It's hard to tell. It should be closing, but as of right now, we're just having a difficult time getting it to close completely.
Okay. And again, another question: can Ms. Torres get a plastic surgery so she can fix her abdomen?
We have recommended that she's not a good surgical candidate for that.
And Mr. Martinez, does this look normal to you?
It just, in comparison to a normal person, absolutely not.
Mr. Martinez, you also testified about the risk of malnutrition. Can you describe what you mean by that?
So she cannot eat the same types or amounts of food that a person without her injuries is able to. So she gets nauseous very easily. We've advised her from having big meals, so she usually takes very small meals. So the amount of food that she eats is very limited.
Okay.
Therefore, she won't have the kind of nutrition that a normal person would have. So if she continues to be nauseous, she'll have a difficult time eating those foods.
And can that change in the near future?
very unlikely because you cannot grow more small bowel and you cannot get a small bowel transplant.
Okay.
So this is an anatomical issue that she has that's not going to change.
What about disease processes? Can you please tell the jury what that is?
So if she were to develop, with her age advancement, if she were to develop diabetes or high blood pressure, she may be a little bit more difficult to manage than a normal person because a lot of these medications work on specific parts of your small bowel. So because she has...
And what do you mean by small bowel? What is that?
Her small intestine.
Okay.
So Erica has a very small amount of small intestine. And if she develops high blood pressure or diabetes, the medications that are used to treat those will not work on her the way that they would work on somebody that has the full extent of their small intestine because they work specifically in that portion of the bowel.
Okay, so she'll be limited in taking all that.
She'll have
medicine?
more limited options, correct.
Okay.
And specifically for any medications that say extended release, those medications require their extended release. So they go through the entire bowel, small and large intestine, and they require a lot more time for absorption. So she's just not going to absorb what she needs out of those medications.
And that is important in case she does develop high blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes.
Correct.
It's not going to work the same as like a regular person.
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Erica Torres also testified about having PTSD. Did you treat her for PTSD?
We actually consulted our psychiatry team that's in the hospital for the PTSD.
Did you prescribe any medicine to her about?
Yes, they recommended medications. Unfortunately, during the initial portion of her hospitalization, when we weren't allowing her to have anything to eat or drink, the medications that were available to her were not an option for her because they were in pill form. So we had very limited options that were able to be given to her through her vein because that's all we were using at the time.
And just for the record, please describe to the jury what PTSD is.
It's a post-traumatic stress disorder. After somebody has a traumatic event, they can develop signs and symptoms of reliving the situation, but also can be extremely anxious, paranoid. Some of these actually, which happened to Ms. Torres, they can actually be seen physically. So she would become extremely nauseous whenever she was asked about why she was in the hospital or what happened prior to her being in the hospital.
Okay, so let's go back to when she was in the hospital. You testified that you treated her for about maybe 11 months, from July to May 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you saw Erica and the progression of her injuries and her, I guess, willingness or her will to live, can you comment on that? What you experienced, what you personally observed from Erica Torres?
She was definitely very determined. So she, whenever we asked her to, get out of bed, and even if she was feeling weak or she was feeling tired, she would make it a point to get out of bed, and then she would try to even walk more. She never wore a gown. She always wanted to be in her own clothes.
Okay.
She had visitors. She would get her nails done at the hospital because she was there forever. So she would have a friend come and do them for her. She was trying to, in my opinion, be as normal as possible after being in the hospital for almost a year.
And let me ask you, I guess, a follow-up question on that. Will she ever be normal again?
In comparison to a person that...
Normal person?
No.
She also testified that she can only lift about 10 pounds right now.
Correct.
Is that going to change in the future, or she's always going to be limited?
She's always going to be limited. She shouldn't be moving a couch or picking up anything super heavy.
And based on the injuries that Ms. Torres sustained, do you think she can get pregnant, on your medical opinion?
I would say no, but I would probably defer that question to a gyne expert.
I'll pass a witness, Judge.
Just a few questions. What's your last name again?
Martinez.
Mr. Martinez. Is there medication that she can use that can be absorbed through the skin, like some compounding medications?
It depends on what medications you're asking for. So there are some transdermal medications, but it just depends on on which ones and what you want them for.
Okay. And as you see her today, is she malnourished?
She is not eating as much as she should, yes. So she actually has an appointment with a gastroenterologist next month.
So she should be gaining more weight at this time, is what you're saying?
Weight is not something that we use very much as far as malnourishment or not. She would need to get labs drawn to see what her nutrition labs are looking like.
And there's other ways she can get nutrition?
We treated her to have nutrition, which is not optimal, but it was the only option that we had at the time. She was having to get nutrition through her vein. But that's a very high risk because it can also cause liver damage, which in some cases for her, it actually did.
That's all I have, Judge.
No further questions, Judge.
Is he excused, not subject to recall?
That's correct. Not from the defense.
Okay, I don't hear anybody asking for recall, so you're excused not to come back, sir. Thank you.
Hello, Erica.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Okay.
Erica, I want to start off by asking, how have the actions done by the defendant on June 1st, 2024 affected you?
I have lack of nutrition. I usually am always weak. I have a lot of scars, a lot of pain. Pain is usually internally, my stomach.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess, so it seems like a lot. I guess let's start with the physical first, all right? And if you will, if we could start from the head down, okay? What type of injuries did you have to get treated because of what Mr. Delgado did?
Well, I have a hole left from the trach. It's just there. And then one of the bullets went through my dominant left hand.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I took it.
You took this photo?
I took the screenshot of my x-ray.
And it's a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I'll tender to defense for any objection. State's Exhibit 53.
Judge, I don't think I received these medical records in discovery, so I'm gonna object. Unless they're in discovery, we can use them.
They are in discovery.
Okay, which ones are they?
They're tendered to you.
Judge, I don't remember seeing this in discovery. Also, I object.
Were they tendered?
Yes, Your Honor, they were tendered. We tendered him a hard drive with all the pieces of evidence we had. This was on that hard drive.
Okay, well, I guess if you're sure, as an officer of the court, I'll overrule the objection. You may proceed. It's admitted.
Thank you. Provisional published, Your Honor?
Yes.
Erica, what are we looking at here?
That is my left hand. In between my middle finger and index finger, you will see small little dots in between the two knuckles. Those.
Now let me stop you there. Are they?
Well, there's bullet fragments right there, and as well in between the hand.
So
like
is this right here?
Yes.
And this goes out right here?
Yes, and then that one as well. That as well, and then in between the two middle fingers, that little white line that's in between, those are bullet fragments as well.
Okay, and which hand is this?
This is my left hand. It's my dominant hand.
And where are those fragments today?
They're still in my hand. They cannot be removed. If removed, they would cause a lot more damage.
What kind of damage?
Probably not being able to function correctly. At the moment, I'm able to move my hands, but I have no sensation in these three fingers. I have multiple pain, always radiating up to my arm, down all the way to my neck, due to the fragments and the damage that is to my nerves on my hand.
And do you have a hole here? Or
Yes, I have a hole and I have a scar.
Thank you.
Have you regained confidence in that hand?
No, I have not.
And you said that that was your dominant hand?
Yes.
So are you able to write today?
I'm able to write, not as legible, and I'm unable to hold a pen or pencil completely.
Okay. Now, where else were you injured?
I have a lot of injuries on my abdomen. There's just multiple injuries. I have multiple surgeries. I had a hole with my intestine out. With the intestine being out, it had a fistula, which is a hole.
Now, real quick, you said you had a hole. How long did you have that hole?
I still have it. It still hasn't completely healed.
Okay. Now, and you were talking about a fish. What was it?
A fistula. It's a hole. The fistula was located in my stomach. So all the acid that our stomach has to break down foods was spilling out through there. Anything that I would intake, as in water, anything to drink, food, medications, anything was coming out through that hole. Drainage was every day. I was stuck to a wall suction, and it suctioned out every day what I was spitting. For the first couple of months, I was usually stuck in bed. Due to being in bed for such a long time, I had to relearn how to walk as well.
Okay, let's move back a little bit. So you said you were able to eat food?
No, I wasn't able to eat food at all while I was there at the hospital, nor drink anything.
Okay, and how long were you not able to eat food for?
For almost a whole year.
And not being able to eat food, how did that affect you?
It emotionally and mentally, it's really, really hard. It's like as if somebody's depriving you from everything.
And did it affect you physically in any shape or form?
It did. I was underweight. I had no muscle. My hair was falling out. My teeth were hurting constantly. I would eat to keep nutrition. It was through an IV in my arm. That was like that for like 11 months. And Monday, 3 times out of the week, I had wound care, which were dressings that they would come in and remove all the dressings, all the tape, everything that they had, wash, clean, everything they needed to do to keep this area from getting infected again. Doing that and being on the meds that they had me on, I felt everything. I felt every tug, every pull, my skin burning. I would always ask myself, like, why? Like, why am I having to go through this? And why is it that I'm surviving all of this?
You mentioned skin burning. What do you mean your skin was burning?
That hole that I had, the acid that would fall out, sometimes it was so much that it wasn't able to suction out. And because of that, so it would sit in the pocket, and around my skin around the hole would burn off.
Now, what injuries, if any, did you receive below your waistline?
A double compound fracture on my right foot.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a screenshot that I took.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense State's Exhibit 54 for inspection and any objection.
This part is same. It's already there. Objection, Judge.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So, I'm going to show you
what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
That is my right foot. It's a complete break.
Is that where it's circled there?
Yes,
So that's the complete break you're speaking of?
yes. And I have rods, screws, and I have a plate.
So you have and where is this plate and rods and screws currently today?
Still in my foot. I will be unable to remove them. I have to keep them on like forever.
Why is that?
Because that piece right there that is broken,
This piece?
yes, does not heal. So the screws and rods and metal keep my foot together.
Has that affected your mobility in any way?
Yes, I am able to walk. I cannot wear certain shoes. My foot always is swollen. It's always in pain. I do walk. Walking is only minimal. Can't walk for a long time. At the moment, I cannot run and I cannot jump. I'm unable to lift anything more than 10 pounds.
Now, earlier you testified that you had to relearn to walk. How long did it take you to become mobile after this accident?
Without any assistance or using a walker or anything, would be around the time in January, maybe February. And it was very minimal.
And this is
of 2025.
Of 2025?
Mhm.
And what would you think during your mobility recovery?
I did not see. I didn't see it ending. I didn't see an ending. There was always something new, always another complication. There was always another hurdle to have to go. It feels like it's a never ending hurdle with all these injuries.
At any point in time, did you ever want to give up or feel hopeless?
Yes. Yes, I did multiple times. I started losing sleep over it. I don't have sleeping, like I have insomnia because it's constant. Like I said, always in pain. It's always just a reminder of everything that I have to go through the next day. And the next day is always a hurdle to have to just get up itself.
What would you say was the length of your recovery?
I'm still in recovery. I'm never gonna be done with recovery. I have short gut syndrome. I don't absorb foods, liquids correctly. I cannot, I don't have energy throughout my day. Just simply walking around, going upstairs or going downstairs, it's a struggle. It is.
And you mentioned that you will always be in your recovery. Are you still being treated for your injuries today?
Yes, I still am. I am seeing multiple doctors at the moment.
What medications are you currently on?
At the moment, I'm taking a Protonix. I'm taking Lyrica, Zoloft, Seroquel for sleep, and I take a Gatix. It's an injection that has to be taken every day, and that helps with some of the absorption in food that I can intake throughout my day.
Did you have to take a Gatix today?
Yes, every morning.
Did you ever have any complications while you were in the hospital?
No, I was a healthy 31-year-old with no complications.
I'm sorry. Did you ever have complications while you were in the hospital?
Yes, multiple complications.
What kind?
From what I have understood, it was always one thing after another at the beginning of the stay. After they were able to stable me and kind of figure out, it was always day to day. It wasn't, oh, we're gonna do this because this is a long period of time. No, we had to wait day by day. Surgeries were not planned ahead of time. Surgeries were literally planned within like just days, just to see how I was.
How has your life changed emotionally? How has this affected your mental state?
I've never had anxiety. I never felt depression. And it's just an absolute horrible feeling. PTSD is even worse. You lose sometimes time. You're just sitting there and you're just thinking, and it's playing over and over in your head. And you're trying to get out of it and you can't. And you just sit there. It's kind of like if you feel numb and you're trying to wake up from it and you can't. So mentally, I'm constantly struggling.
Prior to this, were you on any of these medications?
None. I was healthy, 31, no broken bones, no medications.
How have the actions of Mr. Delgado affected your family?
It's affected everybody very differently. My parents had to start preparing for choices that I really do not believe any parent should have to make. My daughters, they're so innocent. They have an innocent mind, and they're so scared. I can't even leave a room sometimes. My oldest was not even present at the time, and she is terrified to leave me alone. She tracks my every move because she is terrified that her mom isn't gonna come home. How am I supposed to explain something like that to an 11-year-old? And then I have my baby. How is she supposed to see her dad, her biological father, do what he did? How is she supposed to explain that? How is she supposed to go to school and be around kids that might know what's going on? My daughter's innocence have been taken away, and they were taken away by her father. My children should not be going through this. This is horrible.
Can you do any of the things that you used to enjoy prior to this accident?
At the moment, I'm not able to.
Like what? What can't you do?
We would always be either out at the ranch riding. I cannot ride horses right now, so my daughters have to do it on their own. We used to go to the gym a lot together, all three of us. Swimming. They love swimming. I cannot get into a pool at the moment. Simply driving. I mean, right now, my mom and I, we watch the girls together and stuff, but my mom sometimes does have to go to work. If they want to go somewhere, they have to wait because I'm not able to drive.
Why can't you drive?
Because the doctors are not allowing me, my doctors are not allowing me to drive due to the PTSD that I have and the trauma that I have. It's not safe, and as well, my abdomen is still open, so they do not think it's safe for me to be conducting a vehicle.
Would you say that you're able to live your life normally?
No. I'm not able to. I used to be very carefree. I was never aware of my surroundings, I really never believed anything bad would happen. And now I am constantly looking at the cameras in our house. I am terrified when people come to the door. I do not like any confrontation at all with anybody. I literally shut down and just don't say nothing. Like, it's a horror. It's just horrible. Like, my sense of feeling safe and secure is already taken away.
Are you able to carry your daughters?
No. Like I said, I'm not able to lift 10 pounds or more. So I haven't been able to carry my baby at all for the past year.
Erica, how do you feel here sitting in court today?
I am nervous. I'm just really, really nervous. I want justice. I've had to pay for my wrongdoings. I've had to appear in court. I've had to deal with all the wrongdoings that I've done. I want justice for myself too. I may not have outcried many other times that I could have, but this isn't supposed to happen. My life was not supposed to be in his hands. He's not God.
Do you believe that Billy Delgado gave you a life sentence of pain and suffering?
Yeah, he did. He did. He gave me a life sentencing, and he didn't just give it to me, but like I said, he gave it to my daughters, gave it to my family and my friends.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Torres,
Mm-hmm.
the jury is here to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence, right? Which will probably include a prison sentence. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you have experience being in jail. Did you have a very pleasant experience while you were there?
No.
Back in 2012, you were booked into the Laredo Police Department for assaulting a family member. How many days in jail did you do for that?
I was not in jail. I was in there for 6 hours.
Okay, so you paid for that one by 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In 2016, you were assaulted for an assault causing bodily injury. How many days in jail did you do for that one?
In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No.
None?
In 2016. In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. In 2012, I did not get arrested in 2012.
Is that the one with your brother?
No.
Which one was that one?
That has to be in either 2014. 2016 has to be the one with my brother. I never got arrested in 2012.
What about the accident involving damage, driving while intoxicated, and resisting arrest? Is that you?
Yes, I did get arrested for that.
That was 2023?
Yes.
And what happened in that case?
I'm sorry?
What happened in that case?
It's still pending.
Okay. You have, how many days in jail did you do for that one?
6 hours.
Then the one for your brother was 6 hours.
I was in the holding cells.
What about the 2023 assault causing bodily injury?
Yes, I did 6 hours as well.
And the Department of Public Safety arrest for assault causing bodily injury in November 14, 2023. How many days for that one?
I'm sorry. No, the assault for Dilly, they did not arrest me. They started the investigation and then they set out a warrant out for my arrest.
Okay.
And when the warrant was set out, that was the one at DPS that they had arrested me for. And again, that one was 6 hours.
And the Laredo Police Department for delivery, manufacturing, delivering, or controlled substance?
That is
Less
still
than a
under
gram?
investigation.
Okay, did you get arrested for that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how many hours for that one?
I was, due to when I was released from the hospital, I went in and turned myself in. And due to all the damages, I still had tubes. I had the hole in my stomach, tubes everywhere. I was medically released.
That was in June 11, 2025. You were just out of the hospital for a week?
Exactly.
Okay. And was that, you were actually detained for that case earlier and then
Nope.
arrested? It was the same time?
Sorry?
I mean, were you like arrested for the?
No, I was not arrested. They did an investigation, presented a warrant. The warrant was set out, turned myself in, and it's pending right now.
And when were you supposed to have possessed the cocaine?
Objection, Your Honor. As to relevance, Judge, and she's already answered the question, Judge. He's going to separate the facts. This is under investigation. It's not a case that's been indicted or anything, Your Honor. She's not been convicted of this, Judge.
Because we're at sentencing. We're at sentencing. It's her character's at issue.
No, I disagree with that. She's got a pending case, and that is fodder for potential bias motive. So, all I have to inquire of pending cases. So, overall.
So we have a total, you're saying, and there's other incidents where you weren't arrested, the police were called, right?
Yes, with Mr. Billy Delgado, yes.
So at least we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We won't count the one in June because you shouldn't have, they couldn't detain you very long because of your medical condition, right? But 1, 2, 3, 4, and the cocaine must have been prior to June 1st, right?
From I believe so, yes. I was not aware about these charges until April of 2025.
Okay. So how could you have picked up a cocaine charge if you're June 1st, 2024?
Again, I was not arrested by an officer. I am still pending those charges. My lawyer, I still need to sit down and talk to him about these charges.
Okay, so you're telling us that prison is not a fun place to be at. Jail is not a fun place to be at, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
And that's basically been your experience of being in jail.
Yes,
And you paid for whatever you did, right?
yes.
Now, you already have a protective order, a lifetime protective order, right?
Yes, I do.
So Billy can't see you without being arrested, being close to you without being arrested.
That is what the paper says.
Okay. He can't even see his daughter, Esmeralda as well. He can't be within a certain amount of yards or he gets arrested.
Yes, that's correct.
So that's another form of punishment for him, right?
On behalf of his choice.
Okay. That's another form of punishment though.
Yes.
Just like you were punished 6 hours at the city jail for what you've done, Billy's also being punished, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you have a brother named Louis?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And has he been to prison?
Yes.
For what?
I don't know.
He's your brother, you wouldn't know?
No, I don't.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you discuss his experiences in prison?
No, I
Objection
don't.
to relevance.
Judge, it's relevant. They're trying to send my client to prison. I want to know what she's heard.
Your Honor, he's talking about a completely different, an entirely different person, Judge.
I don't sustain objections to this witness.
You have two brothers, right?
Yes, I do.
Has the other one been to prison?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Do you have any other siblings?
Yes, I do.
How many?
I have 3 brothers in total, and I have 2 younger sisters.
And you share the same mom and dad?
We share the same dad.
Same dad. Your mom's been married how many times?
She's 3
Objection
times.
as to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And those are the only, Louis is the only one that's been to prison?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor, and he's already
been instructed that that question wasn't relevant by the court, Judge.
Well, it's repetitious. You already got an answer to that, so I'll suspend the objection. What else?
Ma'am, do you ever remember sending a text to Miss Delgado, Billy's mom, basically apologizing what you put your daughters through?
I don't recall. I used to talk to Miss Delgado a lot. She was the only person that I had in San Antonio, and granted, I had gone to her house multiple times because I was getting away from Billy, and I would tell her, like, I don't understand why is this happening, but I don't want to give up. They are my daughters, that was their dad, and I wanted to keep my family together. This was my second marriage, and I wanted to keep what was a family together.
I mean, basically you say you're sorry for putting your hands on him, on Billy, and I apologize to Billy every day when I do. Is that right?
Yes, I do. I do apologize to him.
Okay, there's no excuse for me to put my hands on him, but I'm sorry for putting my girls in this situation. I put them through. I love my daughters and I hate what I have put. Is that?
Well, if you can tell me the date that text was sent and the conversation prior to that, then I would understand why I was sending that text message.
July 17, 2023.
July 17, 2023?
I think you were on your way to, were you on your way to SA?
July 17, 2023?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was not.
Okay. But do you remember texting things like that to Connie?
I probably have.
Okay. How many assault cases do you have, Eric? I'm sorry, I think I lost track.
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Suspend.
Let me see. 11/14. 11/14, okay. Erica, I think I missed one. The assault that you had in Bexar County, that was, what month was that? Do you remember?
No, I'm not aware what month.
Remember the year?
22?
Hmm?
22?
22? You already testified that you were on deferred adjudication for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, do you think all those assaults and records that you have, do you think that play into anything about this case?
No.
No? Okay. That's all I have in this witness, Judge.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Randy, you got to see the program, not subject to recall. This is what it stands for.
Start off with Miss Vanessa. Ms. Bagwell, can you give us your complete name, please?
Megan Lee Bagwell,
Okay, and where do you reside, ma'am?
Burleson, Texas.
Okay, and how do you know Mr. Delgado here sitting next to me?
I'm the mother of his firstborn child.
Okay, so you had a relationship for some time?
Yes, for 5 years.
Okay. Do you know him to be a dangerous person?
Not at all.
I mean, do you have one child together, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you manage the visitation periods with Mr. Delgado?
Because he does lived in Laredo, he would get him for holidays for 1 month during the summer, the standard custody agreement.
Okay. And does his son enjoy visiting with him?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you encourage the visitation?
I do.
Okay. Do you consider yourself to be a good mother?
I do.
Okay. If Mr. Delgado was a dangerous person, you wouldn't allow him to see your son, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. But you've never seen any tendency like that? You've never had any interactions with your son to cause you to be scared of your child being alone with Mr. Delgado?
No, my son adores him.
Now we're here because the jury sitting over there is going to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence. Okay? We don't know what they're going to do. They have a wide range of punishment. You heard you've heard some of the conversations with the injuries and all this stuff. I mean, does this scare you if Mr. Delgado was alone with you, that he would shoot you or something like this?
No, he would never do that to me.
If he has a prolonged absence from seeing your son, you think it's going to affect his the relationship?
Yes.
It's going to affect your son's life?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. How old is your son?
11.
11?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the jury sends him to 5 years, you won't see him until he's 16, right?
Correct.
Sends him to 10 years, you won't see him until he's 21.
Correct.
And by that time, he's all the important information that he should be receiving from his father. When he's a growing young man, he's going to miss out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any memories that you spent together with Mr. Delgado and your son? Any good memories?
A million.
You want to share one with us?
There's too many. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but my son enjoys talking to his dad, spending time with him. When we were together, we were a family. We had our regular fights that normal people have, and the fights that they would have were not normal. They were extremely unhealthy, extremely toxic. And I would tell both of them that it wasn't right.
Okay, but when you had arguments, when you were in a relationship with Billy, you argued, right?
Yeah, we had discussions and we would sit down and talk about what and why and how we could fix it.
Okay. You didn't throw a weight at him, did you?
No.
Would you like to see Mr. Delgado be able to try to live a productive life and repay whatever he owes and restitution to Ms. Torres?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Objection, ask the question, Your Honor. You can't ask for a specific punishment as to the witness judge.
Okay, would you like him to continue to support his son and be a good father to him?
Yes, I would like for him to be in my son's life.
Is that what you're telling the jury here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's all I have for Ms. Bagwell.
Yes, Your Honor. You said that you had a child with Billy Delgado?
Correct.
Okay. Were you in a relationship with Mr. Delgado?
Correct.
How long were you all in a relationship for?
5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
When was that?
It began in 2012 and ended in 2018.
Okay. In 2018?
Yes.
That's when he started dating Erica, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did he left you for Erica?
No.
Why did y'all separate?
We were just young and weren't a good fit for each other, and we would rather co-parent and be cordial with each other than continue to try to have a relationship that we knew wasn't going to work.
Does Mr. Delgado pay you child support?
He does.
Has he paid you child support in the last year?
No, he's been incarcerated.
And you said that y'all were not a good fit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider the actions of Mr. Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times dangerous?
Yes.
You would consider him a dangerous person?
No, I consider what he did dangerous. I don't think he is a dangerous person.
But you would agree with that what he did that day was wrong?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that what he did that day was a poor example for his son?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Fair question, Judge. Fine.
Okay, Ben, you step down. You're not subject to recall. You can stay in the courtroom or you're free to leave. Thank you. Next one. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Coronado, can you please give us your full name?
Señora Coronado, diga su nombre completo.
Janet Alvarado.
You can speak a little English, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you feel more comfortable in Spanish?
¿Se siente más a gusto usted en español?
Yes.
Can I ask you, how long have you known Billy?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted conociendo a Billy?
Llevo de conocerlo aproximadamente 23 años.
I've been known him for approximately 23 years.
And what would be the reason that you know him?
¿Cuál es la razón por la cual lo conoce?
La mamá de él es mi amiga.
His mom is my friend.
And so you've known him for 23 years. So I guess he's 30 something. You saw him actually grow up to be a man, right?
Sí.
Entonces, si tiene 23 años de conocerla, él hace como 30, ya tiene como más de 30, entonces usted prácticamente lo vio crecer.
Sí.
Yes.
Did she ever exhibit behavior like he's been accused of here?
¿Alguna vez él mostró algún comportamiento como el que se está escuchando aquí hoy?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Do you trust him around your children?
Claro que sí.
¿Usted se siente a gusto con él en presente de sus hijos?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Okay. Do you work for Ms. Delgado?
¿Usted trabaja para el señor Delgado?
Sí.
Yes.
And how long have you worked for?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva trabajando con ella?
Ya 9 años.
Almost 9 years.
Antes de eso trabajé con ella en el 2003.
Before I worked with her in 2003.
Donde ella era mi gerente. Ella era la branch manager.
Where she was the branch manager.
Did you ever have an opportunity to meet Erica Torres?
¿Usted tuvo la oportunidad de conocer a Erika Torres?
Sí.
Yes.
And how was that you met her?
¿Cómo fue que la conoció?
Por Billy. Por Billy, porque era la novia de Billy.
Through Billy, because she was Billy's girlfriend.
Okay. Did she ever work same place you were working at?
¿Trabajó ella en el mismo lugar donde usted trabajaba?
Aplicó para trabajar conmigo, pero no trabajó. No.
She applied to work with us, but she didn't work.
Have you ever had any conversations with her?
¿Ha tenido usted conversaciones con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
And when was this?
¿Cuándo fue eso?
Aproximadamente tuve una conversación en la cual me gustaría expresarla. Fue el año pasado, antes de que pasara todo esto, en la oficina. Ella fue a recoger un cheque y durante la plática yo le comenté, Billy se había ido fuera de la ciudad y yo le comenté que sí estaba triste porque él se había ido. Y ella me...
I did have a conversation with her. This was about last year. Before, she went to the office to pick up a check, and I had a conversation with her. And because Billy had left, I asked her if she was sad because he had left.
Objection, hearsay.
So you had a conversation where you discussed Mr. Delgado leaving?
Tuvieron una conversación donde el señor Delgado se había ido.
Objection, hearsay.
Did Erica ever go and talk to you in person?
Objection to hearsay.
So yes or no? Overall.
Erika fue a hablar con usted en persona.
Sí, ese día donde como me comentó de que...
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Judge, she hasn't responded yet. How can it be
You're saying
hearsay?
yes, and she's saying that she's gonna say it in Spanish, Judge. I can understand it. She's saying that she's
So it's a
commenting.
yes or no, did she talk to her? Just, she said yes, so let's move on.
Ms. Coronado, did Erica exhibit any type of aggressive behavior around you?
Señora Coronado, la señora Erika en un momento demostró algún comportamiento agresivo.
Una vez me comentó de que
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Did you ever see any aggressive behavior, or just she told you about it?
¿Usted vio comportamiento agresivo o ella le dijo de este?
ella me dijo.
Objection to hearsay.
Okay, ma'am, what I'd like for you to do
Lo que quiero que usted
is
haga
not repeat anything
es que no repita
that someone else said
nada que
to
alguien
you,
más haya dicho.
unless I tell you it's okay. Understood?
A menos que yo le diga que está bien entendido.
Let's proceed.
During the 23 years that you've known Billy, have you spent a lot of time around him?
Cuando en los 23 años que usted conoció a Billy, ¿usted pasaba tiempo cerca de ella?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know him to be a very respectful man?
¿Usted conoce que él es un hombre muy respetable?
Sí.
You
Yes.
know him to be a very peaceful man?
¿Que es
Sí.
un hombre muy pacífico?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had any issues where he becomes aggressive toward somebody that you know or yourself?
¿Alguna vez él ha sido muy agresivo con alguien que usted conoce o con usted?
No, para nada.
No, nothing.
Have you seen him interact with his children?
¿Alguna vez lo ha visto interactuar con sus niños?
Sí.
Yes.
And what's your opinion on how he interacts with his children?
¿Cuál es su opinión? ¿Cómo interactúa con ellos?
Es muy cariñoso, responsable, cuidadoso. Excelente padre.
He takes care of them. He's very responsible.
Have you seen Erica interact with her child, Esmeralda?
¿Ha visto usted a Erika interactuar con su hija Esmeralda?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Does she act in a normal fashion around the times that you've seen her?
Las
As
veces
a
que
mother?
usted la ha visto, ella se comporta de una manera normal,
Descuidada como madre.
careless as a mom.
Okay. Ma'am, if Billy's sentenced to prison and once he's released, are you going to help him get back, try to help him reintegrate into society?
Si a Billy entra a la cárcel y a él lo dejan en libertad, ¿usted lo va a ayudar a tratar de que él se reintegre en la sociedad?
Tiene todo mi apoyo.
He has all my support.
Okay. So it's not going to bother you, or you won't be scared if he becomes your neighbor. He's a convicted felon now, right? He's going to lose a lot of his rights. And he lives next to you. Are you going to be scared of a convicted felon coming out of prison living next to you? It's Billy Delgado.
¿No le va a molestar que el señor Billy Delgado va a ser una persona que haya estado o como hombre condenado y vaya a estar viviendo enseguida de usted, que va a perder todos sus derechos?
No, incluso está mi casa para que viva.
No, in fact, he has my house to live.
That's all I have of this witness, Judge.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act?
Señora Alvarado, ¿usted cree que el hecho de que el señor Billy Delgado haya disparado a Erika 10 veces el día 1 de junio de 2024 fue un acto bueno?
Como mamá no sé qué acción, cómo yo respondería al decirme que uno de mis hijos fue dañado así. Y no fue la primera vez, o sea, no era la primera vez.
As a mom, I would not know how to answer if this was not the first time.
So this is not the first time he's fired a weapon at somebody?
Esta no es la primera vez que él le dispara a alguien.
No era la primera vez que escuchábamos que la niña había sido dañada.
It was not the first time that we heard that the child had been hurt.
I'm going to object to non-responsive, Your Honor. That wasn't the question I asked. But
I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that the actions of Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on the date of June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act? Do you believe that it was dangerous, yes or no?
Le voy a hacer la pregunta nuevamente. ¿Usted cree que las acciones del señor Billy Delgado el día 1 de junio es una acción peligrosa? ¿Sí o no?
Peligrosa lo es. Peligrosa lo es. En parte, como mamá lo vuelvo a repetir.
It's a yes or no question.
Es una pregunta de un sí o un no.
No. Sí fue.
No,
sí
all
fue,
right, no.
sí fue.
Objection, Your Honor, to not respond.
¿Cuál es la pregunta?
What is the question?
¿Sí fue peligrosa?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I'm not asking a question. She's testifying. She's already answered that it wasn't dangerous.
Hold on for another question, please, ma'am.
Espera que se le haga otra
Do you have
pregunta.
another question?
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the prosecutor didn't let you answer the question. Can I ask it again for you, please? Okay, he wants to know if shooting Erica was a dangerous
It was.
act.
Yes.
Yes or no? It is?
Yes.
Okay. They seem to be concentrating on trying to either have people say it's not dangerous, but you understand shooting someone's dangerous, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that is not in conformity to Billy's character. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Cross.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you can step down and you're not subject to recall. You're free to leave.
Puede bajarse, se puede meter o puede quedarse en esa.
Okay, so you've known him all his life?
Yes.
You saw him grow? First, can you please give us your full name again?
Vanessa Flores?
Valencia, you are Billy's aunt, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you've known him all his life?
Yes,
You saw him grow up?
I did. I
Turn
grew
into a
up with
man?
him.
Okay. You've helped out in
Yes.
raising him, I guess?
Yes, I was 8 when he was born. So I remember meeting him for the first time. We grew up together. And then, I became an adult and understood the role of an aunt and took it on from there and, helped whenever I could to guide him, love him, protect him, be by his side.
So that, actually, it could have been like your little brother.
Yes.
And you know about this case, you've already testified, you've seen I don't know if you've seen the photos or not. It's a serious case. You know Mr. Delgado for a long time. Is this what Billy's about?
No,
Does he act in conformity to what, like this, shooting people?
no.
You helped out also whenever his children needed daycare stuff, you took care of them?
I did whenever they needed help. If one of them was working or they wanted to go out, the girls would come over to my house.
Okay. And there was multiple times where you arrived at the scene after they've had an altercation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in that? What did you do to help out?
I think I would be called to kind of help, calm the situation, talk to either Erica or Billy, depending on what was going on, kind of, just see what the situation was and how I could help either Billy, Erica, or the girls.
Okay. And at times you have to take care of the kids and bring them home? Or,
Yes.
or Billy or?
Yes.
The jury's sitting over there, they're gonna determine, how many years Billy goes to prison, okay? Once Billy's released, are you gonna participate, try to help him get back integrated to society?
Absolutely. I will always be there for my nephew.
Okay, but he's, you saw, he's been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The state's trying to make him out to be a very dangerous person. Are you going to be okay if he lives with you or he lives with you next to you?
I would, absolutely. Actually, he was out on bond and he stayed at my house for, part of the time that he was out. My doors will always be open. Billy, to me, is not a dangerous individual.
if anything, he's the opposite. He's always been a loving kid, a loving man, a family man. Loves hanging out with the family. Of course, things changed when he got with Erica, and I feel like they removed themselves a little from coming around family. But prior to that, he was all about hanging out and just having a good time and always wanting to be around us and just loving. I've never known Billy to want to hurt someone. I've never seen him harm anyone. I mean, you can ask anyone who's grown up with him or been around him. You can ask my best friends who have known him for as long as, they've been around my life, which has been a long time, and they consider him their own nephews too. And I know that they would help him into society as well. I've always seen him with a heart of gold. I'm not just saying this today. I've said it many times to people. Billy's always checked in on family. When he comes over to my house, Tia, how can I help you? What do you need fixing? Do you want me to mow your yard for you? You need any light bulbs changed? The simple things. Mm-hmm. He's always been a loving kid and man, and I love him to death, and I would do anything for him, and I would help him get back into society. And I do plan to help him, and I'm sure he will look for me when it's time. And I will be there alongside his mom and my other family members to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. I know that he loved Erica, and I know that he would never want to harm Erica. She is the mother of his children, whom my family loves very much. And we took Erica in. We loved her, and we were all good to her. We helped her, even when they would fight, even when she would.
No objection there, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and describe about taking care of Erica.
If they ever had a disagreement and Erica called me, I answered the phone and I was there for her. If she just needed to vent. I mean, I never thought that their relationship was healthy, and I was honest with both of them about it. I told them many times, you guys need to leave each other. This is not healthy, and my nieces are growing up in that house and they're watching this. I don't ever want them to think that it is okay for someone to lay their hands on someone that they say that they love.
Okay.
That is not right. I don't want those little girls to think that that is normal, because it is not.
You've taken care of both Mr. Delgado's son and his daughter, right? Have you taken care of the kids?
Yes, Izzy, Bella, and Emmy.
And Emmy. Since this incident happened, have you seen Emmy?
It's going to be about a year. I have seen her since. The last time I saw her was on her birthday weekend. She was able to go to San Antonio and we celebrated her, and that's been the last time that we've seen her.
When was that?
September, probably the second weekend of September.
Okay, so we're in July.
Yeah, it's going on a year.
Almost a year. Okay. Have you seen his son?
Izzy, yes, I see him as often as I can. He lives in Burleson, but when he has games or birthdays, we're there.
Okay. Will you help him? I know if he comes out, he's not gonna have a whole lot of money. You'll probably have some, opportunity to get an education in prison and stuff, but will you help him find a job?
Absolutely. He has my house till he can get on his feet. Okay. He has a welding certificate, so I know he can go look for a job. He will obviously have a record, so it might be a little difficult, but we will be there to see him get on his feet, because I know he's not a harm to society, and I know that he can contribute to society.
All right, thank you. That's all we have, Judge.
Thank you.
I think the state may have some questions.
Then I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Is Ms. Flores?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Flores, do you believe that Billy's acts against Erica Torres on that, you testified earlier that he's not a dangerous individual, but you would agree with me that on the date of June 1st, 2024, he was a dangerous individual?
Yes.
You testified that he's not a harm to society, right?
Right.
You would agree with me that on the date of June 1st, 2024, shooting a live firearm in a residential area in a neighborhood poses a danger to society, correct?
Yes, sir, but I also believe that,
It's a yes or no question.
yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Manny, the prosecutor cut you off. What's your belief?
I don't believe that this defines Billy. I know he had a lapse in judgment and it was a serious one. I'm thankful and we prayed that Erica made it through for the sake of her family and my nieces. But I don't believe that this defines him. I believe that he deserves a second chance to come out into society and contribute and be there for his daughters and his son.
Okay.
And with time, I hope gets forgiveness at some point. I know it's not easy.
Yes, ma'am. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm his aunt.
Aunt? And where do you live?
Right now I live in San Antonio.
Okay, you've lived in Laredo before?
Yes, practically my whole life.
You watched Billy grow up?
I was 9 years old when he was born.
So again, just like your sister, you basically were like, he could have been your brother.
Correct.
And during the time that he was growing up, do you ever exhibit behavior like this?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any good times with him and his children?
Yes.
Okay. Did he work? Did he play with his children?
Always tried to keep him entertained.
Okay. Did he do what a normal father does? He protects them, he provides for them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You always saw him enjoy their company.
Yes.
Well, Billy now is looking at potentially could be a long prison sentence, and the jury's sitting right there. They're the ones that determine. When he comes out, he'll be a convicted felon. Won't be able to legally possess a firearm. He won't be able to hold certain jobs. He'll always carry that mark on him that he'll be a felon for the rest of his life. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Knowing all that, will that keep you, prevent you from helping Billy in any way?
No.
Will you help him get a job, get a place to live? Will you help him do that?
Yes.
Even if he lives with you in San Antonio, but better than returning to Laredo, right?
Correct.
In the meantime, will you help his children if they become available for you to visit?
Of course. Always.
And right now, there's been they haven't attempted have you attempted to see Amy?
We were always wanting to see Amy, but it's going to be a year that we haven't been able to have the rights to see her.
Okay. There's a lot of ways to help Mr. Delgado, man. You can help him find a job when he gets out. You can help him, encourage him to get some counseling, things like that. Are you willing to do all that for him?
That and more.
Billy will need a lot of help when he gets out. You agree with me?
Correct.
And during this time that you saw him grow up, did you ever think something like this would ever happen?
Never.
I mean, this is a dangerous event, right?
Correct.
Has Billy ever held a grudge where he hates somebody and always doesn't forgive them for things they've done against him?
Never.
Did he change when he started dating Erica?
Yes.
He wasn't the same person?
No, sir.
Okay, so whatever happened in that relationship, it changed him.
Correct.
And what kind of unusual behaviors did you notice in him, if you could tell us?
Separating himself from the family.
That was one of them?
Yes.
Anything else?
I wouldn't get those phone calls or those texts with the heart emoji saying, I love you, punk. How you been, Tia? Do you need anything? Are my cousins okay? Basic family things that he would call and text.
And you miss all that?
I miss him. I miss it every day.
Well, he's not going to be able to do that for quite some time. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you hope to be reunited and do that again.
Correct.
That's all I have with this witness, Judge.
No questions for this witness.
This is Lawrence.
Delgado, can you please give us your name?
My name is Maria Concepcion Delgado.
And you are Billy's mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know a lot about this relationship between Erica and your son.
Yes, sir.
You were present after some of these assaults occurred, correct?
Every single one.
You would have to show up and kind of keep the peace and divide them or whatever you had to do, right?
We did. Her family wasn't around.
Okay. And it was, how many times do you think it was?
Of her putting her hands on my son?
Yes.
I can't count them.
Okay. How many times do you think the police showed up?
More than 2 handfuls, more than 10 times.
A lot of times your son didn't want to go through with pressing charges, right?
Correct.
Okay. And your son, before this relationship and during the relationship, did his character change or his personality?
Yes, sir, it did.
Can you tell us what exactly?
I couldn't understand why my son distanced himself from his family. We are a very close family. And Miss Erica's a narcissist. She can make you believe what she wants you to believe, what she wants you to imagine that she is the one that doesn't do anything. And as a mother, I have 3 boys, and I'd be damned if my boys lay a hand on their girl.
So
They were raised very, very well-mannered.
So this is very upsetting for you because your son did actually a little bit worse than laying hands. He shot a woman, right?
My son that is a parent now, and when a parent hears that the child has been injured or hurt, in the sense of my granddaughter, their response could be driven by instinct, love, or protection.
Right. And the child's actually made an outcry to more than one person, right?
Correct.
But there's going to be justice for Erica, but there never may be justice for Amy, right?
There's never been justice for my son. We have gotten law enforcement involved, and things just lay on people's desk around here, Laredo. And she's told me, with her own words, her family will get her out of anything.
Okay. Well, she's already done, I think, 6 hours, 6 times, 36 hours already in the holding tank. She's felt she's already paid for her errors. Your son's going to be asked to do more than 36 hours. Okay? And that's going to be a difficult situation for you and your family, ma'am. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you going to encourage him to get counseling, to get an education while he's in prison?
My son's thoughts in there have been discussed, and he will continue his education and come out to be the voice of domestic violence for men.
Will you help him once he's released?
I definitely will. He's got all my support.
Okay. You'll help him find a job, get a place to live.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I know you want to express your rage, but the jury's already made a decision.
Correct.
Okay. Now they're just contemplating how many years they want to send him to prison. Okay. If they send him to prison for a very long time, he will lose his ability to be a parent to his daughter and his son. Will you agree to help his daughter and son?
Most definitely. My granddaughter has been taken from me. Miss Erica did not raise her daughter for the first 3 months of that little girl's life.
Who did?
I did, and my father and my husband. She lived with us for the first 4 months of her life because she is not a good mom.
Where was Erica during that time?
In Dallas, dealing with her emotions.
Okay. Well, she showed a lot of emotions here in trial. They're going to be asking for the jury to sentence your son to prison. Would you like for your son to come out and be able to try to get back into society and get whatever normal life he can?
Yes, sir.
You still want him to have an opportunity to be able to raise his son and daughter?
His son and daughter. I don't think that anybody deserves the right to be taking their daughter away from them when they've caused no harm to their child.
Okay. Well, he's already been.
That man loves his little girl. She is his life, just like her son. They are his life. He is a great man.
Objection to narrative, Your Honor, no questions asked.
Sustained if you'll wait for another question.
Ms. Coronado, I mean, your son's already been punished. They were able to obtain a divorce without Erica being present.
Correct.
They were able to obtain protective order lifetime from
Protective order against Emmy.
Okay.
Without any
So-
presence.
And right now, as a grandparent, you don't have a visitation with your granddaughter, right?
I don't. His grandma asked me to please not come around or she would charge me with harassment.
So that means you'd have to file your own lawsuit, try to get grandparent access.
And I will.
I mean, that's your intention, is to try to get some access to your grandchild.
Correct.
Why?
I will go to any extreme to get access to my granddaughter.
Because they already felt it necessary to make sure that he never sees.
How can you hurt a little
To
girl?
relevance, Your Honor.
How can you hurt a little girl's heart and take her away?
When an objection is made, if you'll.
Oh,
stop,
sorry.
rule line. Thank you. I'll sustain the objection if you'll ask another question, please.
Yes. Ma'am, how do you intend to overcome this? Your son's already prohibited from ever seeing his daughter.
Objection as to relevance.
We cry every day for my little girl, and they know how much he means to us. And how? Forget about us and our feelings. How can you do that to my granddaughter, knowing that we are her life and she loves us dearly? How? If you don't care for a toddler's heart and feelings, how human can you be? Just as unhuman as my son was that day.
Well, they're using that child as a tool.
They always have.
And you compare it to what Billy did that day. Is it that bad?
No, but
Objection
we
as
knew
to
it was
relevance, Your
coming.
Honor.
The family fights with each other. The family has a lot of quarrels with each other. The family has a lot of issues with each other. And obviously they don't care to give my granddaughter at least some peace and let her be involved with Billy's family. My husband cries for that little girl every day.
Objection as to narrative.
Does your husband cry for his daughter every day?
Every day. He gets ill every day. And when they hear me say this in this stand today, they know what I mean. That man and that little girl were inseparable. Erica's family never helped her to take care of that little girl. That little girl lived in Laredo.
Object, that's his narrative, Your Honor.
Where did the little girl live, man?
When she lived here in Laredo, that Erica moved over here and brought her over here. That little girl would be sent to Laredo almost every 10 days so that we can care for her. Over 15 days she'd stay with us because her mother couldn't help her care for her. But now all of a sudden she's got a whole family that can help her care for her.
So you and your husband were the one taking care of this child?
Correct. Financially and taking care of her. The little girl lived in San Antonio 5 years of her life, practically all the time with or without her mom and dad.
All right, ma'am. That's all we have, Judge.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, you step down, ma'am. You are welcome to stay in the courtroom.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, both sides have rested and closed their evidence on the punishment phase of the trial. We have the final charge. I'm going to read it to you. Once again, you'll have it in the jury room to consult, and you'll have any evidence that was introduced in the punishment phase, as well as all of the evidence that was introduced in the first phase of the trial. Cause number 2025 CRG 000717D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado, charge of the court on punishment. Members of the jury, the defendant, Billy Delgado, has been found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family, as alleged in the indictment. It is necessary that the jury assess the punishment for this offense. You are instructed that the punishment for committing the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family is confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for life or for any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at life or any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. In addition to imprisonment, an individual found guilty of this offense may be punished by a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you so choose to assess such a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your verdict. If you assess a fine, it will not be paid to the victim or victims, if any, but it is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating, among other things, that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family, and the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. You are instructed that the defendant may testify on his own behalf if he chooses to do so, but if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this, the punishment phase of the trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial. Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law that applies in this case, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant because the application of that law will depend upon decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law, but you are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. A suitable form is attached for your verdict. If you should care to use the same, however, such form is not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your verdict. In any event, your verdict must be unanimous and signed by your presiding juror. Respectfully submitted, Sid Harrell, presiding judge. Jury form is a little more complicated, ladies and gentlemen, because you have several choices. You have the choice of assessing a term in the penitentiary, no fine. You can add a fine. You can determine if the sentence is less than 10 years, all of the provisions, including probation. So read carefully the verdict form and make sure it is signed correctly, reflecting the unanimous verdict of the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, both sides have requested 40 minutes if they wish to use the same to argue the case. State once again has the opportunity to open and close. You may proceed.
May I please support? Counsel? Ladies and gentlemen, who do you sentence? Who's at trial here? Is it that man right there? Right here, sitting on this stool? Or is it that woman right there, Erica Torres? Literally, who do we sentence? Because according to the defense, it sounds like Erica Torres is a defendant and Billy Delgado is a victim. What do we hear through these witnesses? And not just these witnesses, but the witnesses, the evidence that came through guilt or innocence, that she's a bad mother. We heard it from his own mother, Connie Delgado, that she has criminal history. All I saw was mud being thrown one way, their side to Erica. Did Erica do that? No. She took the stand. She owned up to everything she did. She took her responsibility. So really, who's at trial here? The state of Texas versus Erica Torres? Or is it the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado? Now, I want to talk about a timeline because I think it's very important. The timeline, it pertains to the guilt or innocence phase, but I think it's very important that I talk about it because it goes to show that what he did, what was the reason why he did what he did. And I think it's something that's aggravating that you can consider as evidence for punishment. As my colleague, Mr. Flores said, you can consider evidence that was presented to you in this case and in the last case. Let's go over that time. On May 19th, Erica tells Billy that Billy tells Erica that it's going to be her last birthday. Kayla de la Cruz confirms this. On May 31st, at night, Emmy tells Billy Delgado about an alleged sexual abuse, which was found to have no merit. Billy doesn't call Erica to confront her. Billy doesn't call the cops. Billy doesn't even tell his roommate Sharon. He doesn't even go to look for Uncle Louie. By this point, on June 1st, we know that Erica is out socializing, having fun. There's testimony where she was having fun, socializing, having brunch. Erica testified that whenever she leaves Billy, Billy turns violent. He doesn't like that. Sharon Estrada, her roommate, testifies that he is happy baking pancakes when he's calm. Erica testified that she was at brunch, socializing, moving on with her life. By this point, she had already asked for divorce. While in brunch, she gets a call from Billy. Hey, come pick up daughter, Emmy. She takes off. And that's when she's mowed down by a 9mm. Now, I ask, why is this important? Defense made it seem that it was because of this rape. this sexual assault, that there was no merit to it. No, the truth is it was because of power and control. He didn't like it. Billy didn't like it when Erica would leave him. That's what that was. That's what this timeline is. It shows power and control that Billy has over Erica. Again, she was socializing. He could have waited until Sunday for Erica to pick up Emily. He could have just waited one day and talked with her. No. He didn't like that he was having brunch with her. He was out with friends. She was out with friends. No. Let me call her on Saturday. Let me bring her over. Which goes with the trap, the ambush that he was setting. I think that's very important and something that should be considered as an aggravating factor when it comes to sentencing, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you saw it for yourself. Power control. You saw it for yourself. When he took the stand and Mr. Turner was questioning, look how he was acting. When he was in that interview room with Investigator Vela, look how he was acting. Power control. Now imagine the times that we haven't seen him or when we don't see him. Now, Connie Delgado, that's mommy, that's his mom. She's willing to do anything for her son. But ladies and gentlemen, she's an enabler. She condones it. Remember the jail call? A mother can't defend against certain things. Yet, here at trial, she's justifying her son's actions. And mind you, this is when she took the stand and she said, oh, she's a bad mother. She didn't even have her kids for the first 4 months. Would a bad mother still allow access to a grandma to have access to her grandchild for 10 days of the month? She's also inconsistent. On June 1st, she testified that Uncle Louis wouldn't do something like that. Yet at trial, for the first time, it came out, for her son's defense, it came out about this underwear, that there was mucus on her underwear. This story came out. Okay, well, what did you do? Did you follow it up? Did you go to the cops? Did you do anything? No, she didn't. No, she came up with this story for the first time right here to defend her baby boy, Billy Delgado. And again, she takes the stand. What does she talk about? She made about Anna, how Erica and her family treated her. How Erica's family did worse things. How Erica's a bad mother. How Erica wasn't in Emmy's life for the first 4 months. She never held Billy accountable for his actions. And if we recall the jail call, ladies and gentlemen, you need to want to help yourself so that we can help you, Billy. The way she's condoning and enabling him, she goes up there, yes, I'm going to be here to help him if he gets out. I don't think so, ladies and gentlemen. So you need to focus. The defense is, again, they're trying to shift the focus from what we have been saying. Billy made a choice. There are consequences to those choices. You must sentence him in accordance for that choice he made, for the consequences that he had on that woman right there and on the community that he put in danger. Now, I heard a statement that the state is making him look like a dangerous person. No, I think he did that pretty well himself, firing 10 shots at an individual who did not see it coming in an ambush. The state is not making him look like a dangerous person, ladies and gentlemen. The state just wants to show that a choice was made which has consequences. You've held him accountable for those consequences, but now you need to sentence him. One, as Mr. Flores said, that keeps in mind the safety of the victim, of Erica Torres, of the community, of people like Ms. Sylvia Navarro, and to deter this from happening again in our community. And Judge, I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Sokol.
Thank you.
Police court, Washington Council. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard some wild, ridiculous accusations here today. And yelling and screaming, trying to make it like the harder they yell, stronger it's a little more correct, right, than anybody else. Attacking the client's mother, okay? She didn't do anything. All right, she's just here to tell you about her son, how much she loves her son. You're the ones that are sensitive. You can deprive her of ever seeing her son again. Okay? So it's serious. And that's what she was trying to tell you up there. This gentleman here just totally disregard the love of the mother for her son. Okay, they did their best, whatever the kind of relationship that Erica had with her son. They did the best to help him, try to help him. They took care of the kids. Okay, go do what you want. All right? They said that Billy's dangerous. One day out of his life. Okay, 1 5-minute section. And you're gonna ask to condemn for the rest of your life, for his life. Okay? I'm trying to put up with this to show you that's not him. That's not him. How do you get there? Okay, I read off sequences where when she was arrested. And she said, I already paid my price. Okay? By the 6 hours, she didn't hold herself released. Did we ever find out what happened? Everything's pending. You can't talk about it, it's pending. I would say, pending. Everything is pending for her. For Billy Delgado, the only thing that's pending is you. You said it. Choices and consequences, right? She made choices. What are the consequences? Nothing. See the disparity? See how he becomes upset and how everything just got to that pinnacle? She made choices, there's no consequences. He makes choices, there's consequences. That's how we got it. Okay, that level of frustration. That somebody else gets to do something, nothing happens to them. He sees his child getting injured, and he just goes up. That's not him. Okay, he's trying to protect his daughter in a way that maybe he shouldn't have done it. Right? And he injured somebody, he regrets it, he's remorseful, and he wouldn't do that. But you have children. Somebody's injured your child and you still helpless. You probably do something out of the ordinary. Okay? That's it. And these gentlemen here are trying to condemn him. Okay? Found him guilty of the aggravated assault. We'll carry that for the rest of his life. As a felony conviction. Okay? Certain jobs are not available to him. They're all done. The range of punishments and probation for life in prison. I'm here to tell you, probation is very hard. You can't reject the citizen to be citizen, but probation is kind of 10 years or less. But it's very hard. You can come out 31 times for marijuana cigarette. You have sentenced to prison. DWI. You know, nobody gets hurt, just you, cop pulls you over. For him, he gets to prison. Okay? Anything he violates the law, he goes to prison. It's very hard to judge in order of counseling, in order of classes, drug classes, and all sorts of things. Okay? We're not, in this case, you know, I asked questions about the severity of the offense. Would that drive the sentence higher or lower? And a lot of you said, no, it just depends on the whole entire sets of facts. I asked about second chances. Okay, most of you raise your hand, everybody deserves a second chance. I asked if you were for punishment or rehab. I think that was, we had a majority said rehabilitation. Okay, there was a few extremists that said, no, I want to punish. Right? I think in this case, you guys have nothing to do, a wide range. I wish you could be back here to listen. What's important to you? What drives the sentence? Okay? Is it
back criminal history, is that gonna drive the sentence up or down? Is it the abuse that he took, is that gonna drive the sentence up or down? Is it the injury to Erica, is that gonna drive the sentence up or down? I don't know, okay? But I'm here to tell you that in order to appease the Torres family, I would suggest that you sentence Delgado to at least 5 years to minimum. Okay? He'll be able to get back out to society, he'll be able to see his kids, he'll be able to get his education, get training, come back out and try to get him more alive. Okay? You got all the evidence before you heard the witnesses, saw how Mr. Delgado is in his family, how his life changed, how he takes care of his kids. How he's a good person. Okay? That is script of time and completely changing what they want you to believe he is. Okay? So more and more pushing, urging punishment for that one incident and the severity of this incident, right? But it doesn't match up to Billy's life. It doesn't. Okay? Normal life, takes care of his kids, his family, loves his family. He said he always was with him until he became involved with it. I suggest the majority of us is given a second chance. Erica's been arrested 6 times, she's got a second chance, more than 2 times. She has 6 chances. All right? We're just asking for one more today. All right? Yeah, as a fellow family, we thank you for listening to the case.
That's el cuento. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We heard a lot of testimony. We heard from the witnesses. A lot of Mr. Delgado's family, right? A lot of friends. And I understand it's hard. It's difficult to take the stand and testify. And they testified as to that he's a good person, that he's a great dad, he's been there for his family. And I'm sure at one point, Mr. Delgado was. I'm sure he was. In fact, you even had someone come here and testify and say that they believe shooting a person 10 times wasn't dangerous. That's how much they like Billy Delgado. As preposterous as that sounds. But somewhere along the way, Mr. Delgado changed. Billy changed, and he is not that person that they're talking about. Mr. Delgado changed, and you saw the real person he was. And like Erica told you, he puts up a front, he puts up a character. Well, on the date of June 1st, 2024, he pulled back the curtain and he showed the public, he showed the real world who the real Billy Delgado is. Now, defense came up here and they told you they're asking for a 5-year minimum. 5-year minimum. And we talked about this in voir dire. I asked if you all could consider the full range of punishment. He's asking for 5 years. Now I'm going to ask you to consider the idea of 5 years. I ask that you consider it, think about it, and then get rid of it. This is not a 5-year case, ladies and gentlemen. By no means. This is not a 5-year case based on the evidence
and everything we showed you here today. Punishment factors. What are you going to consider? What must you consider for a proper sentence? We look at the severity of the crime. How serious was the crime that we're looking at? Harm to the victim. What did she suffer? Remorse of the defendant and acceptance of responsibility. Is the defendant sorry for what he did? And deterrence. A sentence should deter the offender from committing future crimes and also deter others from committing similar crimes. Severity of the crime. He put the entire community at risk for his own selfish motive. Ladies and gentlemen, he shot a gun in public. Not only was he trying to shoot and kill Ms. Erica Torres, but he was also shooting with no disregard for where those bullets were going. You heard Mr. Pina take the stand. He was worried that bullets were going to fly into his house. You heard Officer Castillo. He was off duty, and he heard the gunshots. This was not a little isolated incident. This is something that affected our entire community. This was something that was out in the public. And you have someone playing cowboy like this, but shooting guns. He left Erica with no choice but to drive away, injured and fighting for her life. What was she supposed to do? Sit there? You heard her scream, "Kayla, call 911, he shot me." Was she supposed to sit there? And if you look at that video, State's Exhibit 5, I know we've talked about this previously. He's walking, and he's walking with a purpose. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because he was going to finish the job. He was going to finish the job that day. Because for him, his objective was to kill Erica. Because don't believe for 1 second he was going to go up and open the door and say, "Are you okay? Are you all right? How can I help you, Erica?" No. He greeted her with gunshots raining down on her. That's how he greeted her. "Hello, how are you doing?" Bang, 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 bang. He wasn't going to go in to check on her. He was going to finish the job, what he intended to do. Sylvia Navarro, the accident victim, she came here to testify today. Because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what we showed you on State's demonstrative. When Erica got shot, she got shot right here. She drove down 2 blocks with no recollection, and she told you, "I was trying to get to the hospital. I was trying to make it to the hospital." So she turns right onto Clark Boulevard, drives down, no recollection, bleeding out, in and out of consciousness. The entire community is going about its day. The community doesn't stop because a crime occurred, putting women, children, other drivers at risk, people walking on the sidewalk, and she's driving this entire way until boom, right there, the crash that you see. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this was not something that was just between a couple. This was something that affected a lot of different people. She told you that her life was shaken by what Mr. Delgado did. She still has injuries for that. She had medical bills. She's still in pain. She has to get medication for this. That was her family vehicle. That's what she used to get to work. She had to get rides after that. You're talking about, that's just one person. There was still another person in that car, and there's still another person in the van that was smashed in the middle. So this isn't just about Erica as well. He affected so many lives. This is about the damage, all the damage that one man caused. All because he wanted to kill Erica Torres. She told me she's afraid of getting in cars because of what happened that day. Harm to the victim. What harm did the victim suffer? What harm did Erica Torres suffer? You heard Billy's mom tell him, this is not a slap in the face. No, it's not. Because she laid there in that bed with her stomach open for days, for weeks, for months, getting suction out of her stomach. She's essentially lost a year of her life in a hospital. And Mr. Vega, he was there and he's like, well, is sitting in jail bad? Sitting in jail is pretty bad, right? He asked her. What about sitting in a hospital, fighting for your life, not being able to eat food, not being able to eat solids, not being able to drink liquids for a year? That's pretty bad. And who's responsible for that? That man right there, Billy Delgado. All this damage to everyone that suffered, everyone in the community, and to Erica is because of him. She told you, I'm going to have lifelong injuries. She's had over 30 life-saving surgeries. She has assisted living. She has to live with her parents. She's filed for disability. She has to get rides from her mom. She can't drive. She is completely dependent. She has lost her ability to be a normal person because Mr. Delgado stole that from her. He took that away from her. She told you she has PTSD. She lives her life in fear every day. And you all saw the picture. In case she ever tries to forget, she'll always remember because there's still little pieces of the bullet sitting inside of her. Little fragments that they can't take out because they'll cause more nerve damage to the hand that she writes with, her dominant hand. But how dominant is it, right? She can only lift 10 pounds. She can't pick up her daughter to give her a hug. She told you she can't ride horses. And she obviously can't walk very far because of the malnutrition she could suffer and because she can't eat large portions. She in fact fought here to testify today. She told you, I have no energy. She testified, I'm always in pain. As she sits here, she's in pain. Her normal will never be normal. Because Billy Delgado took that away. And Billy Delgado made that happen. She will never live her life according to her terms. And we don't know how this has affected her life expectancy. Because anything can happen, but she can't take medications the same as you and me. She can't get medical care the same as you and me. He left her in a fragile state. And not only in a fragile state, he gave her a life sentence. She's going to have a life sentence. Whichever way you spin it, she will have a life sentence of living with the injuries, the pain, and the suffering for the rest of her life. We heard Joe Martinez, who treated her with all 3 of her hospitalizations. He saw her every day. He told you she only has 105 centimeters of her intestines. She's at high risk of malnutrition. She can't eat like a regular person, and it won't change in the future. She won't get better from this. She is permanently damaged. Like he said, she can't have surgery to fix this. This display, he even said it's not normal. The way it is today, that's the way it'll always be. And she can't have anything done to her because he told you she can't reproduce skin. She can't heal like you and I can. So God forbid that something happens to her. She cannot fix her abdomen. If they accidentally cut her bowel, it'll cause the same injury as before. And he told you he saw her suffering, that she couldn't eat or drink for that year, or for that time, while she was not able to eat. She testified, my hair was falling out. My teeth hurt. That's because she wasn't getting the proper nutrients. She wasn't getting what you and I get, what us normal people get from eating food. So then we look at remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. We consider remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. Till this moment, Mr. Billy Delgado is still hiding behind his excuses. Remember, was I blacked out or I did it for my daughter? But not once has he taken responsibility for the actions of that day. And even then, people are trying to justify his actions. But that's just not the case, ladies and gentlemen. Because that was a dangerous act, and no one deserves to suffer that pain. No one deserves to suffer the pain that Erica is living through, day in and day out. You saw the way he was with officers. You saw the way he was with Mark Vela, and you saw the way he testified. And if that's not enough, you saw the way he was with his mother on the phone, the way he spoke to her. He's a different person in front of people. He puts on a character. Ladies and gentlemen, I would hate to see what he's like behind closed doors. But you know who does know? Erica. Those are the glimpses of the real Billy Delgado. June 1st, 2024, that's the real Billy Delgado that we're dealing with. And you heard Mr. Delgado. You heard him tell you. Because I asked him, did you regret this? And you heard what he said. And I asked him, did you regret it right away? And he said, I regret it as soon as I did it. Right after I did, I regretted it. That's not the case. He doesn't regret it. And he still doesn't regret it. Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. Not very remorseful there. The only thing he could accept that day was trying to kill Erica. Because he afterwards tried to stalk her. He tried to get to her, like stalking prey. Walking up to her. Erica's lucky to be alive. Why is she lucky? States Exhibit 6. Like I said, Erica is lucky to be alive, right? Oh, I apologize. The next version. They've taken the magazines into custody. She's lucky to be alive because she had 2 magazines in Mr. Delgado's pocket that were waiting for her. She had 2 magazines. If you see him reach into his pocket, you see him, he's there, he's digging into his pocket. He's there reaching to his pocket because that's what he was reaching for. That's what he was reaching for. A fully loaded magazine ready to unload these on Erica. That's the real Billy Delgado. Not to mention the one he used in Charlie. Remorse and acceptance of the responsibility.
But you're not understanding that this was not a slap in the face. And this is when we tell our children as growing up, do not do things that we cannot protect you from. That you're going to regret. There's only so much we can teach you, and there's only so much.
How about that? Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. This was days after Billy Delgado had shot Erica. While she's laying in a hospital unconscious, fighting for her life. He didn't regret a single thing. That's the real Billy Delgado. That phone call, that's the real Billy Delgado. Deterrence. How do you deter someone like Billy Delgado from committing future crimes and also deter other people, others from committing similar crimes? And Mr. Vega's right. He brought up a very good point. In voir dire, he asked you, who here believes in second chances? Who here believes in second chances? And everyone, a lot of people raise their hand, and understandably so. Ladies and gentlemen, this is chance number 1. That's chance number 2. Chance number 3. Chance number 4. Chance number 5. Chance number 6. Chance number 7. Chance number 8. Chance number 9. And chance number 10. And let's not forget, the biggest chance of all. When Mr. Delgado grabbed this firearm, placed his finger on the trigger, wrapped it around the trigger, pulled it out, and pointed it at Eric. That's the biggest chance he got. He had all these chances. He had all these chances. So this is not about second chances. There you go. So sentence. You heard Dr. Madero say Erica had less than a 50% chance of living after the medical treatment she received. You saw the defendant fire 10 shots at Erica with no mercy, no hesitation. We're going to ask you for 75 years. 75 years to serve. We're going to ask you for 5 years for each and every single casing he fired at them. 5 years for each shot he laid against her. And we're also going to ask you for 25 years in addition to that, for the pain and suffering that Erica will live through for the rest of her life, or whatever life expectancy she has. 75 years, ladies and gentlemen. We're not asking for life in this case. We are not asking for life in this case. What we're asking for is justice. And I'm going to leave you with one last final thought. Because every single time that you try straying away from 50, I want you to think of every single time you try thinking about going below 50, I want you to think of, because the date of June 1st, 2024, all Erica heard raining down on her was multiple gunshots. And now we're here today. It is time to make a decision, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to ask you that when you go, you grab this punishment range form. And you will sign 75 years to serve. That is justice.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, you'll have the charge of the court in the back to guide you. You will have the evidence, and we will await your unanimous verdict. Please carefully read the verdict form to make sure the final signature complies with your unanimous verdict. Would everyone please rise for the jury?
All right, for the jury.
Let me, oh shit. The fuck? Huh? Right, let me fast forward it. There was about 25 minutes it took for them to get a decision. So here we go. Let me find it. Here we go. Hey, Dazzle, you should be in bed as well. Right, here we go, everyone.
Okay, please be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I received indication you have a verdict. Is that verdict unanimous, sir?
Yes, sir.
Could you hand it to the bailiff for me? Thank you. Mr. Delgado, counsel, would you please rise for me? Cause number 2025 CRG 0000717D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. We assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 50 years. No fine assessed. Do you wish to have him polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jury list one more time. Thank you. Okay, same thing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call your last name. If you agree with the verdict, say yes. If you don't, for some reason, say no. Nieta? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to accept and receive your verdict. At this time, Mr. Delgado, would you and counsel please approach the bench for me? The jury, having returned a verdict of 50 years in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, is there any legal reason why we should not proceed to sentencing at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Then, Mr. Delgado, I will accept the verdict, assess a 50-year term in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. You will receive credit for any time you've been incarcerated pursuant to the law, and you have 30 days in which to file a motion for new trial and notice of appeal, which your lawyer can further advise you on. If you'll have a seat over there, I believe we may have some victim impact statements.
Your Honor, one question.
Any victim impact?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Or will we be going off the record?
Wish to go off the record pursuant to the.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, that's the rule. You don't have to ask me. I follow the rules. Okay, my understanding, y'all can have a seat there if you don't mind. And I believe they come up to the bench for security purposes, and we do the victim impact from right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is an opportunity now that the sentence has been heard and imposed for individuals affected by the case to address the court or to address the jury or to address the defendant directly. And for security reasons, we ask them to come right up here, please. And as I indicated, you can face me, you can face the jury, or you can face the defendant. You may proceed.
There are no words that can truly capture what I felt like that day you shot me. My life changed forever. In that moment, I faced with unimaginable pain and fear and overwhelming questions of whether I would survive and see our daughters again. And yet, by the grace of God, I'm still here to see the day of light. I am a living miracle, and I thank Him every day for giving me the strength, not just to survive, but to keep moving forward for our children. What happened that day will never be forgotten. The physical scars are constant reminders of the violence I endured. The emotional wounds are deeper, and the trauma, the fear, and the loss of sense of safety and the road of healing it still continues. You didn't just try to take away, you changed everything. You changed our daughters' lives forever as well. They are victims too. They carry trauma of what you did. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they feel the pain in ways you may never understand. You didn't just hurt me. You hurt them, you hurt my family and your family, the people who trusted you, who believed in you, and who carried a different kind of wound. And yet, despite everything, I forgive you, Billy. That forgiveness does not mean I forgot. It does not excuse what you did or erase the pain you caused. It means I chose peace over hate. I choose not to let that moment define who I am or to change me to anger. My faith has carried me through the darkest hours, and that's the faith that gave me the strength to forgive you, not for your sake, but for my own and for the sake of our daughters. Whatever you did forever altered my life, but it has not destroyed me. You took so much, but you did not take my will to live, my faith, or my dignity. I hope you one day truly understand the gravity of your actions. I hope you find the accountability and maybe one day redemption, but that is between you and God. I speak the words not from bitterness, but from the truth. And I share them because I believe that the truth deserves to be heard, just as I deserve to heal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you. You can be seated.
There are no words that can fully capture the depths of pain and horror I felt the day you shot my daughter. As a mother, my worst nightmare became reality. I will never forget the moment I received the call. My heart stopped and my world shattered. That day changed all of our lives forever. You didn't just try to take her life. You took her sense of safety, and you took the light from her eyes, and you inflicted wounds that go far beyond her physical. As her mother, I saw her fight through pain no one should ever have to endure. I watched her struggle to heal, to stand back up, and to keep going, not just for herself, but for her children, our grandchildren. And let me be clear, your daughters are victims too. They may not have witnessed what you did, but they live with the effects of it every day. The fear, the confusion, the emotional scars. You didn't just hurt their mother, you hurt them. The family who once welcomed you in, trusted you, believed you were someone who would love and protect, not destroy. The pain you caused is deep and the betrayal is devastating, and yet we still choose not to live in hate. Like my daughter, I hold on to faith and hope, onto the belief that love, courage, and truth are stronger than violence. Forgiveness is not easy. It is not forgetfulness. It does not erase the pain, but it is a choice that we make to reclaim our power, not to excuse what was done, but to refuse to change, to let it change us. I forgive because I refuse to let your actions define the rest of our lives. You need to understand what you did, not just in words, but in your soul. You didn't just break the law, you broke hearts. You shattered trust, and you left behind wounds that may never fully heal. I hope you carry the truth with you, and I hope in time you seek true accountability. not for our approval, but for your own soul. My daughter is still here by the grace of God, and she is rising every day. That's a miracle. That's strength. That's something you could never take from her. And as her mother, I will always be by her side, reminding her and your daughters that light still shines even after the darkness of night. We speak not from vengeance, but from truth, and the truth must be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. You can have a seat. Members of the jury, your duties are now concluded. I want to thank each and every one of you for your efforts during this case and your consideration and your close attention to the evidence. I know nobody volunteered for this duty. Everybody was drafted, but I do hope it was educational for you and you learned a little something about your criminal justice system. You are excused with our thanks. We're going to let you go from the jury room one more time. All of the instructions I gave you previously are now lifted. Sometimes the lawyers like to talk to you after the case is over with, but that's entirely up to you. You're free to go. Would everyone rise for the jury?
All right, jury.
Take care. Professionalism. We recess. Thank you very much. I want to commend counsel for their professionalism in this case. It was a pleasure meeting you and working with every one of you. Take care. Mr. Delgado, you're remanded to custody of the Webb County Sheriff's Office for transportation to the Texas Department of Corrections. Good luck.
Judge, do we get a chance to speak to the church?
That's why I sent him back there.
There you go, everyone. There you go. Thank you very much for those that stuck it out all day and those who will come back and watch again. It's been 11 hours in this stream, an hour and a half as well, about an hour and a quarter, I think, this morning as well. So we've done over 12 hours, people. Actually, just over 12 hours, yes. 12 hours, 10 minutes, I think it was. So thank you very much for being here for 2 streams today. Thank you, Yaya. Thank you, lovely Sarah P. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Wicked. Yes, I am going to bed right now. Well, in a second anyway. But thank you, everybody. I won't be here tomorrow, Monday. Hopefully we've got a trial. If not, we'll do something. Take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend and look after yourselves and hug your loved ones. Take care now. Good night.